Chapter 1, The Super Rich Dad System. Mutton skewers, lamb skewers, $1 a skewer. If it doesn't taste good, I won't charge you. In a parallel world, outside a busy university town in Utah City, China, at 10 o'clock in the evening, a young man who looked to be in his 20s was grilling skewers on the stove while shouting loudly. "Handsome guy, how many skewers would you like? Beauty, come and try a bunch. If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to pay." This is the busiest snack street in the entire university town. Starting around 6 o'clock every evening, many small business owners pushing tricycles and selling various signature snacks come here one after another to start their day's business. Lu Yunqi is also one of the people setting up stalls here. He mainly sells barbecue here. Since it has just started, business is not very good. He has only sold a few dozen yuan since he came here at around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He is not from this world, but his soul traveled to this world from Earth. When he traveled here more than 5 years ago, he was still a senior student. When he was about to graduate, Lu Yunqi was so angry that his girlfriend was harassed by the counselor X that he beat up the counselor. As a result of this incident, he didn't even get his college diploma, which made his parents, who had worked hard to support him to go to college, very angry. His parents were farmers, and not only did they spend all their savings to support him to go to college, they also owed a lot of money to relatives. Later, his girlfriend broke up with him and went abroad. Lu Yunqi began to do odd jobs in Udu to earn money to pay off his family's debts. After working as an apprentice in a barbecue restaurant for 2 years, he came here to set up a stall in order to earn more money. "Boss, grill me a piece of sorry, slightly spicy." "Okay." Finally, a customer came and Lu Yunqi started to work very seriously. At this time, on the road 200 meters away from his barbecue stall, there was a Mercedes-Benz luxury car parked. A beautiful woman with long black straight hair in the car looked at Lu Yunqi's busy figure, glanced at the assistant next to him, and asked calmly, "He has been selling barbecue here all the time?" "Yes, miss." The assistant returned. The woman didn't listen to what the assistant said, she just opened the car door and walked towards Lu Yunqi's barbecue stall. She walked to the barbecue stall in high heels and looked carefully at the man in front of her. "Beauties, what do you want to eat? Brother Lu's barbecue is so delicious. Would you like to try a skewer?" Lu Yunqi, who was busy grilling sorry for the guests, looked up and saw two beauties coming over, and said with a smile, "No need." The woman held a piece of paper to block her breath, her tone was very cold, and she continued, "Let's talk." "Ah?" Lu Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. After wrapping the sorry for the previous customer, he looked at the woman in front of him carefully. Her jet black hair was tied up high, and she was wearing a black professional suit skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. Her long legs were covered with a thin layer of black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of silver white tiled high heels. Her brows exuded a cool aura, like a queen high above. "Sorry, it smells a bit strong." Lu Yunqi looked at the woman covering her nose with a tissue, feeling a little embarrassed, but curiously asked, "Do we know each other? How much can you earn in a day setting up your stall?" The woman did not answer Lu Yunqi's question, but asked instead, "Oh, this. If business is good on a day, I can probably sell it for a few $100s. Lu Yunqi answered honestly. Although he didn't know what the woman was doing here, chatting with a beautiful woman was also a happy thing. "Give him 1,000 yuan. The woman looked at the assistant beside her and gave an order, then looked at Lu Yunqi and said coldly, "Follow me." "Hey, beauty, what do you mean? I only sell barbecue, not people." Lu Yunqi said. 5 years ago, in a backstreet bar. The woman probably couldn't stand the smell of oil smoke here, so she left immediately after she finished speaking, leaving her assistant here waiting for Lu Yunqi. When Lu Yunqi heard these words, he trembled all over as if he was electrocuted. 5 years ago, on the night his girlfriend broke up with him and boarded a plane to go abroad, he went to a bar to get drunk with a few buddies. Actually, he couldn't drink much, and he felt dizzy after just a few drinks, as if he didn't know what year it was. Because the guys were all drinking, few of them were sober, so when they were going back, no one noticed that Lu Yunqi was left behind. He could not remember what happened afterwards. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to bump into a woman who was also drunk at the door of the bar. When he woke up the next day, he found himself lying in a hotel room with a sleeping woman lying next to him. He doesn't look very old, probably around 20 years old. Not long after, the woman woke up quickly, looked at Lu Yunqi with a complicated look, and then left a sentence, "I hope everyone has forgotten what happened last night and never see you again," and then completely disappeared from Lu Yunqi's world. In the past 5 years, the two have never met again. After the woman left, Lu Yunqi stared blankly at the red spot on the bedsheet for a long time. It was the first time for that woman, and for him too. Although he had a girlfriend before, they had only held hands at most, and had never even kissed. He didn't know if it was because he suddenly turned from a boy into a man, but Lu Yunqi was depressed for a while. Although he had only had a one-night stand with that woman, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if he met her one day? But when the day really came, Lu Yunqi was a little panicked. After a great struggle, Lu Yunqi finally followed the assistant to the roadside where the woman was. Take a look at this document. The woman found a place with better lighting, took out a document and handed it to Lu Yunqi, saying lightly, "Oh." Not sure if it was because of the hope in his heart or some special reason, Lu Yunqi nodded obediently and took the document. When he saw the eye-catching words "marriage agreement" on the first page of the document, his eyes widened in shock, but more of curiosity. This woman actually wants to marry me? I don't even understand the situation, okay? You go first. After sending the assistant away, the woman looked at Lu Yunqi and said calmly, "After that night 5 years ago, I found out that I was pregnant. Now the baby is over 4 years old. The child needs a complete family and a father, so I came to marry you." Lu Yunqi still had many questions in his mind. He looked at Qi Xuanxuan's deep pupils quietly, trying to see something from her eyes. After a moment, he asked, "Why did you choose me?" "Because you are the child's biological father." Qi Xianxian hugged her shoulders lazily with her hands and said in a cold tone. "But..." Just when Lu Yunqi was looking suspicious and wanted to continue asking, an inexplicable voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully finding his destined marriage. The godly rich daddy system is activated. System binding successful. Chapter 2, Sign a marriage agreement and obtain god-level cooking skills. As long as the host completes different tasks every day, he can get a steady stream of various rewards. System novice task released, sign a marriage agreement, reward life skill god-level cooking. Target person, name, Qi Xianxian president of Haochen Group. Gender, female. Age, 24. Appearance, 98. Freshness, 99, note, this refers to private life. Favorability towards the host, 70. System? Goldfinger? Or is it a sign-in system for male god and nanny dad? Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, I have been in this world for 5 years. Have you finally remembered me? For an old bookworm who has lived 2 lives, he naturally knows that this system is the weapon that will enable him to embark on a life of cheating, and from then on he will cheat his way to the peak of his life. At this moment, Lu Yunqi suddenly felt that he must have guessed shit when he went out today. Not only did a beautiful, rich and white girl take the initiative to marry him, but he also got the long-lost golden finger. Now he just wanted to yell. "Mom, my peak life has begun from now on. It seems that the system has not been turned on before, and it turns out that I haven't met the woman destined for my life." To be honest, he felt a little inferior when he saw Qi Xin again just now. Now that he has the system, Lu Yunqi feels that as long as he gives himself some time, he will be able to perfectly control this cold goddess. However, he still had many questions in his mind, which he had to clarify first. He couldn't just blindly become a scapegoat, otherwise he would suffer a huge loss. Qi Xian hugged her shoulders lazily and looked at Lu Yunqi calmly. It seemed that for her, this was her signature move, elegant yet sexy. "We only met once. Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? And with your identity, you should have been able to get rid of the child when you found out you were pregnant." Lu Yunqi was very excited inside, but asked calmly. Qi Xian pondered for a moment and said calmly, "No, my father forced me to marry a man I didn't love at all. Just when I was about to threaten him with death, I found out that I was pregnant. My first reaction was to have the baby removed, but when I went to the hospital, I got scared and the doctor told me that if I had the baby removed, I would never have the chance to be a mother again. So, I just couldn't bear it anymore, so I applied to study abroad and secretly gave birth to the child abroad. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can go for a paternity test. Why didn't you come to see me at that time?" Lu Yunqi asked with some confusion. He still believed Qi Xian when she said that she had experienced that incident, otherwise the system would not have given her such a high score. He was still quite surprised. He did not expect that after traveling through time, his body would become so strong that he could actually hit the target with one shot and become a father without knowing it. "Looking for you?" Qi Xian looked Lu Yunqi up and down and said bluntly, "You are just an ordinary person. You have no status and no background. If I look for you, it will only hurt you. Lu Yunqi looked at his outfit, smiled awkwardly, and felt a little confused. He knew that the real situation was just as Qi Xianxian said. If he let her parents know that their daughter was pregnant, given the Qi family's background in Yudu, he would probably either end up in jail for life or become an unknown male corpse in the river. Then why do you dare to come to me again now? You want to marry me. You can see my current situation. Lu Yunqi spread his hands and pointed to the barbecue stall not far away. The meaning is obvious. Her current life is still at the bottom of society. Isn't she afraid of being found out by her family? Even if Qi Xianxian is a single mother, with her appearance and status, her parents will not agree to her marrying a poor loser. Of course, this poverty is only temporary. Now I have the system in my hands and the world is mine. Because I have the final say in the Qi family now. The more important reason, as I said before, the child is growing up and needs a complete family and fatherly love. Qi Xianxian frowned, her words filled with an air of someone who was thousands of miles away. It seemed as if her coming to marry Lu Yunqi was a gift to him. If it weren't for the fact that her child had his blood, she would never have had any contact with such a person in her life. According to your conditions, you should have many suitors. Why? Because you are the child's biological father. Before Lu Yunqi could finish his words, Qi Xianxian interrupted him and said coldly. Lu Yunqi could tell that Qi Xianxian was still as aloof and unapproachable as she was 5 years ago. Although he was poor, he was not without dignity. When he saw Qi Xuanxuan's attitude, he wanted to refuse directly, but when he heard the 3 words real father, he fell silent. 3 minutes later, Lu Yunqi nodded heavily and said, okay, I agree. It was completely because the child was bleeding his own blood that the most vulnerable part of his heart was touched. As for this seemingly cold woman, he felt sorry for her after all. It is conceivable how much grievance a lady from a wealthy family must have endured for having a child before marriage. After seeing Lu Yunqi readily agree, Qi Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. She found that he did not read the agreement carefully, so she reminded him, you'd better read the agreement carefully. The babies are still young, and you have to take care of them full time. Of course, I will give you 100,000 yuan pocket money every month in the future. I understand. From now on you will be responsible for making money to support the family, and I will be responsible for living off you and taking care of the kids. The tasks are clear and our cooperation will be pleasant. Lu Yunqi responded. He didn't care about how much money it was. What mattered most was that he didn't want his child to be fatherless, and he didn't want other men to abuse his child. Of course, he didn't think that a rich girl would be so bored as to play such a joke on an ordinary person like him. After making the decision, Lu Yunqi seemed to calm down a lot. He knew that his teeth were in good condition and he didn't need to live off others. The current situation was only temporary. Besides, I have my own system now. Although it may not sound good to say that I should marry into the family, sooner or later I will climb over her and let her marry into my Lu family. Okay, let's sign the contract now. When you bring the household registration booklet, we'll go get the certificate. Qi Xianxian seemed to be in a much better mood because Lu Yunqi agreed, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Lu Yunqi did not act pretentiously. He took the pen from Qi Xianxian and signed his name on the last page of the agreement without hesitation. Then he bit his finger and left his fingerprint. Xiaogu, bring the things from the car over here. After watching Lu Yunqi sign and seal the document, Qi Xianxian turned around and shouted to the assistant who was waiting in the distance. Soon, the assistant took out a file bag and handed it to Qi Xianxian. Here, take these things. Qi Xianxian took the file bag from the assistant and handed it directly to Lu Yunqi. She continued, I will deposit 100,000 yuan into this bank card on time every month. The amount is not fixed. It depends on your performance. I've been supported by you and my life has been paved for me. Lu Yunqi joked. That's a good realization. Qi Xianxian said lightly. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this time, Lu Yunqi was standing under the streetlight, looking at the taillights of the car going away, and the familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission and successfully signing the marriage agreement. The reward is God-level cooking skills. God-level cooking skills? Not bad. If you want to keep a woman's heart, you must first keep her stomach. This skill is very practical. Lu Yunqi was extremely excited. System, how do I use this? the host only needs to directly select and use life skills. Use. In an instant, Lu Yunqi felt a huge amount of information pouring into his mind. Because the amount of information was too huge, he felt a headache. Chapter 3, Twin Daughters, Mysterious Planting Space. Half an hour had passed since Lu Yunqi digested all the information about the god-level cooking skills. He returned to the stall, packed up his things, and went back to his residence. Because of his previous difficult life, he lived in a slum not far from the university town. Surrounded by two-story buildings, the tallest was only 4 stories high. The houses were all very old, and he only rented a garage for 500 yuan a month. Eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping are all done in a garage that is less than 10 square meters. There is a simple iron bed and the whole room is filled with all kinds of ingredients for barbecue. When you first enter, the whole room is filled with an indescribable smell. I don't know if it was because of the system or because Qi Xianxian just gave him a bank card with 100,000 yuan in it, but after returning home and taking a shower, he lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. After changing the SIM card, saving Qi Xian's phone number and adding her on WeChat, he held the phone and was very hesitant about whether he should call his parents back home. After 5 years of traveling through time, he had already gotten used to the life in this world. The next morning, Lu Yun got up early, changed into cleaner clothes, and followed the address given by Qi Xianxian to the most luxurious Jinsho Houding villa area in Yudu. I'm at the door. Standing at the gate of the luxury villa community, Lu Yunqi sent a WeChat message to Qi Xian. About 2 minutes later, the security guard at the door came out and confirmed with Lu Yunqi before letting him in. Qi Xuanchuan's own villa was not far from the entrance of the community. When Lu Yun arrived at the entrance of the villa, she was already standing at the door. She was wearing a professional suit and a little makeup, looking like a cold and domineering female president. After seeing Lu Yunqi, a smile appeared on his somewhat cold face, and he said, "Good morning, baby is still eating breakfast, come in and meet me first." Yeah. Lu Yunqi nodded and followed Qi Xianxian into the villa. When they reached the door, he asked, "Do you want to take off your shoes?" "No need. This will be your home in the future. There's no need to be so restrained," Qi Xianxian said calmly. Lu Yunqi nodded, but still raised his foot to brush off the dust under his feet before walking into the villa. After entering the villa, Lu Yunqi realized what the world of the rich is like. In this villa, it has any configuration you can imagine, including a super large outdoor swimming pool, a gym, a children's playground, a garden, and so on. The main body of the villa is a 5-story European-style building. The exterior looks very grand, and the interior decoration is like a palace, filled with the smell of money everywhere. Under the guidance of Qi Xianxian, Lu Yun got up and went to the hall on the first floor. Looking around, he saw that in the living room of nearly 100 square meters, various luxurious furniture were neatly and cleanly arranged, and 2 nannies were taking care of 2 children while they were eating. "Tang Tang, Guagua, come to mommy." Qi Xianxian walked into the house and waved and shouted in the direction of the restaurant. When the 2 babies heard the voice, they looked up and found that a strange uncle had come to their house, so they hurriedly ran to Qi Xianxian. At this moment, Lu Yunqi's pupils suddenly shrank. What the hell, are my genes so powerful? I actually got 2 hits with 1 shot? With these 2 little cotton-padded jackets, I don't seem to be afraid of the cold even in the coldest winter. When the 2 babies left the dining table, Lu Yunqi could see clearly that their facial features had perfectly inherited all of Qi Xuanchuan's advantages and were so exquisite that they were impeccable. Especially those big watery eyes, which seem to be full of spirit and look very cute, and the slightly red little face, which looks like an unripe apple, makes people want to pinch it. However, the 2 babies' hair inherited Lu Yunqi's advantages. The soft and yellowish hair was tied into 2 small braids. Paired with the princess dresses they wore, they looked just like little princesses in a fairy tale world. Looking at the 2 little ones jumping out of the restaurant, at this moment, Lu Yunqi admitted that he had fallen in love with these 2 precious girls. A new system task has been released. If you get a kiss from the 2 little princesses, you will get a special space. Friendly reminder, anything grown in the special space is not found in this world and has special effects. Task target, 1, Dabao Qi Shimen, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Age, 4 years and 3 months. Task target 2, Little Treasure Qi Shirhan and Guigua. Gender, female. Age, 4 years and 3 months. Just as the 2 treasures were about to walk in front of Qi Xianxian, the system prompt sound rang in Lu Yunqi's mind again. "Tang Tang, Guigui, this is Daddy." After the 2 children came over, Qi Xianxian took one in each hand and introduced them. The two little guys looked at Lu Yunqi in a daze, their curious eyes scanning him like radar. Who is this tall and handsome uncle? Why does he look familiar? About 30 seconds later, they seemed to recall the photo of Dad that their mother had shown them, and their face was exactly the same as this uncle's. The two little guys turned their heads and looked at each other in tacit understanding. Their eyes lit up, and excitement and joy instantly bloomed on their two cute pink faces. Breaking free from Qi Xuanxuan's hand, the two powerful women rushed towards Lu Yunqi together. Dad, Dad! The tender, clear cries, with a tremor of extreme excitement, struck Lu Yunqi's heart directly. He squatted down involuntarily, opened his arms, and almost at the same time hugged the two little cuties in his arms. At this moment, the blood thicker than water kinship suddenly rose in Lu Yunqi's heart. His nose felt a little sour and there seemed to be sand in his eyes. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but that's only when they are deeply in love. Qi Xianxian, who was standing by, looked at this heart-warming scene, nodded secretly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Only she knows the hardships she has experienced in the past 5 years. Although she has a good family background, it is precisely because of this family background that she has to bear more pressure than ordinary women. She is alone in a foreign country with 2 daughters, suffering the pain of having a home but not being able to return. If it weren't for her father's sudden death half a year ago, she would probably still be hiding abroad alone and dare not come back. Although he was very pleased in his heart, he did not show it on his face and looked at it calmly. Dad, Tang Tang misses you so much. And Guagua misses her daddy too. The two little princesses huddled tightly in Lu Yunqi's broad chest, their little hands tightly grasping his clothes, fearing that this was just a dream. Dad misses you too. Lu Yunqi said in a low voice, feeling the warmth in his arms. At the same time, he swore secretly in his heart, I will definitely make up for the fatherly love they have been missing for these 4 years. Dad, now that you're back this time, will you never leave again? Tang Tang asked with a pout. Well, I won't leave again. Lu Yunqi glanced at Qi Xianxian, then said to the two little cuties with a doting look on his face, Dad will be with you every day from now on. After saying that, he kissed each of them on the forehead. Wow, really? That's great, that's great. Tang Tang cheered excitedly when she heard it, stood on tiptoes, and gave Lu Yunqi a kiss on the face. I want one too. I want one too. Guagua, not to be outdone, stood on tiptoe and gave Lu Yunqi a kiss on the other side of his face. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, Mysterious Planting Space. This space is a built-in space of the system. As long as the host silently thinks in his heart, it can be opened. Planting and taking out can be done by thought. Chapter 4, Sending My Daughter to School, My Mother's Threat. Can anything be grown in this space? Lu Yunqi asked silently as he held the two little cuties in his arms. Yes, except for money, any fruit, vegetable or plant can be grown. The system replied coldly. This is really great. If she cooperates with my god-level cooking skills, won't I be able to firmly hold the goddess Qi Xianxian in my hands in the future? Sure enough, a life full of surprises is full of surprises, and every day is a refreshing time. Lu Yunqi was very happy at this moment, and the two little girls, Tang Tang and Guagua, were also very excited. They kept clinging to him and were unwilling to leave. Okay, you two should go to kindergarten. Qi Xianxian looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. She didn't want to break this warmth, but she still reminded them in a cold voice. Mom, can we let Dad take us to school today? The two little cuties turned around and asked Qi Xianxian with a pleading look on their faces. The two men were afraid that she would not agree, so they did not leave Lu Yunqi's arms. Of course you can. From now on, Dad will take you to school every day, and he will pick you up after school. Lu Yunqi spoke first. Yeah, we will have a dad to take us to school from now on, yay. The two little cuties screamed with excitement. When the two little heads raised up at the same time and looked at Lu Yunqi, their eyes were a little red, but their gazes were very bright. Ever since they started kindergarten, the nanny has been responsible for picking them up and dropping them off. She has expressed displeasure to her mother several times. Why do other children have parents to pick them up, but they don't? At that time, Qi Xianxian felt very sad when she was asked this question. Her father had just passed away, and the huge Haochen group suddenly fell into the hands of a young woman like her. The company affairs alone were enough to keep her busy and she couldn't find time to pick up and drop off her children. This was one of the reasons why she asked Lu Yunqi to come over. Although she was very emotional, Qi Xuanxuan's tone was still rather cold, and she said, I'll leave the two little guys to you. After saying that, he turned around and went to work. Leave it to me, don't worry. Lu Yunqi replied solemnly, and asked Tang Tang and Guogui to say goodbye to Qi Xianxian. Bye, Mom. Mommy, bye. Blood is thicker than water. It is so easy to raise a biological daughter. She has become so familiar with the game in just a short while. Qi Xianxian turned around, said something to the two little darlings, then turned and walked out. At the door, the assistant and the driver were already waiting. After getting in the car, the assistant handed over a document and said, "Miss, this is the information you requested. Is there anything special?" Qi Xianxian took the document and looked at it carefully. Today she has to meet with the general managers of two branches, each involved in two different industries, so she must supplement the information of the two branches before meeting with the two general managers. No, the overall performance of the two branches is still relatively stable at the moment, the assistant replied. Haochen Group mainly operates in the entertainment and clothing industries. Although Qi Xianxian did not know much about these two industries before, with her superb business acumen, she was able to completely control the entire group within 6 months. However, she was not resting on her laurels. There were still many people in the company who did not obey her, so Qi Xianxian was very strict in the studio. On the other side, Lu Yunqi had already taken his two little cuties and drove the BMW 7 Series prepared for him by Qi Xianxian to the school where his daughter was studying. Elliston International Kindergarten is said to be the top aristocratic kindergarten in Chongqing. The children who can study here have family assets of no less than 10 billion. When Lu Yunqi sent his two babies to school, many luxury cars were already coming and going at the school gate. Originally, Lu Yunqi thought that driving a BMW 7 Series was pretty good, but reality severely refreshed his perception. A car worth more than 1 million yuan is only considered entry-level here. When we arrived at the school gate, a female teacher wearing big framed glasses was greeting the children to enter the school. "Hello, Teacher Su." "Hello, Teacher Su." When Tang Tang and Guogui saw the female teacher, they greeted her politely with a smile on their faces. "Tang Tang, Guogui, hello." The teacher replied with a smile, then looked at Lu Yunqi curiously, looked him up and down, and asked, "Who are you?" "Teacher, this is our handsome dad. My dad said he will pick us up and drop us off at school every day in the future." Tang Tang quickly introduced herself, her face full of excitement and pride. Guogui, who was standing next to him, also nodded in agreement. Lu Yunqi stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, teacher. My name is Lu Yunqi, and I am the father of Tang Tang and Guogui. I will be responsible for picking up and dropping off the children from now on." "Hello. I'm their teacher, my name is Su Min." Su Min smiled and nodded, then continued, "Can you please leave your WeChat? I've been trying to add the baby's mother's WeChat but she hasn't added it yet. Until now, your family hasn't joined the class group yet." "Okay, then I'll add you." Lu Yunqi quickly took out his phone and added Su Min on WeChat. After adding WeChat, Su Min took her two children to school. After Tang Tang and Guogui entered the school gate, they turned around at the same time and shouted to Lu Yunqi, "Dad, bye-bye, remember to pick us up in the afternoon." "Okay, remember to listen to your teachers at school." Lu Yunqi also responded loudly. After watching the two little cuties disappear completely, he returned to the car and drove away. Lu Yun got up and went to his original residence, took out his phone and called his mother first. In this world's family, Mom has the final say in everything. Although Mom was very angry about what happened before, parents always say good things but have soft hearts. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. "Hello, Yunqi, why are you calling me at this time? What's the matter?" "This is the voice of my mother Zhou Huiying. Mom, I want to tell you something." "What's going on? Why are you so serious?" "Mom, I made a mistake again. This time it's quite serious. People even came to my house to find me." Lu Yunqi's voice was very low, as if he had done something wrong and was confessing to his parents. "Ah. Son, you didn't borrow money from a loan shark, did you? Tell me what's going on." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Huiying became very anxious after hearing this. No, Mom, it's not that fault. How can I go back and borrow money from a loan shark?" "No, don't worry." Lu Yunqi's face was full of black lines. This mother's imagination was really big. "What's going on? Please tell me, I'm so anxious." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Huiying's tone softened a lot when she heard that it was not a loan shark, but she still urged. "I did something wrong to someone before, and now they have found me and want me to take responsibility, Lu Yunchi continued. Son, you didn't get someone pregnant, and now she's coming to your door. Zhou Huiying said with a trembling and excited voice. Lu Yunchi gave his mother a thumbs up, Sherlock Holmes. Mom, you can guess this? After 2 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Zhou Huiying's surprised voice rang out, Son, did you really get her pregnant? What's the situation now? Is the baby born? Where is that girl from? Then came a series of questions about the girl, which made Lu Yunchi shake his head. How much does this mother want to find a daughter-in-law for her? Mom, the child is over 4 years old, you already have a granddaughter, and now they have come to our house. Tell me what I should do. Lu Yunchi said, pretending to be depressed. You little rascal, do you need your mom to teach you this? Of course, bring the person back quickly, and your mom will hold a wedding for you. And from your tone, what's the matter? It seems like you don't like my granddaughter? I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything to let her down, I'll chop you up. Zhou Huiying spoke in a firm tone, fearing that Lu Yunchi would lose her precious granddaughter, and she even began to threaten him. Chapter 5, Planting, Shi Xuanchuan's best friend white tea. In the village where Lu Yunchi lives, many children of the same age have already married, and those who got married early already have children. Lu Yunchi has been in a daze ever since he graduated from college and experienced that incident. Although Zhou Huiying didn't urge him, she still felt a little uncomfortable seeing that other people already had grandchildren. Now that her granddaughter is 4 years old, she feels that she can hold her head up high in the village. Mom, even if you want to marry your daughter-in-law, she may not marry you. She is well off, and her father just passed away. If the child is not grown up and needs a father, she would not let the child recognize me as his biological father. Lu Yunchi said in a worried tone. What? Does she still want you to marry into her family's family? That's... Zhou Huiying on the other end of the phone said in surprise at first, then seemed to have thought of something and stopped talking. Lu Yunchi knew that it would be difficult to convince his traditional-minded mother, so he tried to test her. She did say that, Mom, why don't you just forget it? I will be a heartless man for once, and at worst I can find you another. Shut up, don't be anxious, calm the other party down. I have to discuss this matter with your father. Remember, you are not allowed to be an unfaithful person. Zhou Huiying interrupted Lu Yunchi directly. She didn't want to see her granddaughter become someone else's. After all, the granddaughter has the blood of the old Lu family in her body, so she has to find a way to convince Lu Yunchi's father, Lu Kuan. Okay, Mom, you discuss it with Dad. I'll wait for your news. After Lu Yunchi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then I went to the landlord and paid a year's rent. I may never come here again, but it is also a rare memory. After paying the rent, the landlady gave him a bag of pumpkin seeds, but when he opened it, it turned out to be all vegetable seeds. System, can I plant this thing directly into that breeding space? Lu Yunchi asked curiously while sitting in the car. Yes, the host only needs to use his mind to place the seeds into the cultivation space. The system explained. Lu Yunchi grabbed a handful of seeds of unknown origin, controlled them with his mind, and entered the system's breeding space. This was a place that was no different from ordinary farmland, with an area of about 1 acre. After scattering the seeds, Lu Yunchi asked curiously, System, how long will it take for the seeds in this to mature? The host just planted bitter melon, a vegetable like this, which will mature in 12 hours at most. It's growing so fast, it can't be ripened artificially. Can it still be eaten? Lu Yunchi is also a kid from the countryside. Although he has never grown vegetables, he still knows some basic common sense. Host, rest assured, the system's products must be top-notch. In this breeding space, the things grown are not found anywhere else in the world, and the fruits and vegetables grown will have special effects. Well, I hope what you said is true. Lu Yunchi did not continue to dwell on this issue. The area inside the breeding space was large enough anyway, so he simply threw all the breeding plants given by the old lady into it. It was already noon when he drove away from the house where he used to live. Because the 2 babies had lunch at school, Lu Yunchi ate something outside by himself. After eating, we drove to a large shopping mall nearby and bought some food. After sending them back to the villa, we drove to Elliston Kindergarten. It's only 3:30 in the afternoon, and there's still more than half an hour before Tang Tang and Guagua finish school. Anyway, they don't have to go out to set up a stall at night, so they have nothing to do, so they just go to the kindergarten gate early and wait. Star Building. In the President's Office of Xingchen Group. Managerly, you have to follow up with the real estate branch. This quarter's sales performance has shown a clear downward trend, and the group must come up with an effective solution. Shi Xianxian sat upright in the boss's chair and said to a middle-aged man in a suit. Okay, President, I'll do it right away. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and replied. Go out and close the door. Shi Xian said lightly. It was not until Manager Li walked out of the office and closed the door that Qi Xuanxuan's eyes fell on the woman sitting on the sofa, who had outstanding appearance, figure and temperament. Miss Baicha, why are you coming to me when you don't go to your own company? This woman is Qi Xianxian's best friend, Baicha, the daughter of the Bai group. The Bai group is similar to the Qi family. It is also a large group with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. However, they mainly operate liquor and tourism projects. In these two major industries in Yudu, they are the veritable leaders. Bai Cha picked up the coffee on the coffee table and took a sip before saying, I'm here to meet you to have fun tonight. How about it? When are you going to get off work? I've made appointments with several handsome guys today. Not interested. Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes at Bai Cha and replied coldly. Hey, Xianxian, what's wrong with you? If you continue like this, something bad will happen to you. Is it possible to just rely on cold cucumbers for 3 years? Bai Cha immediately stood up from the sofa, looking disappointed in Qi Xianxian, and said to her. She had gone to great lengths today to date many handsome boys from various prestigious universities, and was planning to take her bestie out to relax tonight. However, she didn't expect that every time he called her before, she was a little hesitant, but this time she refused so decisively. You? Qi Xianxian was so angry that her face turned green. She said unhappily, do you think everyone is like you? Then why don't you go? Bai Cha sat on Qi Xuanxuan's desk, looked up and thought for a moment, seemed to understand something, and said confidently, oh, don't worry, I won't tell my brother. Whether I go or not, what does it have to do with your brother? Qi Xianxian glared at Bai Cha, picked up the documents in her hand, and said unhappily, can you please not sit on my desk? Hey, no. Bai Cha laughed, staring at Qi Xianxian with a pair of eagle eyes, as if he wanted to see through her. He said, my brother has liked you for 2 years. Do you think you have any relationship with him? Although Qi Xianxian had the documents in her hand, she was destined to be unable to concentrate on reading the documents with her best friend around. She looked up and saw Bai Cha's creepy eyes, her face full of question marks, and subconsciously touched her cheek, thinking that there was something dirty. Don't talk nonsense, I'm married. After finding that there was nothing on her face, she took the folder and slapped Bai Cha on it, saying solemnly, what the hell? Bai Cha almost fell off the desk, and then looked at Qi Xianxian in shock, as if he was looking at an alien. Qi Xianxian is actually getting married? How is that possible? Not only did my best friend not attend her wedding, but my brother is hopeless, right? What do you think? Are you surprised? I am married now. Qi Xian raised her eyebrows and said proudly, looking at Bai Cha with a smile. Bai Cha was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. She asked in disbelief, when are you getting married? I'm not even a bridesmaid yet. Also, who did you marry? Is he as handsome as my brother? Yeah, he's more handsome than your brother. Qi Xianxian nodded affirmatively, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The more surprised Bai Cha was at this moment, the more comfortable she felt in her heart. She didn't know what was going on. She had never told anyone about Lu Yunqi. Even her best friend didn't know who Tang Tang and Guoguo's father was. Oh shit, he's more handsome than my brother? You must be tired of using electric bikes, so you spent money to buy a young hunk? Bai Cha jumped off the desk and stared at Qi Xianxian in shock. Chapter 6, Going to your house for a meal and talking to the teacher. You are a young girl, why can't you speak more politely? Qi Xian rolled her eyes and said unhappily, then smiled mysteriously and said, I married the person I wanted to marry. What? Xuanxuaner, this is not very nice of you. Are we best friends? Bai Cha returned to the coffee table, picked up the coffee and took a sip, then asked. Qi Xian nodded deeply. So you got married secretly, and I, your best friend, only found out about it now. I didn't expect you to be a person who values love over friendship. I'll cry for my brother silently for a while. Bai Cha looked a little funny as she pretended to be sad. Qi Xianxian replied calmly, you are not bad either. It is only today that I know why you like to be single. Why? I don't know myself. Bai Cha asked curiously. Because. Shi Xian was about to say that Bai Cha liked electric games when the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He took a quick glance and found that it was a WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he picked up the phone to check. After reading what Lu Yunqi sent, his face was full of surprise. Seeing her shocked expression, Bai Cha thought something had happened, so she immediately went over. When she saw the WeChat profile picture and content, she opened her mouth and said, "Oh my god, who is this guy? He looks quite handsome." "No, he said he would cook for you in the evening." "Did you really? What? Can't I have someone cook for me?" Shi Xian asked casually. She was extremely shocked in her heart and typed a reply with her delicate hands. "Not really, I'm just curious, where on earth did you find such a handsome guy who can also cook?" Bai Cha was very curious about where Qi Xianxian found such a handsome guy. She was also curious about how this man got the favor of the cold goddess Mrs. Qixuan. "Secret," Qi Xianxian said mysteriously. "TSK. Never mind. I'm going to your house for dinner tonight. I haven't seen Tang Tang and Guegui for a long time," Bai Cha said in a naughty way, looking like he couldn't understand what was going on. On the other side, Lu Yunqi, who was sitting in the car, raised the corners of his mouth slightly after receiving Qi Xuanxuan's reply. It's time to show some real technique. 4:10 p.m. There is a long queue in front of the entrance of Elliston International Kindergarten. All of them are parents or nannies waiting to pick up their children. Not long after, Tang Tang and Guegui came out of the school, led by teacher Su. When they saw Lu Yunqi, they immediately ran towards him. "Wow, Dad, Dad." The two little guys seemed very excited. "Baby, did you listen to your teacher at school?" Lu Yunqi squatted down, opened his arms, and smiled at the two innocent little cuties. Yes, Tang Tang was very obedient today," Tang Tang answered first. "Dad, Guegui was very obedient today." Guegui saw that his sister had taken the lead and said unwillingly. Lu Yunqi smiled, his heart filled with sweet happiness. He turned his head and kissed Tang Tang on the forehead, and then kissed Guegui on the forehead. The two little guys became even happier after getting a kiss from their dad. Tang Tang took the initiative to stretch out her little hand and said to Lu Yunqi, "Daddy, hug me." "Dad, I want to play with a vest." Playing with a vest means that the child sits on the father's shoulders. Although the two little girls made more requests, Lu Yunqi still accepted them all and satisfied them all, saying lovingly, Okay, Daddy will satisfy you." At this moment, teacher Su came over, looked at Tang Tang and Guegui, and said with a smile, "Two little darlings, can the teacher talk to your father for a few minutes?" "Hello, teacher Su." "Hello, teacher Su." As soon as the two little cuties saw Su Min coming over, they greeted her with a smile. "Baby, you two can wait for Daddy for a while. Daddy will have a few words with teacher Su, okay?" Lu Yunqi asked with a smile and in a negotiating tone. "Okay." The two sisters nodded obediently and reluctantly let go of their hands. Lu Yunqi stood up, looked at teacher Su and smiled. "Teacher Su, if you have anything to say, please speak up." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Su Min looked at the two smiling children. It was the first time for her to see the two little ones smiling so happily. She smiled and continued, "This is the first time I see them two so happy all day long." Lu Yunqi was stunned after hearing this, and asked in surprise, "Were they unhappy at school before?" "Yes." Su Min nodded heavily and continued, "Recently, the two little babies have been listless at school. No matter what activities they do, they are not very interested, and they like to cry every time after school. Later, after I asked them, I found out that they saw other children being picked up by their parents and complained that you didn't spend time with them. Children of their age are in a critical period of spiritual growth, and the company and care of their parents play a vital role in their growth. I know that you are all busy people running companies and don't have much time to spend with your children. I only met their mothers once at the beginning of the school year, and I met you for the first time today." Lu Yunqi scratched his head awkwardly and listened carefully to what Su Min continued to say. "Today is a very good start. I hope you can keep it up and always give them good company and care. After all, children's growth is irreversible. Childhood only comes once and will accompany them throughout their lives. Thank you, Teacher Su, for the reminder. Don't worry, I will pick up and drop off the children and accompany them every day in the future." Lu Yunqi expressed his sincere gratitude. "Well, I hope you can do what you say." Su Min nodded with satisfaction. Lu Yunqi patted his chest and promised, "I will keep my word." Looking at Lu Yunqi's confident look, Su Min smiled and said nothing else. After saying a simple goodbye, she turned and left. After Lu Yunqi said goodbye to teacher Su with a smile, he turned around, picked up Tang Tang and Guogua, walked to his car, put the two sisters in the child seats, then started the car and drove towards the Jinqiu Haoding villa. On the other side, in the president's office of Xingchen Group, Qi Xianxian and Bai Cha chatted for a while. Bai Cha seemed to be more anxious than Qi Xianxian. He raised his hand to look at the watch. It was already 5 o'clock. Then he urged, Xuanxuaner, it's time to get off work. I have to go to your house for dinner and help you investigate. I'm already married, what do I need you to investigate? Qi Xianxian secretly glanced at the time on the computer, started packing her things, but said in a bad mood. Of course you are checking out the man who is going to cook for you. As your best friend, I have to help you check and see if he is really as handsome as in the photo. Bai Cha seemed confident at first, but later she felt inexplicably guilty. She actually just wanted to see if the guy was really that handsome and could cook. If so, she wanted to ask if there were any other good friends like him and introduce one to her. After all, rich people think differently from ordinary people. Bai Cha is the kind of person who says he can get on the highway at any time, but in reality, after 25 years, he is still a rookie. With her status, the guys she's dealing with are basically playboys, and the rest are almost all after her money. In her opinion, even if they're after her money, she has to be satisfied with them. Chapter 7: Amazing Cooking Performance. On the other side, Lu Yunqi drove back to the villa with the two little cuties and bought a lot of food on the way. Because in Qi Xuanxuan's reply to him, she said, a close friend is coming to her house for dinner in the evening. When they arrived at the villa, a nanny came out to help hold Tang Tang and Guogua, while Lu Yunqi walked into the villa carrying a large pile of food. One of the nannies was holding Tang Tang, and she glanced at Lu Yunqi who was walking in front of her. She said to the nanny next to her, could it be that Mr. Lu is a local of Yudu? Why do you say that? Because there are so many men in the vegetable markets and at the school gates in Yudu. I remember it was called, a henpecked man locally. The nanny holding Tang Tang said in surprise. Lu Yunqi was carrying the ingredients in front, his face full of black lines, but he didn't refute anything. He was indeed a henpecked man now. When the group walked into the house, Lu Yunqi went straight into the kitchen, ready to start showing off his skills. With the god-level cooking skills given by the system, Lu Yunqi felt that he would have no problem applying for the job of chef at a Michelin restaurant, so naturally he had to show off his skills. Son-in-law, why are you in the kitchen? The cook asked curiously when she saw Lu Yunqi walk into the kitchen. Oh, I want to personally cook dinner for Xianxian tonight, leave this to me. Ah. Son-in-law, you can cook? The two chefs in the kitchen looked at Lu Yunqi in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. In their opinion, nowadays, except for chefs, few men cook. Even chefs are reluctant to cook at home. Son-in-law, the eldest lady is very picky about food, The lady who was in charge of cooking in the kitchen reminded him. In her opinion, it is okay to please the eldest lady, but one must do it to the best of one's ability, otherwise it will backfire. Ah, don't worry, you guys go out first, leave this to me. Lu Yunqi smiled and waved his hand. He knew the doubts in the two ladies' hearts, but he was too lazy to explain so much. Once the food was cooked, it would naturally be proven. The two chefs looked at each other and finally left the kitchen. At this time, there was another sound of a car outside the villa. A moment later, Qi Xianxian and Bai Cha walked into the villa. When the two entered the room, Qi Xianxian saw two chefs and several nannies standing at the kitchen door, sticking their heads out and looking into the kitchen with shocked faces. Hey, Xuanxuaner, what's going on? What are those people looking at? Bai Cha patted Qi Xuanxuan's shoulder and asked in a low voice. I just got back too. If you want to know, go and see for yourself. Qi Xianxian turned her head and gave Bai Cha a look and said. The two walked forward curiously and took a look, and were immediately stunned. In the kitchen, Lu Yunqi lightly hooked his finger and the kitchen knife on the knife rack was easily picked up. After a beautiful knife flower flashed in the air, it fell accurately into his hand. Then, Lu Yunqi used his other hand to gently lift the ingredients next to him. Those ingredients seemed to have life and were placed lightly on the chopping board. Next. Da-day. I guess there was a crisp sound between the chopping board and the food. Just like a surreal scene from the Chinese cooking master boy, the knife that Lu Yunqi used to cut vegetables left only an afterimage. He used his skill to push the cut ingredients gently, and they fell accurately onto the empty plate next to him. They were neatly stacked in piles without any mess. Light the fire, heat the pan, add oil, onion, ginger, garlic and other ingredients into the pan. Sizzle. Sparks rose up, as if dancing in the pot. Flip the pan, turn the spoon, add ingredients, stir fry. Lu Yunqi, with a confident smile on his face, exuded amazing charm at this moment, as if he had entered his own territory. He was completely unaware that there were a lot of people watching the live performance outside the door. Everyone standing at the kitchen door was staring in a daze, no one made a sound. Tang Tang and Guogua were held by the nanny, their little mouths open, saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths. Although Qi Xian and Bai Cha were standing on the outermost layer, they could smell the rich fragrance. Gurgle. Both of them couldn't help swallowing, their eyes fixed on the kitchen. Qi Xian was extremely happy in her heart. She never thought that Lu Yunqi had such superb cooking skills. She glanced at Bai Cha, who was also fascinated by the scene, and a smug smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Bai Cha didn't even look at Qi Xuan's proud expression, but was immersed in the amazing cooking performance in the kitchen. She had never seen the pots and spoons spinning and flying in the chef's hands, and they were all played with in various ways. I have never seen that when it is time to add seasoning, the chef only needs to shake his hand lightly and hook the spoon, and the seasoning will be hooked out of the bowl, draw a graceful arc in the air, and fall accurately into the pot. In addition, Lu Yunqi's movements looked so smooth and gorgeous, and the ingredients in the pot did not fly out due to the large amplitude of the movements. Lu Yunqi in the kitchen was completely immersed in his own field. While cooking, he took out 2 soup pots and started to make soup. Under everyone's gaze, a fish that looked to weigh 3 or 4 pounds had been sliced into a pile of neatly sized sashimi in less than 2 minutes on the chopping board. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Tang Tang couldn't help it. Her childish voice was full of surprise and she praised with admiration on her face. Hearing Tongtong's voice, Lu Yunqi turned around and asked in surprise, "Huh? Why are you all here?" Then his eyes fell on Qi Xian, who was standing behind the crowd, and he smiled and said, "You're back. Wait a moment, it will be over in a while." Several nannies and the cook turned their heads following Lu Yunqi's gaze, all with embarrassed faces, and greeted in unison, "Miss, you're back." Qi Xian nodded to Lu Yunqi without saying anything. She looked at the servants and said calmly, "Go away." In fact, everyone wanted to watch for a while longer, but since Qi Xian had spoken, no one dared to disobey. Except for White Tea, of course. Seeing that the others had finally made way for her, she went straight to the kitchen door, leaned against the wall and asked curiously, "Handsome guy, you are really good at cooking. Your posture is very cool, especially the whoosh just now, which was like being in a movie. Were you a chef before?" Although Qi Xian did not walk over, her eyes were always fixed on the kitchen. When Bai Cha asked this question, she was also very curious. According to the information she had found before, Lu Yunqi had not systematically studied cooking. How come he was so good at cooking? Well, practice makes perfect, I guess. I haven't taken any special training courses. I'm all self-taught. Lu Yunqi smiled and said modestly. He himself can cook, and after receiving the god-level cooking skills rewarded by the system, the actual results were so impressive that even he was surprised. Bai Cha certainly didn't believe this answer, but Qi Xian was skeptical. But when she saw that Lu Yunqi's face seemed to be glowing with confidence, her heart seemed to be hit hard by something. Chapter 8, A Bowl of Fish Soup Conquers 2 Beauties. Handsome guy, do you need help? Bai Cha said in a somewhat infatuated way. There's no way around it. A handsome man who can cook is too attractive to her. No need. Lu Yunqi shook his head, rejected Bai Cha's offer to help, and said, "Just wait and eat." After saying that, Lu Yunqi turned around again and continued to operate. Bai Cha was pulled by Qi Xian to the sofa to chat. Although he was chatting, his eyes were still staring at the kitchen from time to time. Even Qi Xian secretly looked at him no less than 10 times. "Hey, Xuaner, tell me honestly, where did you find such a handsome guy?" Bai Cha asked curiously while putting a piece of potato chips into his mouth. "What are you doing?" Qi Xian glanced in the direction of the kitchen, lowered her head and whispered, "He is the biological father of my child." "Ah?" Bai Cha was almost choked and said, "What? He is the scumbag who got you pregnant 5 years ago and then ran away with you?" At this moment, the little bit of goodwill that Lu Yunqi had just built up in Bai Cha's mind was instantly shattered. "Hey, are you going to die? Why are you making such a loud noise?" Qi Xian quickly jumped up, covered Bai Cha's mouth with her hand, and explained, "Things are not what you think, and he is willing to come because of the child." Whom? Bai Cha nodded, signaling Qi Xianxian to let go of the hand that was covering her mouth first. Who? After Qi Xianxian let go of his hand, Bai Cha let out a long breath and then said, What? You mean, he's not because of you? Qi Xianxian showed a bitter smile on her face. She still doesn't know what Lu Yunqi is thinking. Last time he said he was going to get the marriage certificate, there has been no news since. Since Lu Yunqi didn't say anything, she was too embarrassed to ask. Xian, are you sure he is okay? He left such a beautiful lady like you. Bai Cha was really confused. She thought the two liked each other, but it turned out that her best friend just liked him one-sidedly. On the other side, Lu Yunqi cooked very quickly. Of course, the main reason was that the villa was equipped with a professional stove like the one in a restaurant, so the cooking process was much faster. With his superb cooking skills, the dinner was even more delicious. Before long, plates of delicious dinners that made people drool were ready. With the help of the villa nanny, Lu Yunqi actually cooked 12 different delicious dishes. Finally, Lu Yunqi brought a bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup to the table. Tang Tang and Guagua had already sat in the child seats and were waiting, and Qi Xianxian and Bai Cha had also taken their seats. At the dinner table, Bai Cha looked at the various delicious dishes in front of him, his appetite aroused, and his eyes fell on Qi Xianxian. Although she has a carefree personality, she is a guest at someone's home after all. Even if they are good friends, she cannot lose her manners and has to wait for the host to start eating first. After Lu Yunqi sat down, he first served each of the two babies a small bowl of fish soup, then took Qi Xuanxuan's bowl, filled it, and handed it back, saying, Try this fish soup first. Qi Xianxian took the fish soup and said, Thank you. I felt a warm feeling rising in my heart. Although she was a domineering female president in front of outsiders, she was also a little woman in her heart, and she longed for a man to pamper her. Beauty, give me the bowl and I'll help you serve it. Then he looked at Bai Cha, stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Thank you. Bai Cha handed over his bowl and said with a smile. At this moment, she seemed to understand why Qi Xianxian chose this man. He was so warm. If it were her, she would definitely hold on to him tightly. Here, Qi Xianxian scooped up some fish soup with a spoon and slowly put it into her mouth. After the fish soup that tastes like milk goes into your mouth, the rich aroma that makes you moan instantly explodes in your mouth and then flows into your body along the esophagus. In an instant, a warm current seemed to flow through the body, and the whole body became warm, which was more comfortable than taking a bath in a hot spring. Yeah, not bad. Wow, the fish soup made by Dad is so delicious. Guagua couldn't help it and drank several mouthfuls in succession before praising excitedly. That's right. Didn't you see the way Daddy cooked just now? So handsome. Tang Tang said proudly with a spoon in her mouth and her little head slightly raised. Tang Tang, Guagua, aren't you two exaggerating a little too much? Bai Cha had just taken the fish soup served by Lu Yunqi, glanced at Qi Xuanxuan's enjoyable expression, then looked at the two little cuties and said, Aunt Bai, if you don't believe me, just take a sip and you'll know. It's white like milk and really delicious. Tang Tang looked at Bai Cha with her big round eyes, her face full of pride. It was also the first time for them to eat food cooked by their father. Before they even started eating anything else, they were already fascinated by the bowl of fish soup. Qi Xianxian sat aside and nodded to Bai Cha, indicating that she could try it herself. Sure enough, after taking a sip of the white tea, the expression on his face was even more exaggerated than Qi Xuanxuan's. He finished the whole bowl like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. While holding out the bowl to Lu Yunqi, motioning him to have another bowl, he said to Qi Xianxian, Xianer, I've decided. From now on, I will come to your house for meals every day, and I will pay for the food. Considering Bai Cha's status, she must have tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, but she was conquered by a bowl of fish soup from Lu Yunqi? This is incredible. Ask him if he's willing to cook it every day. Qi Xianxian was actually also fascinated by this bowl of fish soup, but she didn't show it. However, she was extremely happy to see that her best friend liked the fish soup made by her husband. Handsome guy. I listened to her. Oh. Bai Cha was speechless. At this moment, she felt that her stomach was full. Even the delicious fish soup suddenly didn't smell good. Can you guys consider the feelings of a single person like me? Is it really okay to feed you dog food in front of me like this? Aunt Bai, we don't have a dog at home. Tang Tang, who was drinking fish soup, suddenly raised her head and said with a confused look on her face. Bai Cha was speechless. Lu Yunqi suppressed his smile and drank the fish soup by himself. He observed Qi Xianxian out of the corner of his eye and found that there was still no expression on her face. Try all the dishes and give me a score out of 100. Lu Yunqi changed the subject in the slightly awkward atmosphere. Dad, I give you a perfect score. Guogua stuck out his little tongue, licked his lips, and said in a baby voice. Dad, can I only get 100 points at most? I want to give you 101 points. Tang Tang replied unhappily after Guogua answered first. Good boy, thank you. Come and try this shrimp. Seeing this, Lu Yunqi quickly picked up 2 shrimps, peeled one and put it in Tang Tang's bowl, saying lovingly. Then he quickly peeled another one for Guogua, otherwise she would be unhappy again. Well, handsome guy, as far as the fish soup is concerned, I can give you 98 points. Bai Cha drank the fish soup with relish and gave the score in his mouth. Lu Yunqi nodded at her, then turned his gaze to Qi Xianxian. 95 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed cooking for your wife once and received a satisfactory evaluation, and reward God-level writing skills. Chapter 9, God-level writing skills, touching. God-level writing skills? Lu Yunqi was very happy. This skill is quite suitable for his current situation. It is nice to write something when he is free at home every day, which is better than sitting in the villa and waiting to die. Well, you guys eat first, I'll be back soon. In order to prevent others from noticing anything unusual, Lu Yunqi pointed in the direction of the toilet and said to Qi Xianxian and Bai Cha. After arriving at the bathroom, Lu Yunqi looked at the God-level writing skills in the system space, and countless professional knowledge flooded into his mind. The routines in various novels, the settings of characters, the control of rhythm and other related skills all appeared in his mind. It seemed that he had an illusion that as long as he picked up the pen now, he could write a masterpiece comparable to San Shao Doluo. After absorbing all the knowledge about God-level writing skills, Lu Yunqi returned to the dinner table. When he walked to the dining table, he suddenly felt 2 strange eyes falling on him. He subconsciously touched his cheek, looked at Qi Xianxian, and asked, Is there anything dirty on my face? Qi Xianxian shook her head and said nothing. She just kept staring at Lu Yunqi, trying to see through him. According to her investigation, Lu Yunqi had always been in a daze before, and at most he had learned how to barbecue on the roadside. When did he become able to cook such delicious meals? With his level of cooking, his food is better than those chefs in 7-star hotels. With such skills, why would he set up a stall to sell barbecue? Handsome guy, you're finished. Bai Cha wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and said with a serious face. If I gain weight, it's your fault. Bai Cha wrinkled his nose and said with a pout. There is no way, the food this man cooks is so delicious that I can't control my mouth. I didn't ask you to eat so much. Lu Yunqi shrugged and said indifferently, then sat back in his seat and began to take care of the 2 babies. Xuanchuaner, look, this guy bullied me. I finally came to your house for a meal, but I was still bullied. Facing Lu Yunqi's indifference, Bai Cha made a fierce expression at him, and then complained to Qi Xianxian. Qi Xianxian shook her head helplessly. Xianxian, I'm beginning to envy you. What should I do? Why don't you ask him if there are any other brothers who are as handsome as him and can cook? Introduce one to me. Ask yourself. Qi Xianxian said. Lu Yunqi no longer had the heart to listen to what his 2 best friends were saying. After the 2 babies finished their meal, Lu Yunqi took them to play in the garden. After dinner, Bai Cha chatted with Qi Xianxian for a while and then went home. After the nanny cleared the table, Qi Xianxian went to the garden and watched Lu Yunqi and the 2 babies having fun, with a warm smile on her face. Tang Tang, Guogua, it's time for you to go to bed. Qi Xianxian walked to the garden, looked at the 2 little cuties and called softly. Mom, let's play for a while longer. Tang Tang and Guogua looked up, looked at Qi Xianxian with pleading eyes, and said with a pout. Lu Yunqi picked up his phone and took a look. He found that it was already past 9 o'clock. He squatted down, held the 2 little cuties in his arms, and said lovingly, Good baby, come on, go to bed. Daddy can play with you every day in the future, but you can't play too late today, you still have to go to school tomorrow. Okay then. Tang Tang nodded reluctantly, then grabbed Lu Yunqi's arm with both hands and said coquettishly, Daddy, hug me. Dad, I want a hug too. Guogua stretched out his little hand and said unwillingly. Okay, no problem. Dad will carry you to bed. Lu Yunqi scratched the 2 little cuties' noses, held them in his arms, turned sideways to look at Qi Xianxian, and said, I'll take the kids to bed first. Qi Xianxian nodded, feeling very depressed. They are indeed father and daughter. It has only been such a short time, but his words are more effective than mine. Although she felt a little disappointed, Shi Xianxian felt at ease when she saw such a warm scene between the father and his two daughters. After Lu Yunqi brought the two little treasures back to the children's room, he began to tell the two girls bedtime stories. Shi Xianxian came to the door and found that the two babies were already asleep. There was a special nanny accompanying them at night. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Oh, okay." Hearing Qi Xuanxuan's voice, Lu Yunqi tiptoed out of the children's room and came to the door. "Then I'll go back to sleep." Seeing Qi Xianxian still standing at the door, Lu Yunqi said somewhat awkwardly, and prepared to walk towards the guest room next to the baby room. "Where are you going?" Qi Xianxian seemed a little unhappy. "The room is here," Qi Xianxian said in feigned anger, then turned around and walked towards her room. Lu Yunqi stayed where he was. "Damn the DJ. Are you all so unrestrained? Do you want to sleep in the same bed on the first day?" Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xuanxuan's graceful figure. Thinking about sleeping in the same bed with her in a while, he felt his blood temperature suddenly rise a lot, and his handsome face became a little hot. Qi Xianxian took 2 steps and found that Lu Yunqi had not caught up with her, so she turned around and whispered, "Why are you still standing there?" "Oh, here I come." Lu Yunqi responded and followed. If a woman is not afraid, then as a man, I must not be cowardly. It's just sleeping in the same bed. My daughter is already 2 years old, so why am I afraid of this? Lu Yunqi encouraged himself in his heart as he walked. Walking behind Qi Xianxian, a faint fragrance came to my nose, which made me feel very comfortable. The smell of Chanel No. 5. As Qi Xianxian walked into the room and opened the door, she was greeted by a scent exactly the same as hers. The room is very large and warmly decorated. When Lu Yunqi walked into a woman's room for the first time, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart, as if he was exploring a new continent. "Go take a shower first. The closet on the left side of the bed is full of your clothes." After saying that, Qi Xianxian walked into the small office desk in her bedroom. He went to the desk, picked up the document and began to read it carefully. Lu Yunqi walked to the bed and looked at the many dolls placed on the bedside. He was very surprised that such a cold female voice actually had a girlish side. But this bed is big enough for 2 people to sleep on, and no matter how they roll, they should not fall off the bed. He opened the wardrobes that Qi Xianxian had told him about before, and pulled open a door at random. What appeared before his eyes immediately shocked him. I saw that the upper floor was full of various men's clothes hanging, including formal wear, casual wear and pajamas, and they were top brands with even the tags still on. Pick up any tag and you will see that the price on it is no less than 10,000. The lower floor is filled with men's shoes of various styles. In a relatively small wardrobe next to it, ties and belts of various colors are neatly arranged. Lu Yunqi looked at these clothes with some surprise. They almost all matched his size. Except for the size of the underwear, all other sizes were the right size. He was very touched. It seems that he is enjoying this gigolo life very much, and judging from the current situation, Qi Xianxian does not treat him as a son-in-law who marries into the family. Lu Yunqi picked up a set of pajamas at random and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 10, Love Bento Mission, Register an Account. The next day, Lu Yunqi got up early and ran around the villa a few times. When he returned home, Qi Xianxian had just gotten up. Seeing him sweating profusely early in the morning, she asked, "Where have you been?" "Morning running is good for your health," Lu Yunqi replied. "I'm going to take a shower and send the kids to school later." After saying that, he turned and ran back to his room. Qi Xianxian looked at the sweaty face and recalled last night. Well, they didn't do anything. The two of them just slept in the same bed very unnaturally. When Qi Xianxian saw Lu Yunqi's 8-pack abs that had not yet fully formed, she also had an urge to touch them, but reason prevailed in the end. As for Lu Yun, while he smelled her faint fragrance, the heat in his body was constantly reminded by the righteous scissors at the bedside that he should not be impulsive, as he had not yet fully experienced it. When Lu Yunqi came out of the shower, the nanny had already prepared breakfast. Qi Xianxian finished breakfast first and went straight to the company. Now that Lu Yunqi is here, the two little treasures don't seem to stick to her anymore. "Good morning, Dad." Tang Tang greeted Lu Yunqi with a smile on her face when she saw him in casual clothes. "Good morning, Dad." Guogua also turned his head, looked at his handsome father, and greeted him in a clear voice. "Good morning, my two little darlings. Finish your meal quickly because it's time for us to go to school." Lu Yunqi picked up his cell phone and checked the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. He walked to the dining table and spoke lovingly to the two little princesses. The two little girls were also very cute and finished their meal quickly. The nanny also packed their school bags for them. Lu Yunqi grabbed a sandwich and ate it while leading the two children into the car. The car started and slowly drove towards Elliston International Kindergarten. At the school gate, Teacher Sue was still standing there waiting for students. "Good morning, Teacher Sue." "Good morning, Teacher Sue." The two little cuties greeted the teacher with a smile. "Good morning, darlings. Come in." Teacher Sue smiled and waved to Tang Tang and Guagua, then looked at Lu Yunqi and said, "Mr. Lu, wait a moment. Baby, you two wait here for the teacher. The teacher wants to say something to your father." After saying this to the two little cuties, Teacher Sue walked out of the school gate. "Teacher Sue, what's the matter?" Lu Yunqi asked politely when he saw Teacher Sue coming over. "It's like this. This weekend, the school organized a parent-child activity in the countryside. Many parents of students confirmed it in the WeChat group last night, but you haven't responded yet, so I'm telling you," Teacher Sue said. "Okay, no problem. I was playing with the kids last night and didn't look at my phone." Lu Yunqi lied. "Okay, that's fine. I'll take them in first." Teacher Sue nodded, responded, and left. Tang Tang and Guagua, who were standing at the door, raised their hands high and waved to Lu Yunqi, saying, "Dad, goodbye. Remember to pick us up this afternoon. Baby, you must listen to your teacher at school." Lu Yunqi said with a smile, and then promised, "Dad will pick you up on time." After sending the children to school, Lu Yunqi found a larger shopping mall nearby, bought some food, and then went home. After returning to the villa, as it was still early, Lu Yunqi sent a WeChat message to Qi Xianxian, asking if he could use the computer in the room. After waiting for Qi Xuanxuan's approval, Lu Yunqi moved his computer and sat in the garden. "I browsed through some of the larger reading websites in this world on the internet, including Qidian, Kunlun, and Zhoutian. Moreover, the books on these websites or apps are somewhat different from those on Earth. Every book here is not available on these software when on Earth, and the Dolua that Lu Yunqi remembers most, which accompanied him for 10 years of his youth, cannot be found in this world. There is not even Dupo by the Great Tudo, let alone Yu Qingnian who came later. Well, it seems I can register one and try to write." It took me 15 minutes to finally find and download a writer's assistant app, which can be used to publish the books from the websites mentioned above. It is quite easy to use. Because at the beginning, I was not familiar with this key point and didn't know what pen name to give myself. I travel the world with a sword, where can I go alone? If the autumn wind blows, where can I return to? Dugu Yunqi, this name seems pretty good. Lu Yunqi said to himself, and then changed his pen name. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. Lu Yunqi put away his computer and opened his mysterious breeding space. At first glance, I saw that a lot of vegetables had grown there, including green peppers, bitter gourds, cucumbers, carrots, eggplants, etc. He even suspected that the landlady had taken the wrong bag. He threw all the seeds in the bag into the space, but where were the pumpkin seeds that the landlady had promised? I picked some vegetables from the space. In particular, a lot of green cucumbers grew in the space, and the carrots also grew well. Ding, system task released, make a loving lunchbox for your wife, and get master-level screenwriter skills as a reward. Oh my god, cooking for my wife, and I get this benefit? Upon hearing the system's voice, the melon in Lu Yunqi's hand almost slipped to the ground. I originally thought that the food in Qi Xuanxuan's company should be good, and I just needed to cook her a delicious meal every night. But now it seems I have to make her a loving lunch. With a happy mood, Lu Yunqi came to the kitchen again and began to prepare to continue the performance. "Son-in-law, why are you in the kitchen again?" the cook asked respectfully as she watched Lu Yunqi walk into the kitchen. "Oh, I'm going to cook for Xianxian at noon today. You guys wait a moment." Lu Yunqi waved his hand and ordered. "Ah, son-in-law, you are going to cook again." The chef looked at Lu Yunqi with anticipation in her eyes. Lu Yunqi's amazing cooking skills last night completely impressed her. As soon as they heard that Lu Yunqi was going to cook again, the nannies gathered at the kitchen door like little fans. Soon, the first dish came out of the pot. The fragrance was even stronger than last night, and it was just an ordinary shredded pork with green peppers. Especially the two lady chefs, they felt like they had been cooking for decades, but all was in vain. Why couldn't they create such delicious food? Considering the special features of carrots, Lu Yunqi took out 3 carrots from the space, broke one off, cut it into thin slices, mixed it with pork belly, and added some garlic. As for the cucumber that can replenish qi and blood, he took out 5 of them from the space, cut them into thin slices, and cooked a light cucumber and preserved egg soup. But when he finished cutting, he felt a little regretful. Because the juice and aroma of the cucumber cannot be preserved at all, and when cooked with the preserved egg, although it is still delicious, the effectiveness of the cucumber is indeed greatly reduced. Please bring me some takeout boxes, thank you. After preparing all the dishes, Lu Yunqi turned and said to the chef. Okay, uncle. Chapter 11, Delivering Meals, Master Screenwriter Skills. A babysitter ran to get the takeaway boxes. Son-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. This dish makes me drool. Yes, son-in-law, especially your hand speed, how did you train it? It's so fast. The 2 lady chefs kept flattering him, their eyes full of admiration. Lu Yunqi chuckled and said perfunctorily, cooking depends on talent, hand speed, you can't learn it. The 2 ladies seemed to understand something and looked at each other. Yes, they really can't learn the hand speed that kind of training method requires. Soon, the nanny brought the packing box. After Lu Yunqi packed up the 4 dishes and 1 soup, he also took a few green cucumbers and drove to deliver the meal to Qi Xianxian. Half an hour later, Haochen Building. Beauty, how do I get to the president's office? Lu Yunqi was visiting Yudu's landmark building for the first time. He was a little excited and a little flustered. He walked to the front desk and asked the young lady who was wearing a women's suit. Sir, do you have an appointment with our president? The receptionist asked politely. Beauty, my wife is there, I'm here to bring her food. Lu Yunqi said. I'm sorry, sir, you can't go to the president's office without an appointment or special permission. The young lady still had a smile on her face, but she was thinking to herself. Don't think you can fool me just because you are handsome. Why don't you tell me that your wife is the president? Lu Yunqi looked at the front desk lady and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In this society, why is it that no one believes the truth when you tell it? Then, he silently picked up the phone and dialed Qi Xianxian. Xianxian, I made lunch and brought it to you in the lobby of your group, but the lady at the front desk wouldn't let me go up. Lu Yunqi said. He originally wanted to give Qi Xianxian a surprise, but he didn't expect the management of Haochen Group to be so strict. Well, give the phone to the front desk, Qi Xianxian said. At this moment, she was sitting in the office, busy with the documents in her hands. She was very touched that Lu Yunqi brought her lunch. Moreover, since she had eaten the food he cooked last night, she completely liked it and had no appetite for other food. Miss, your president asked you to answer the phone. Lu Yunqi handed the phone to the lady at the front desk and said. The lady at the front desk who answered the phone smiled and said, Hello. It's me. In front of outsiders, Qi Xianxian always has a majestic voice. In half a year, everyone in the entire group, from top to bottom, is extremely familiar with her. President. The lady at the front desk was frightened by the voice and trembled all over. She looked at Lu Yunqi in disbelief. The owner of this phone is surnamed Lu. From now on, seeing him is like seeing me. Do you understand? Okay, President, I understand. I'll let Mr. Lu come up in the exclusive elevator right away. The young lady replied, nodding and bowing, holding her phone. Then, with trembling hands, he returned the phone to Lu Yunqi, bowed deeply, and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't know you were the president. Please come this way. Led by the lady at the front desk, Lu Yunqi took the president's exclusive elevator. Soon, the elevator stopped at the floor where the president's office was located. After getting out of the elevator, Lu Yunqi was taken directly to the president's office by the secretary. When he opened the door, Lu Yunqi saw Qi Xianxian sitting in the boss chair, looking at the documents in her hands, with a silly smile on her face. Xian. Well, let's put the food on the table over there first. Qi Xianxian looked up and said. I haven't finished reading the document in my hand. If I put it down now, I will have to read it again later. Lu Yun got up and walked to the table, took out the food, and waited anxiously. About 10 minutes later, Qi Xianxian finished reading the document, picked up a pen, signed her name on the last page, then stood up and walked out of the desk. Xianxian, please sit down. Seeing Qi Xianxian coming over, Lu Yunqi quickly stood up and placed a chair for her very gentlemanly. Qi Xianxian sat down with a slightly tired look on her face and said softly, Thank you. After Lu Yunqi opened all 4 takeout boxes, he picked up a piece of carrot for Qi Xianxian and said, "Xianxian, try this." Qi Xianxian didn't hesitate to put a thin slice of carrot into her mouth and chewed it for a few times. An expression of satisfaction instantly appeared on her face. I had already worked hard for the whole morning and was a little hungry. Now I could eat the food made by Lu Yunqi. I had already seen her cooking skills last night. I didn't expect that the carrots were even more fragrant today. How is it? Is it delicious? Lu Yunqi asked with some anticipation. This was the first time he used the food from the mysterious space to cook, and he also had to complete a system task. Qi Xuanxuan's lips curled up slightly, and she said with some emotion, "It's delicious and fragrant." Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of making a loving lunchbox for his wife and receiving favorable comments. You will receive a reward master screenwriter skill. Immediately, a huge amount of information about the screenwriter flooded into Lu Yunqi's mind. Lu Yunqi was delighted. The master-level screenwriter's skills are really powerful this time. It seems that I can adapt those popular books on Earth directly to this world in the future. It's exciting just thinking about it. Just when Lu Yunqi was feeling complacent, Qi Xuanxuan's curious voice rang out. What's in this bag? Lu Yunqi looked over when he heard the voice and saw Qi Xianxian pointing with her jade finger at a bulging bag which looked like it contained some strip-like objects and asked. Oh, this, I almost forgot, it's a few raw cucumbers. Lu Yunqi replied. Qi Xuanxuan's eyes lit up and she said, "Thank you. How did you know I like to eat raw cucumbers? Then I'll go wash it for you." After saying that, Lu Yunqi quickly walked out of the office, holding a cucumber that was of even size, about 15 or 16 centimeters long, and emitting a green and white luster. After a while, Lu Yunqi returned to the office, walked to Qi Xianxian, and broke the cucumber into 2 pieces with a snap sound, and introduced. "Xianxian, you work very hard every day. This melon can not only replenish your qi and blood, but also relieve mental fatigue and improve your work efficiency. Try it." Qi Xianxian looked at the cucumber in Lu Yunqi's hand, and saw the rich juice overflowing from the broken part. A fragrance that increased appetite instantly spread. Gulu couldn't help swallowing when seeing this. Try it now while it's still fresh and fresh. After saying that, Lu Yunqi slowly brought the half cucumber to Qi Xuanxuan's little mouth. Qi Xianxian also seemed to have a strong appetite aroused by the fragrance. She subconsciously opened her red lips slightly to cooperate with Lu Yunqi's actions. Lu Yunqi smiled and pushed it in slowly. Her cheeks slowly puffed up, and her red lips pressed against the cucumber. The juice from the cracks dripped into her mouth. At this moment, Qi Xuanxuan's taste buds felt an unprecedented sweetness. The white teeth bit down gently. Crack. Chapter 12, published the work, The Handsome Yuchuan. With every bite, more cucumber juice exploded in her mouth and flowed into her body along her esophagus. Damn. Very delicious, very fresh. He praised with a face full of happiness and satisfaction. In the next few seconds, she had finished half of the cucumber. After eating, he stretched out his tongue to lick the juice from the corner of his mouth and said, "I feel like my mind is not so tired anymore." Seeing that Qi Xianxian liked it very much, Lu Yunqi quickly put the other half of the cucumber into her mouth. A hearty lunch starts with cucumbers. Yunqi, where did you buy this cucumber? After dinner, Qi Xianxian picked up a cucumber and started eating it. Lu Yunqi was slightly stunned, then said, "This was given to me yesterday by the lady I rented a house from before." He certainly couldn't tell Qi Xianxian that he had the breeding space, and the seeds were indeed given by the landlady. Well, go ask and see if there are any left for sale and buy some. This cucumber is very special. Now I feel full of energy and my mind is much clearer, said Qi Xianxian. Okay, as long as you like it. I will get you more delicious food in the future. Lu Yunqi replied while packing the lunchbox. Are you trying to capture my stomach? Qi Xianxian finished eating another cucumber in the blink of an eye. She picked up the teacup, rinsed her mouth, and looked at Lu Yunqi and said. Lu Yunqi packed up the lunchbox, looked at her with some emotion in his eyes, and said, "Such a good wife, I must hold on tightly." Faced with this sudden sentence, Qi Xianxian felt her cheeks getting hot and her heart felt like a deer was beating wildly. Lu Yunqi, tell me the truth, do you often say this to girls? Qi Xianxian looked at him seriously. I swear to God, you are the only one, and this is the first time. Lu Yunqi replied with red ears. After all, it takes a lot of courage to look directly into the goddess' eyes and say such corny words. Qi Xianxian crossed her arms, stared at him calmly, and said, Is it your first time? She knew that Lu Yunqi had set up a stall outside the university town before, so he must have some eloquence. She also knew that before her, Lu Yunqi had a girlfriend, and he was deeply in love with her, but the ending was not very good. It's definitely the first time. Lu Yunqi nodded heavily. Okay, I believe it. Remember to pick up the child in the afternoon. Shi Xianxian turned around and returned to her boss chair. As soon as I sat down, I heard someone knocking on the door. Enter. Boss, this is the laptop you asked for. A female assistant walked up to Qi Xianxian with a brand new computer bag and said respectfully. Well, get out. Qi Xianxian said calmly, holding the document in her hand. The female assistant glanced at Lu Yunqi secretly and left the office. Here, this is a reward for you as a thank you for your lunch. Qi Xianxian put down the documents in her hand, took the computer to Lu Yun and said. Hearing the sound, he looked over and saw a silver apple with a bite cut out of it printed on the computer bag. Lu Yunqi took it with a smile and said, thank you. For Lu Yun, it is very important to have a laptop of his own. After all, if he wants to write something at home, it is not very convenient to use Qi Xuanxuan's computer. More importantly, he didn't want Qi Xianxian to know that he was working a part-time job while being a nanny. Qi Xianxian nodded and returned to her desk to continue working. Lu Yunqi also packed up his things, said goodbye, and left Haochen building. After returning to the villa, Lu Yunqi sat in the garden holding his computer. I have already registered on the assistant platform, and now I just need to think about what book to write. The literature of this world is somewhat different from that of Earth. According to Lu Yunqi's observation, whether it is current reading or Qidian, the two platforms mainly focus on fantasy and urban genres. Well, I'll just write about the demigods and semi-devils that I loved watching when I was a kid. I roughly remember the plot, so I'll just think of it as a recollection of my childhood. After making the decision, Lu Yunqi started to create his work on the assistant, demigods and semi-devils. Next, I started typing. Although Qidian's review is quite strict, Lu Yunqi is not worried at all whether the book can pass the review. This is a classic on Earth, and it must pass the review. Damn. His fingers began to move rapidly on the computer. There was a crackling sound. It was not until exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the alarm on his cell phone rang that Lu Yunqi stopped what he was doing. Who? He let out a long breath. I came back from Qi Xuanxuan's company around 2 o'clock. Up to now, I have written nearly 20,000 words in total, and my heart is full of sense of accomplishment. Just click to publish. Generally, it takes 1 to 2 days for Qidian to review new books, so the next step is to wait for the review from the platform. After posting, I put away my computer and went out. I arrived at the school gate and just parked the car. A Lamborghini stopped next to Lu Yunqi's car. The cool scissor door slowly opened, and a pair of shiny leather shoes stretched out from the car. Then, a man in a black suit, who looked to be in his 20s, got out of the car. Slightly thick lips, shallow dimples, and a pair of small eyes that are abruptly enlarged by the brown eyeliner. Paired with the brown Korean-style middle-parted hairstyle, he looks a bit feminine and handsome. At first glance, it looked like a flower thief in the underworld was trying to attack an innocent flower bud. Brother? Pick up the kid? The man raised his eyebrows at Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi was startled, then nodded and said, yes, pick up my daughter. I don't know if this guy is too avant-garde or has a hole in his brain. I went to the kindergarten but didn't pick up my child. Was it to see beautiful girls? However, seeing his handsome and effeminate appearance, I had no choice but to respond. Hee, then our goals are different. The man's smile made the dimples on his face even deeper, and he even subconsciously put his orchid finger over his mouth. Damn it! Lu Yunqi really wanted to say, buddy, did you just come back from Taigua? Brother, what's your name? The man took a look at Lu Yunqi's clothes, looked at the car behind him, and wanted to make friends with him. My name is Yu Chuan, and my future girlfriend teaches here. Oh, my name is Lu Yunqi, and my daughter studies here. Lu Yunqi said with a faint smile. Hee, that's great. Maybe your daughter is studying in my future girlfriend's class. Yu Chuan said with a chuckle. It shouldn't be possible. Lu Yunqi shook his head in his heart and replied. Naturally, he has also met his daughter's teacher. Based on his current impression, will Su Min like this one? At this time, it was time to go home from school. Suddenly, all the parents lined up in an orderly manner and took their babies into the car one by one. Dad, Dad. Tang Tang and Guagua waved their hands excitedly and greeted Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi also waved to the two little cuties. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the two sisters, he knew that today was another happy day at school. The two little cuties were still being led by Su Min and were walking towards the school gate. The two sisters looked very happy, but Su Min looked a little depressed, and even a little dull when she reached the door. What's going on? Chapter 13, Chinese Music Library, Massaging My Wife. Yu Chuan, who was standing by, was extremely excited when he saw Su Min's eyes lit up. Your daughter is the twins? Yu Chuan was a little surprised, and looked at Lu Yunqi with a hint of envy in his eyes. Well, where is your future girlfriend? Lu Yunqi nodded and asked back. Look, your daughter's teacher is my future girlfriend. Yu Chuan pointed at Su Min, who was standing at the school gate with a dull expression. Damn. Did I really guess it right? Lu Yunqi smiled but said nothing. Daddy, I want a hug. The two little cuties walked out of the school gate and threw themselves into Lu Yunqi's arms with open arms. Lu Yunqi picked up one of them skillfully and said lovingly, Are you happy at school today? After saying that, he kissed each of the two little babies on the face. Yeah, Tang Tang is very happy today. Guagui is also very happy. The two of them had obviously filtered out the unhappy things and answered with a smile. Well, that's good. Lu Yunqi smiled, then looked at Su Min inside the school gate and said, Teacher Su, thank you for taking care of them. Su Min forced a smile and said, These past 2 days, the two little babies have been doing very well and are much more active than before. Lu Yunqi felt relieved after listening to this. At least after he came, the childhood of these two little princesses began to become interesting. At this time, Yu Chuan came over, looked at Su Min and said with a smile, Teacher Su, let's go on a date. Su Min looked at Yu Chuan and frowned slightly, obviously feeling a little disgusted. She looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Oh my god. This guy is too direct and too aggressive. Didn't you see the disgust on Teacher Su's face? The people who had not left yet, especially Lu Yunqi, who was holding the two little princesses, almost staggered when they heard Yu Chuan's straightforward words. Finally, I couldn't help laughing out loud. Dad, that uncle is so cute. Tang Tang said in a baby voice while looking at Yu Chuan. Ah, baby, let's go home. This scene is not suitable for us. Lu Yunqi smiled and shook his head, saying to Tang Tang and Guagua. So he took the two treasures home. After returning home, just like yesterday, Lu Yunqi went into the kitchen to cook. The two chef ladies now became his assistants, or to be more precise, his fans. As long as Lu Yunqi is cooking in the kitchen, there will definitely be a lot of people watching behind him. When Qi Xianxian came back, Lu Yunqi had just finished cooking. Because no one came to eat today, Lu Yunqi only made 4 dishes and a soup, which was enough for their family of 4. Qi Xianxian didn't care about this, because she would enjoy any meal cooked by Lu Yunqi. After dinner, Lu Yunqi took the two sisters to watch cartoons and play with toys for a while before the nanny took them to take a bath. Until 9 o'clock in the evening. The two sisters fell asleep listening to Lu Yunqi's story. Lu Yunqi kissed the two little cuties' rosy cheeks before leaving the room. When he returned to the room, he saw Qi Xianxian still working hard in the study. Qi Xuanxuan's study is a partition in their room, which makes it convenient for her to work. Lu Yunqi stood at the door and found that Qi Xianxian, who was concentrating on her work, was very beautiful. It is said that men who work hard are handsome, but in fact, women who work hard are also very beautiful. Instead of going over to disturb her, he left the room and went downstairs to make a cup of coffee. Are you not done yet? Lu Yunqi pushed open the door of the compartment, walked to Qi Xianxian, put down the coffee and asked with concern. Thank you, there are still some documents I haven't finished reading. Qi Xianxian put down the documents in her hand, picked up the coffee and replied. Lu Yunqi glanced at the pile of folders on the table, then looked at Qi Xuanxuan's tired expression, and said in a deep voice, As the company's boss, don't you have a special assistant? Qi Xianxian sighed, took a sip of coffee, and said helplessly, I just took over the company not long ago, and there are many things that I have to understand personally. Lu Yunqi was secretly feeling sad. Although he had the system in his hands, he really knew nothing about business matters, especially for a company as big as Haochen Group. He was completely helpless. You go to sleep first. I'll come after I finish watching. Qi Xianxian put down the coffee and said in a tired voice. Ding, trigger the system task, give your wife a massage, get a satisfactory evaluation, and be rewarded with the title of Chinese Little Music Library. What the hell is this? The Chinese Music Library? Or a title? What's the use of this title? Lu Yunqi did not leave in a hurry, but sat on the sofa next to him and asked in surprise. After wearing the title, it is permanently effective, and the host can obtain many classic divine songs that are not available in this world. The system explained in a cold voice. So that's how it is. Then can I move all the classic music on Earth to this world? Lu Yunqi began to get excited. Yes, host. Lu Yunqi nodded with satisfaction. When I was on Earth, although I couldn't sing any songs, I still knew some familiar songs. Having made up his mind, Lu Yunqi plucked up his courage, walked behind Qi Xianxian, and gently placed his hands on Qi Xuanxuan's shoulders. What are you going to do? Qi Xianxian frowned slightly, the folder in her hand almost fell on the table, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. I can't sleep right now anyway, so I'll give you a massage to help you eliminate fatigue and dredge your meridians. As Lu Yunqi spoke, he began to press his shoulders with light force with his hands. Every acupoint on the human body will depress slightly if you press it lightly. As long as the acupoint is pressed correctly, you will feel soreness and pain. Qi Xian originally wanted to refuse, but when she felt a tingling and sore feeling, she swallowed the words back. As Lu Yunqi massaged her, she couldn't help but let out a low moan, her ears turned red, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. I gritted my teeth, put down the folder, closed my eyes and enjoyed it. Lu Yunqi felt like he was being scratched by a cat at this moment. Although there was clothes between them, he could still clearly feel Qi Xuanxuan's soft skin. In particular, the faint fragrance from her body drifted into his nostrils, making his head a little dizzy. The most important thing is, because I was standing behind Qi Xianxian while massaging her, I could look down and see the chasm between her breasts and the looming mountains. Gulu. Lu Yunqi couldn't help swallowing, forcibly suppressing the throbbing in his heart, and concentrated on the massage. After pressing the acupoints on the shoulders and neck, move on to the head, especially the temples. Circle 3 times clockwise, press gently, and slowly relax. Repeating the action several times will make you feel much more relaxed. After a few minutes, Qi Xianxian had completely relaxed, no longer in that tense state, and was immersed in the numbness of the massage. Is my massage okay? Lu Yunqi asked softly, rubbing Qi Xuanxuan's temples with his index fingers. Chapter 14, Massage Your Wife to Improve Your Relationship. Have you learned it before? Qi Xianxian, who was enjoying it very much, asked in a soft voice. I have learned from my ancestors for a few days since I was a child. How is it? Are you satisfied? Yeah, I'm satisfied. Qi Xianxian replied. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the title Chinese Little Music Library. As the system rang, a huge amount of information poured into Lu Yunqi's mind. It was full of information about classic songs on Earth, including lyrics, music, and so on. If I were given a perfect voice now, I think I could become a music star. Host, people should know how to be satisfied and not be too greedy, otherwise it will become shorter. The system hit him unceremoniously. Lu Yunqi's face was full of black lines. I was just saying it casually, do you take it seriously? Am I the host, or are you the host? Of course, he only dared to think about these words in his mind and not even in his heart, otherwise the system would know. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yunqi had finished massaging the shoulders, neck and head, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Madam, I'll massage your back and legs next. How about you lie down on the bed? No need, I still have documents to read. Qi Xianxian came back to her senses from her enjoyment, and said, trying hard to resist the urge to continue. After Lu Yunqi's massage just now, she, who was originally exhausted, now feels that her body and mind are particularly relaxed and in a very good state. Most importantly, she was worried that if she continued to massage using Lu Yunqi's method, she would become addicted and unable to extricate herself. The techniques, strength, acupoints, everything were mastered so precisely that Qi Xianxian was full of admiration, but she just couldn't express it. There are endless documents to read, so don't let yourself get too tired, Lu Yunqi advised. Qi Xianxian turned her head and looked at him suspiciously, saying, You want to take this opportunity to do something to me. You are simply slandering me. Okay, I won't play tricks on you anymore. Go to bed now. I'll come after I finish reading this. After saying that, Qi Xianxian turned around and began to look at the document carefully. Seeing this, Lu Yunqi said with a serious expression, This is a very special massage technique. It requires pressing all the main acupuncture points at once. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive to your body. So let me finish the massage for you, and you can continue reading the documents, okay? The acupuncture points and meridians of the human body are all connected, so when massaging, if you only press some of the acupuncture points and ignore the others, the effect will only be counterproductive. Shi Xianxian was still not fooled by Lu Yunqi's seemingly reasonable words, but she kept watching Lu Yunqi out of the corner of her eye, wanting to see what excuses and reasons this idiot could come up with. I took it as your consent. Lu Yunqi didn't waste any time. He suddenly bent over and domineeringly picked up Shi Xianxian from the chair. Ah! Shi Xianxian, with a look of surprise on her face, let out a scream, but her hands subconsciously hugged Lu Yunqi's neck. Hey, I told you not to press it anymore, what are you doing? Shi Xuanxuan's heart beat faster. She never thought that the seemingly docile man could have such a domineering side. Being hugged like a princess, her beautiful face turned as red as a ripe apple. The little fists kept hitting Lu Yunqi's strong chest, and the soft body kept squirming and struggling in his arms. Lu Yunqi held the beauty in his arms, and the intimate friction of their bodies made his body temperature rise several degrees instantly. He quickened his pace, walked to the bed and gently placed Shi Xianxian on the bed. Ah, Lu Yunqi, you bullied me. Shi Xuanxuan's face was full of grievance, just like a little delicate wife who was bullied, and she said with a pursed mouth. I already said no, why did this guy force me? I don't have right. Seeing Shi Xuanxuan's delicate look, Lu Yunqi couldn't speak clearly. Wow, woohoo, I thought you were a reasonable, loving and kind man, but I didn't expect you to be such a rude and unreasonable bad man. How could my husband, whom I carefully selected, be like this? I have such a miserable life. Shi Xianxian suddenly raised her hands to cover her face and said in a crying voice. Lu Yunqi was also confused for a moment. When he saw a woman crying, he became at a loss. He quickly said, Yes, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Can you feel that there is a blockage in your vest, and it doesn't feel smooth at all? Shi Xianxian felt it carefully and found that it was just as Lu Yunqi said. She opened her fingers slightly and secretly glanced at Lu Yunqi's flustered expression, feeling sweet in her heart. Well, then hurry up. Shi Xianxian turned over and lay on the bed, covering her face with the quilt, and spoke in a vague voice. Lu Yunqi, as expected, women are fickle. Seeing how quickly she moved, I felt like I had been fooled. He gave a small bitter smile and turned around. Shi Xuanxuan's cool clothes, slender waist, round and plump buttocks, and a pair of long and straight legs were all in sight. The blood in his body began to surge. Can you still get a good massage with such a seductive figure? Hurry up, I really have some documents to look at. After lying down for a while, Shi Xianxian saw that Lu Yunqi was still motionless, so she urged. Oh, okay, let's start right away. Lu Yunqi swallowed and forced himself to suppress the distracting thoughts in his mind. Another 15 minutes passed. As Lu Yunqi exhaled a breath of hot air from his mouth, this full body massage ended perfectly. Shi Xianxian, lying on the bed, didn't want to get up. The wonderful journey just now made her intoxicated, and she let out some happy moans from time to time. After Lu Yunqi's hands, every pore on Shi Xuanxuan's body seemed to relax, sweet sweat slowly emerged from her body, and she felt extremely relaxed. Lu Yunqi was sweating profusely, and his breathing became much slower, but when he saw Shi Xuanxuan's face full of happiness and enjoyment, all the sweat was worth it. Are you comfortable? Lu Yunqi looked at Shi Xianxian, who was still lying on the bed with a satisfied look on her face. Well, I don't even want to get up. Shi Xianxian nodded shyly with a red face. You just sweated a lot, so take a shower and have a good sleep. Lu Yunqi said. Well, go wash first. Shi Xianxian said weakly. Lu Yunqi didn't say anything more. It would be best to lie on the bed for a while after the massage, so he took his clothes and went into the bathroom. When he came out of the shower, Shi Xianxian was already asleep on the bed. How tiring this must be. Lu Yunqi sighed and was about to cover her with the quilt when Shi Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes. Now that you're done showering, I'll go take a shower too. Shi Xianxian said as she was getting ready to get up. But just as he stood up, his legs went weak and he fell directly into Lu Yunqi's arms. Lu Yunqi caught her and pressed her pretty face against his chest. In a panic, one of her delicate hands actually reached into the bathrobe and touched the firm chest muscles. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but her hand was out of control and subconsciously wandered along the muscle lines. Chapter 15, Works Past Review, Demigods and Semi-Devils. This night was destined to be a not very peaceful night. The next day, it was almost 9 o'clock when Shi Xianxian got up. She didn't even have time to eat breakfast and just put on some light makeup in the car. Lu Yunqi got up early in the morning, sent the two little darlings to school, and then returned to the villa. I took out my computer and opened the writer's assistant, and saw an unread writer's inquiry message. Click to take a look. Hello, author. Your work Demigods and Semi-Devils has been reviewed and has reached the contract standard. Please wait for the subsequent system notification for the contract signing process. During the contract signing period, please do not modify the title and author name on your own. If you need to change it, please contact your editor as soon as possible. When adding the editor's QQ, please note your book title and author name. Editor, Huayan, contact information, XXXX. Well, as I expected. After the new book passed the review, all Lu Yunqi had to do was to complete the story according to the original work of Demigods and Semi-Devils and then publish it. The process of coding is always so boring. This world does not have those classic works on Earth. Moving them here can also allow people here to see the essence of Earth's literature. Having made up my mind, I sat alone in the garden and began to type. Haochen Building. In the president's office. Qi Xianxian sat upright in the boss chair. A woman in business attire stood in front of him. She looked to be in her 40s. She was holding a folder in her hands and reported. President, our entertainment company hasn't had any new works for quite some time, so this quarter's financial report. This person is Ning Nan Nan, the general manager of Haochen Group's entertainment company. Does the company have any good plans now? Qi Xianxian asked while sitting in the boss's chair, looking at the documents in her hand, frowning. Ever since she took over the group, she has always felt at ease with the entertainment company. The company has its own film and television resources, and the staffing in this area is relatively complete. However, the film and song sectors are relatively weak. But if any entertainment company does not release new works for a long time, it will inevitably have some impact on the company's reputation. We plan to look for some novels that can be adapted into TV series on major online novel platforms, because novels have their own fans, which can reduce some risks. Ning Nan Nan answered truthfully. Okay, but you have to be careful in selecting it. Find a popular one with a good reputation. You can handle the specific matters as you wish. Qi Xianxian doesn't have much time to worry about entertainment now. After all, the entire Haochen Group is such a huge machine running, it is impossible for her to only focus on the problem of one component. Okay, then I'll go to Qidian Literature to look for it in the next few days, and report it back to you after compiling it. Qidian Literature Network is the novel website that has produced the most high-scoring film and television dramas. Although the copyright fees are high, as long as you don't make a mistake, you basically won't lose too much. Well, just go and take care of this matter. Qi Xianxian nodded. Although she herself did not have much time to read online novels, she had heard of Qidian Literature Network, which was very famous throughout the country and was known for its high-quality website. At this moment, Qi Xuanxuan's cell phone vibrated. Glancing at it, he found it was a message from Lu Yunqi, smiled slightly, raised his head and said to Ning Nan Nan, "Anything else?" "No, I'll go back first." When Ning Nan Nan saw that Qi Xuanxuan's cold face actually showed a smile after seeing the message on the phone, she left tactfully. After Ning Nan Nan left, Qi Xianxian picked up her phone and opened it. "What would you like to eat for lunch today? Feel free to order." He held his chin and thought for a while, then typed out a few dish names. Cucumbers, beef brisket and potatoes, celery and chicken shreds, and shredded cabbage are all relatively light home-cooked dishes. In the villa. Lu Yunqi, who was typing, received a reply from Qi Xianxian. When he looked at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. I stood up and clapped my hands, and finished 30,000 words in half a day. I looked inside the mysterious space again and found potatoes and cucumbers, but I had to look in the refrigerator for celery and cabbage. Lu Yun got up and went to the kitchen. The chefs now took the initiative to make way for him and handed the stage to him. After preparing lunch for Qi Xianxian, Lu Yunqi drove to Haochen Building. The other side. The editorial department of Qidian Literature Network. A man with small glasses, a crew cut and a round face suddenly ran into the editor-in-chief's office. Before the editor-in-chief could speak, the man excitedly said, Editor-in-chief, I found a very good book that is expected to become the new best book on our website this year." The man who couldn't wait to speak was the editor of Qidian Literature Network, named Zhou Yan, also known as Huayan in the previous assistant. Really? An old man wearing a tang suit and with a literary temperament was sitting at the desk. He was the editor-in-chief of Qidian Literature Network. "What book?" "A martial arts novel." Zhou Yan replied. Martial arts novel? Upon hearing this, the editor frowned slightly and continued to ask, "What's the title of the book?" "Let me see. Just released yesterday, Demigods and Semi-Devils." Soon, the editor-in-chief found the demigods and semi-devils that Zhou Yan mentioned from the backstage and began to read it seriously. Although Lu Yunqi uploaded only a few chapters, he had already expressed the overall structure of the book. However, despite this, the editor-in-chief still read it word by word. The expression on his face changed several times, from indifference at the beginning, to extreme shock later, until he was deeply immersed in it. The bizarre and tortuous story, the rich character settings, the extensive historical background, the huge martial arts battles, the human nature, the joys and sorrows are all displayed vividly. A full half-hour later, the editor-in-chief finally took his eyes off the computer, stood up, looked at Zhou Yan with admiration, and said, "Not bad, you have a good eye this time. This author has profound writing skills. Even I am not as good as him." "Who is the author of this work?" "It's not a big boss, but a newcomer," Zhou Yan replied. "Newcomer?" The editor-in-chief looked at Zhou Yan in surprise, frowning. "Then I opened the website backend and found the author's registration information. After reading it, I was stunned. She is so young? According to the background registration information, he is only 25 years old. How can someone of this age, who has just graduated from college, have such a sophisticated writing style? This is definitely a genius, a literary genius. This kind of good seedling must not be snatched away by other websites. Put down all your work immediately and contact the author of Dugu Yunqi. Prepare to sign an exclusive contract with him. Give him preferential treatment and make sure to sign him." "Understood, I'll go right away." Zhou Yan agreed immediately, and seemed to remember something, and asked again, "Then editor-in-chief, how should we arrange this recommendation?" "You don't have to worry about this. I'll just put the book on the front page and give it a big promotion." The editor-in-chief said excitedly, "Go and sign a contract with him now, otherwise, when other websites react, we will lose the initiative." Zhou Yan left the editor-in-chief's office and was shocked when he thought about the editor-in-chief's performance just now. Originally, I wanted to ask the editor-in-chief for a better recommendation position. After all, for an editor, the better the performance of his works, the more bonus he will get. But unexpectedly, after reading the book, the editor-in-chief looked as if he was afraid that the book would be poached by other websites, and hurriedly urged him to find the author to sign a contract. What was even more unexpected was that it turned out to be a special contract. This contract is a great contract among great contracts. Chapter 16, School Activities to Enhance Parent-Child Relationships. After delivering lunch to Qi Xianxian, Lu Yunqi returned to the villa. Because tomorrow is the weekend, and I have to take Tang Tang and Guogui to participate in the school's rural activities, I have to write and save the manuscripts in the afternoon. Just like yesterday, from a little after 2 o'clock to a little after 4 o'clock, in 2 hours, Lu Yun wrote at least 30,000 words, which was enough to be published in the next 2 days. After all, he hadn't signed the contract yet, so there was no need to publish so much. After picking up the 2 little princesses and returning home in the evening, he cooked a sumptuous dinner for the mother and daughter as usual, and all the food he used was taken out from his own mysterious space. The next day, Lu Yunqi got up early in the morning, and the 2 little darlings also got up very early today. "Dad and I are going out to play today. Are you happy?" Lu Yunqi picked up one of them in each hand and said lovingly. "Happy. As long as I'm with Dad, I'm happy no matter what I do," Tang Tang said with a smile. Not to be outdone, Guogui said, Guogui is also very happy. "I can finally go out and play with my dad. It's almost time, let's go." Qi Xianxian, who was rarely wearing sportswear today, reminded them. "Let's go, it's time for us to gather at school." Lu Yunqi picked up the 2 little princesses and walked out of the villa. He went to the garage, selected a Mercedes-Benz RV, put the 2 little girls in the child seats in the back row, and then walked into the driver's seat. Qi Xianxian sat in the co-pilot seat very naturally. Although the 2 had only lived together for 2 days, they had already begun to slowly integrate into each other. Lu Yunqi drove Qi Xianxian and Tang Tang Guogui to Elliston Kindergarten. The whole car was filled with various outdoor supplies and clothes for the family. Because this activity lasts for 2 days in total, and we have to stay overnight in the countryside. When they arrived at the school, many parents were already there. After Lu Yunqi parked the car, he went downstairs to report to teacher Su Min. This activity involved all the students in Elliston's kindergarten class, which only had a few dozen children in total. Because it is an aristocratic school, all of the parents are wealthy. Most parents drive their own RVs. A few families who don't drive RVs instantly regretted seeing this situation. It's not that they can't afford an RV, but they think it's more meaningful to camp with their children in the wild. As a result, it was sloppy. Before the main group set off, Sumin gathered all the parent representatives of the class together and began to speak, mainly talking about the main purpose of this activity. According to Sumin, this event has three main purposes. First, to enhance parent-child relationships. Considering that parents are usually very busy at work and have no time to accompany their children, this is not conducive to the growth of children, and even less conducive to the development of parent-child relationships. Therefore, the school specially organized this event to promote the development of parent-child relationships. Second, let these children in big cities experience the pure ecology of nature, feel nature, get close to nature, and experience a different environment. The third is to let the children experience rural life and feel the hardships of life. This point is recognized by most parents. Because Elliston is an aristocratic school, those who can study in this school are either from wealthy or noble families. The children grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths and have no idea of the hardships of life. This is not good for the children's growth. Sumin spoke carefully and Lu Yunqi listened attentively. This was his first time participating in a school activity as a parent and he was very excited. After all the precautions were explained, the team was ready to set off. At this time, the bright purple Lamborghini appeared again and stopped in front of Sumin. After the cool scissor door opened, Yuchuan, dressed in casual clothes but still with a feminine and handsome temperament, walked down. "Beautiful lady, please get in the car." He walked up to Sumin, bent over, made an inviting gesture, and said with a smile. Sumin's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly fell down and said coldly, "Our school has a car, and please stay away from me. If you harass me like this again, I will call the police." After saying that, he turned and walked towards a minibus prepared by the school. Yu Chuan was left looking at Sumin's graceful figure inside secretly. How can you save face when chasing a woman? The only way is to be persistent. He nodded heavily, got into his car, and followed behind the minibus. The entire convoy was so majestic that it formed a beautiful landscape on the highway. After driving for about 4 hours, they arrived at a place deep in the mountains, which was almost isolated from the world. It was even more remote than Lu Yunqi's hometown. After getting off the highway, dozens of RVs were seen driving on the small roads. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. I thought it was a film crew bringing big stars to the mountains to shoot scenes. Finally, after arriving at the destination, many parents began to exclaim that this was really a remote and poor place. If the school had not organized everyone to come here, these people would not have known that there was such a place more than 4 hours drive away from Chongqing. Although it is poor, the air quality is absolutely excellent. All kinds of flowers, fruits, and trees are everywhere in the mountains, like a fairyland. It seems that this school activity is intended to allow everyone to recall the past and think about the good old days. Lu Yunqi got out of the car, stretched his legs, looked at the wisps of smoke on the mountainside, and sighed. Qi Xianxian also got out from the passenger seat, stretched her body, took 2 deep breaths of the fresh air, and closed her eyes slightly, as if embracing nature. Wow, this place is so beautiful. As soon as Tang Tang was carried out of the car by Lu Yunqi, she screamed loudly. Wow, sister, look at the butterflies over there. After getting off the car, Guogua excitedly pulled Tongtong's clothes and pointed to a rapeseed field. Okay, baby, it's time for us to meet the teacher. Seeing his 2 daughters so happy, Lu Yunqi really couldn't bear to disturb them, but he had to report to the teacher first. Just as he squatted down and was about to pick up the 2 little cuties, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked up the phone, I saw it was my mother calling. I hung up decisively and took my daughter to report to the teacher first. Why don't you answer the phone? Qi Xianxian just noticed Lu Yunqi hanging up the phone and asked curiously. My mother called. I'll take them to gather with the teacher first and then call her back later. Lu Yunqi explained and picked up the 2 babies to gather with the teacher. Qi Xianxian stood there, seeming a little nervous. I have been busy with company matters these 2 days and have not had the chance to meet Lu Yunqi's parents. Although she had already had the wedding items custom made, she was just waiting for Lu Yunqi's household registration booklet. Lu Yunqi brought the children to the gathering point. The school had prepared many activities this time, most of which required parent-child participation. For example, in the rice planting competition organized by families, everyone is given the same amount of rice planting time and everyone starts the competition at the same time. Whoever finishes first wins the championship. The school also gives rewards and medals to the champions, as well as some local specialty bacon. In Lu Yunqi's opinion, this is basically the same as a variety show on Earth Mountain, but this time the money for the event is paid by the children's parents. Of course, these parents are not short of money, and even if such a large scale will surely cost a lot, it is still within their affordability. Chapter 17, Business Talent, Rice Planting Competition. After some organization, the first game is about to begin. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Yunqi's mind. Ding, system task, lead your baby to win the rice planting competition and gain business talent. Talent for business? What the hell is that? Lu Yunqi asked curiously. Business talent, as the name suggests, is to make the host a person with business acumen, rather than a salted fish. The system explained in a slightly sarcastic tone. Well, I've been mocked by the system again. Even an insignificant person can turn things around. Don't you know that? Lu Yunqi couldn't help wanting to complain, but he finally held back. After all, he was no different from a salted fish now. If there was any difference, it was that he was now a salted fish eating soft rice made of gold. The rice planting competition officially began. Each family consists of parents and their children. The children are extremely excited because it is their first time to step in the mud. Just like Papa, they have a lot of fun. What surprised Lu Yunqi was that this time, Qi Xianxian, the aloof goddess, actually went to the fields with her trouser legs rolled up and barefoot. This rich young lady who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth actually went to the fields. If Bai Cha saw this, she would definitely complain about it for days. Qi Xianxian walked to the edge of the field and asked Lu Yunqi, who was waiting for her in the field, hesitantly, "There are no bugs in this field, right?" No, not only are there no bugs here, the soil also has a bactericidal effect. It's good for your health to step on it occasionally. Lu Yunqi explained. For someone who grew up in the countryside in the previous life and is also from the countryside in this life, he is quite familiar with the mud fields. Real? Of course. Lu Yunqi nodded heavily. Then please support me, I'm afraid of falling in. Qi Xianxian said in a low voice. Lu Yunqi reached out to support Qi Xianxian, who slowly put her feet into the mud. Of course, Qi Xianxian is not the only one in this situation. The other families are even more embarrassed than them because they are all wealthy people with considerable wealth and have never done farm work. Many parents are still standing on the edge of the field trying to test the waters. Mom, you are so timid. We are not afraid. Come on, Mom. Tang Tang, who had been playing like two little clay figures, laughed at her mercilessly and then encouraged her. Yes, Mom, come down quickly, it's fun in here. Guagua, who wouldn't have recognized whose voice it was, said in a baby voice. When Qi Xianxian heard this, she staggered and almost fell into the field. Then she looked at the two little rascals fiercely and said, "You two, wait and see how I'll deal with you later." After saying that, she stepped both feet into the mud, but as soon as she stepped in, a frog jumped out from the side, scaring Qi Xianxian so much that she screamed and threw herself into Lu Yunqi's arms. She put her arms around Lu Yunqi's neck and hooked her legs around his thighs in an indecent manner. She was hanging on Lu Yunqi like that. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she didn't even dare to touch the ground. Qi Xianxian was frightened by the frog, and Lu Yunqi was startled by Qi Xuanxuan's sudden movement. After he realized what was happening, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He reached out and held Qi Xuanxuan's hips, holding her against him. You are not allowed to laugh. Qi Xianxian, who was held in his arms, blushed and pretended to be angry. Ha, Mom, it's just a frog. You are so timid. Tang Tang and Guagua were amused by their mother's actions and laughed together. Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xianxian, who was so close to him in his arms, and said softly, "Okay, I won't laugh anymore. It's just a frog. It's okay." After saying this, he tried to hold back his smile and his face turned a little red. Lu Yunqi, this is very funny, isn't it? Qi Xianxian said, gritting her teeth, then she got off him and pinched Lu Yunqi's crotch with her backhand. A family was laughing and chatting happily in their rice planting field. At the end of the game, there was no suspense and Lu Yunqi won the championship. There is no way, because he is the only one from the countryside among all the parents. Many of the parents don't even know what rice transplanting is, let alone how to do it. As for Lu Yunqi, he has been doing farm work with his parents since he was a child. Although he has not done it much since he entered high school, the skills are there and it is not easy to forget. Moreover, all the work in their family was basically done by Lu Yunqi alone. Qi Xianxian, apart from constantly asking how to do it, just stared blankly and watched the show. As for the two little princesses, they just came to play in the mud. Lu Yunqi won the championship with a huge advantage. Tang Tang and Guogua went up to get the medals. The two little girls were extremely excited and proud. They ran to Lu Yunqi as soon as they got down, and kissed him from both sides. "Dad, you're awesome. Dad, you're the best." Lu Yunqi held the two little clay figures and wanted to kiss each of them, but he couldn't find a place to start. In the end, he could only scratch their noses to show his affection. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully winning the championship of the rice planting competition, and gaining business talent. Then, the prompt sound of task completion sounded in Lu Yunqi's mind. How do I use this? The system will automatically add it, pay attention. Before the system's voice finished speaking, Lu Yunqi felt that his IQ had improved a lot. At this moment, he felt that he understood a lot more about the business routines. After the morning competition, everyone went back to their own RVs to change clothes. Parents who did not come in RVs were arranged to stay in nearby farmers' homes. While Qi Xianxian was taking a shower and changing clothes, Lu Yunqi was outside the RV, preparing to call his mother back, when a strange phone call came in. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I'm the editor of Qidian Literature Network. My name is Zhou Yan. May I ask if you are Dugu Yunqi?" A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. When Lu Yunqi heard the person on the other end of the phone say that he was from Qidian Literature Network, he looked at the car and saw that Qi Xianxian hadn't finished her shower yet. He walked a few steps away and said, "Yes, what can I do for you?" Hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yan, and I'm the editor of your new book. Sorry to bother you with my call. I read the chapter of your new book that you published today, and I want to discuss the contract with you. About the contract? Lu Yunqi knew that he would have to accompany his daughter to attend this event in the next 2 days, so he had already set up a scheduled message yesterday afternoon. What also made him curious was that, usually, wouldn't it be the author who took the initiative to add the editor's contact information, and then they would agree on it online, and then the author would print it out and have it delivered by courier? Why did you call me specifically? Yes, we plan to sign a special contract with you. All the terms and conditions can be negotiated, but our condition is that during the validity period of the contract, you can only publish novels on our website. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yan said, as if he was afraid that Lu Yunqi would feel that this was too restrictive, and immediately explained, "Of course, as long as it is not a matter of principle, we will not interfere with your creation, and we will also arrange the best recommendations for you, and there are a series of things to wait." Lu Yunqi listened carefully and felt deeply moved. I used to think that editors were all aloof, but now I realize that I was wrong. Chapter 18, Fishing Competition, Master Level Piano Skills. What exactly is the contract like? Lu Yunqi asked with interest, his lips slightly raised. Judging from the current description of the editor, it is still very good. Qidian Literature Network is originally a very strict website. You may be able to take advantage of other websites, but here, you can only take advantage of yourself. Others will arrange recommendations for you, but if you don't work hard yourself, it will be in vain. Of course, for Lu Yun, who possesses God-level writing skills, this is not a problem at all. It all depends on the treatment. Zhou Yan didn't mention the specific contract, but asked, "Master Yunqi is in Yudu, right? How about we make an appointment sometime, and then you can take a look at the contract first?" "It's in Yudu, but I don't have time these 2 days. I'm in the countryside. Let's make an appointment when I return to Yudu the day after tomorrow," Lu Yunqi said truthfully. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then he said, "Okay, I'll call you when the time comes, and I'll go over with the contract after we've arranged a place." Then the two chatted for a few words and hung up the phone. He had just hung up the phone and was about to call his mother when he heard the assembly horn sounded. "Tang Tang, Guagua, it's time for us to gather together." Lu Yunqi shook his head helplessly, went into the RV and called the two little princesses who were watching cartoons. Yeah. They both jumped out of bed excitedly. Qi Xianxian also got up and put on her shoes. After all, they prepared a lot of things in this RV. To be precise, it was assistant Qi Xianxian who prepared a lot of things for them. We arrived at the gathering point and had a fishing competition in the afternoon. Before the game started, the system actually released another task. Ding, system task, lead your baby to win the championship in the fish catching competition, and you will be rewarded with master level piano skills. When Lu Yunqi heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. You only gave me some skills, which are useful, but you didn't give me any cash. If this continues, when will I be able to get on top of my wife? Host, don't be discouraged. You still have a long life ahead of you. There will always be opportunities. Come on, I'm rooting for you. The system seemed to have heard Lu Yunqi's voice and said something playful. Damn. Get your mind back and prepare for the game. The competition was still held in the mud field, but the water in the field was a little deeper this time, so Tang Tang, Guagua, and Shi Xianxian stood on the edge of the field, holding fish baskets, waiting to be loaded with fish. 1, 2, 3. Article 32. 20 minutes into the competition, Lu Yunqi had already caught 32 fish. Although they were all small crucian carps weighing only 2 or 3 tails, sometimes you could catch 2 or 3 with one scoop, and the area of the mud field was not large, but there were still quite a few fish. This made Tang Tang and Guagui very happy. The fish baskets in their hands were already filled with several fish, while many of the other friends' fish baskets were still empty. Until the end of the game, there was no suspense at all. Lu Yunqi once again brought Tang Tang and Guagui to win the championship of the fish catching competition. The 2 little girls were extremely excited. They kept showing off in front of their friends how great their father was for catching so many fish. During the whole process, Shi Xianxian followed Lu Yunqi quietly and took the fish from his hand, with a faint smile on her face from time to time. Suddenly, she realized that she had indeed found a rare good man who cooked delicious food, worked diligently, could adapt to a bustling metropolis, and could also thrive in an isolated mountain village. Especially in the past 2 days, seeing the warmth and harmony between Lu Yunqi, Tang Tang and Guagua, the father and daughter, she felt extremely happy. After the event, Lu Yunqi successfully received the system's reward and acquired master-level piano skills. After integrating a large amount of piano memories and techniques, Lu Yunqi felt that he could compete with Lang Lang on Earth. At dusk, the golden sunlight shines on the valley. After the children take a bath and change their clothes, they are organized by the teacher to play games together. The children played games while the parents took pictures of their babies with their mobile phones. Lu Yunqi also picked up his phone and took a few photos and a video of Tang Tang and Guagua. In the video, he deliberately looked like a passerby and included Shi Xianxian in the video. He then sent it to Zhou Huiying. Just after the message was sent, Zhou Huiying called and asked, "What's going on, little brat? Is this really my granddaughter?" As soon as the phone was connected, Zhou Huiying asked hurriedly, obviously she liked her granddaughter very much. This was what he had been discussing with Lu Yunqi's father that day, regarding Lu Yunqi's marriage into the wife's family. However, their old ideas from living in the countryside made it difficult for them to make a decision for the time being. "It's genuine, but whether I can become your granddaughter or not depends on you and Dad's decision." After Lu Yunqi answered the phone, his tone was calm, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was not concealed at all. Because he knew that since his mother had called him, the matter was basically settled. "Yo-ho, you little bastard, now you have grown wings, right? Do you dare to be dissatisfied with me?" When Zhou Huiying heard what Lu Yunqi said, she immediately roared. "How dare I be dissatisfied with my mother? It's been 2 days and I haven't seen you reply to my letter. I thought. Get lost, are you itching to get away? How dare you make up stories about your mother?" Before Lu Yunqi could finish his words, Zhou Huiying interrupted him rudely and continued. "I called you this morning, and you, a little bastard, actually hung up on me. How could I, your mother, not want such a beautiful granddaughter? Stop talking nonsense, I'll send your household registration book to you in a while, hurry up and get the certificate first, and then find a time to bring it back." Zhou Huiying tried hard to defend herself. In fact, she had quarreled with Lu Yunqi's father Lu Kuan a lot in the past 2 days. From Lu Kuan's point of view, he was unwilling to let his son marry into the family. Just now when Lu Yunqi sent the photos and videos, Zhou Huiying made the decision immediately when she saw that they were a pair of twins and granddaughters. Although it is not certain whether the girl in the back of the video is his daughter-in-law, but with such a beautiful granddaughter, the daughter-in-law must be good. Well, it turns out that mom is the best in the world and she understands best. After getting a definite answer, Lu Yunqi complimented with a smile. "You little jerk, is my granddaughter next to you? Call her over and show her to me." Zhou Huiying asked expectantly. Lu Yunqi looked at Tang Tang and Guagua who were doing activities with their teachers and classmates, and said regretfully, "Mom, they are participating in school activities now. When we get back, the whole family will video chat with you." "Oh, fine then. I'll hang up first." I'll go and send your household registration booklet by express. Zhou Huiying hung up the phone with disappointment on her face. Lu Yunqi shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. It was indeed inconvenient now, as the two little girls were having a great time and it was a class activity. Although Qi Xianxian, who was standing next to them, was staring at Tang Tang and Guogua, she pricked up her ears to listen to what Lu Yunqi was saying. Obviously, Lu Yunqi did not mention her in front of his parents, and he still felt a little disappointed. What's wrong? You seem a little uninterested. Are you tired? Lu Yunqi hung up the phone, turned around, looked at Qi Xianxian and asked. Qi Xianxian shook her head. Chapter 19, Singing with My Daughter, my new book received rave reviews. After dinner in the evening, the school arranged a bonfire party. Everyone sat around the bonfire and the teacher asked the children to take turns to perform on stage. Tang Tang and Guegua went up excitedly and each performed a show. After they stepped down from the stage, all the parents and children started to cheer and asked Tang Tang and the other girl to perform another one. Tang Tang came to Lu Yunqi first and asked in a baby voice, "Daddy, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star?" When Tang Tang asked this, Lu Yunqi quickly searched in his mind, and after searching for a while, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "No." Then I'll teach you? Hurrah! This children's song was once the opening song of a very popular variety show. It later became popular all over the country and was of course also recorded in the Chinese small song library provided by the system. Just like that, Tang Tang pulled Lu Yunqi up on stage and sang Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for everyone. It has to be said that although he does not have a perfect singing voice, Lu Yunqi's handsome face and strong body still won the applause and attention of most parents. Guogui sat next to Qi Xianxian, pouting and looking very unhappy. Why didn't I take the lead? I can also sing this song. Qi Xianxian, who was sitting below, looked at Lu Yunqi, who was holding hands with her daughter and singing nursery rhymes in front of her, and suddenly found this scene to be so beautiful and warm. When Lu Yunqi brought Tang Tang down, he saw Guogua looked unhappy, so he took her upstairs to sing again. After the singing, Lu Yunqi praised his two daughters separately, saying that they sang really well. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the title, Heavenly Sound. It's actually the sound of nature. It seems that this system understands me very well. It seems that I will have another way to make money in the future. Lu Yunqi muttered a few words in his heart. By now, he no longer doubted anything the system gave him. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Because everyone was very tired after playing for a whole day, we went to bed early at night. The next day, after everyone had breakfast together, the school organized everyone to return to Yudu. After driving for more than 4 hours, we finally returned to Yudu. When they returned to the villa, probably because of the long journey, the two little princesses played for a while and then went to sleep. Qi Xianxian was busy working. Lu Yunqi moved his computer to the garden, ready to post the manuscript. When I opened the assistant backend, I saw 99 plus comments, 99 plus rewards, and 99 plus recommendation votes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. All this was within Lu Yunqi's expectations, but the reward of 99 plus made him a little surprised. Normally, martial arts novels shouldn't receive so many rewards. After updating 5 chapters, Lu Yunqi opened it and took a look. Many of them were rewards from level 1 and 2 small accounts. Almost all of them are 588 book coins to urge update, and there are also some large rewards of 10,000 book coins. I took out my phone and opened the Kaidian Literature website app, and a huge opening screen appeared, showing the demigods and semi-devils, which I had just released 2 days ago. It seems that this website is quite sincere. Lu Yunqi muttered softly after looking at the opening screen. Strictly speaking, I have not signed a contract with Kaidian Literature Network yet. For an unsigned work, there will definitely not be such a large number of recommendation resources. However, if the editors of other websites knew that this book had not yet been officially signed, they would have come to us to make conditions long ago. This time, Kaidian Literature Network took a dark approach and gave out the best recommendations first, creating an illusion for those websites to confuse other websites. This made other websites think that Kaidian Literature Network had signed another talented writer. When Lu Yun's book cover appeared on Kaidian, I saw that it received almost unanimous 5-star reviews from fellow book lovers. It's so good. I haven't seen such an interesting martial arts novel in a long time. Yunqi, please update soon. I was wondering why when I opened the app today, it turned out to be a martial arts novel. It turns out that it is really good and the writing is very profound. Oh my god, it's always gone when I'm most critical. I've already contacted the courier and the blade is on the way. With such a good writing style, this must be a fake account created by some great author. Martial arts novels require very high writing style. The author, please update soon. In addition to urging for updates, many people in the entire book circle have shown a strong interest in the pseudonym Dogu Yunchi. However, they could never have imagined that such sophisticated writing could be written by a young man who was only 25 years old. Of course, more people are immersed in the martial arts world of demigods and semi-devils. The charm of this new martial arts is just like the rivers and lakes described in the book, which makes people yearn for it. For some young people, the development of martial arts novels in this world has been stagnant, which made them once think that the martial arts in martial arts novels only include Luohan Fist, Mantis Fist, Bagua Kick and other moves. When they watched demigods and semi-devils, they found that the martial arts moves in martial arts novels could be so cool, elegant and graceful. For some older bookworms, they shed tears when they read demigods and semi-devils. The old feeling came back. It's wonderful, really wonderful, climbing over rooftops and walls, and settling scores. As a result, demigods and semi-devils spread throughout the Chidian literature network like a virus. Lu Yunchi looked at it for a while, turned off his phone with satisfaction, turned on his computer and started typing frantically. The other side. As the general manager of Houchin Group's entertainment company, Ning Nan Nan is still browsing the Chidian literature network app even on weekends. In it, we carefully select the next works that Houchin Entertainment will shoot. After all, Houchin Entertainment hasn't released any new works for a long time, so this time Ning Nan Nan must find a work with very good quality and reputation, preferably one that can bring the company both fame and fortune. Call. Ning Nan Nan had been looking at her phone for several hours and felt a little hungry, so she turned off her phone and got up to get something to eat. Although she was very anxious, she also understood that it would not be easy to find a novel with good quality and reputation in a short time. However, she has already recorded several good books in her notebook, and plans to select them in the final round after collecting a few more. After dinner, when she picked up her phone again and opened the Chidian Literature Network app, a brand new martial arts style page came into view. The demigods and semi-devils? Ning Nan Nan felt a little better after finishing her meal. When she saw the book cover, she wiped her glasses. Now, Chidian can even give a martial arts novel a promotion as an opening message. This is quite novel. You have to know that in this world, the last martial arts novel recommended on Chidian's opening screen was almost 10 years ago. And later, after it was adapted into a TV series, the response was just so-so, without many highlights or achievements. Since Chidian has recommended it, I might as well take a look at it first. Ning Nan Nan picked up her phone, sat down on the sofa, clicked on the cover of Demigods and Semi-Devils, and started reading. When she clicked on it, she found that the book was rated 9.9 points, and nearly 1,000 people had participated in the rating. The book only has 100,000 words, but the number of book friends has exceeded 10,000. More importantly, the book has received more than 50,000 recommendation votes and more than 2,000 rewards. Chapter 20, All Positive Reviews, A Meeting That Forgot About Time. New book, please recommend it. When Ning Nan Nan saw it, her eyes widened. If it was just the rating, it wouldn't matter. The main thing is that the book has only been published for 2 days and it already has such data. It's simply incredible. With curiosity, Ning Nan Nan began to read. I don't know how much time has passed, but the city of Yu, which was originally sunny, has been covered with neon lights. However, Ning Nan Nan did not feel tired at all until she slid her finger and a line of big words appeared on the phone page. The author is working hard on typing. She raised her head with a feeling of unfulfilled desire and let out a long sigh. Then, without any hesitation, I gave it a 5-star rating and inexplicably left a message in the book club asking for more updates. When she finished writing the book review and sent it out, she realized that it was already dark outside. Before, when she was in the world of the book, she didn't feel tired at all, but when she came out, she immediately felt a little sore in her eyes and sleepiness gradually came over her. 23:30. It's so wonderful. No wonder so many people gave me rewards. I even want to spend some book coins to give me some rewards. Ning Nan Nan couldn't help but yawn and muttered softly. Early the next morning, Lu Yunchi sent his 2 little ones to school as usual, and continued writing when he returned home in the morning. Today, according to the original arrangement, Qi Xianxian was going to Houchin Entertainment for a meeting. Xingchen Entertainment Office. Boss Qi, we found a very good novel these days. If we can buy it, we have a 90% chance of success. At the beginning of the meeting, Ning Nan Nan spoke first with some excitement. Last night, she was immersed in the martial arts world of demigods and semi-devils. As long as the book doesn't have any watered-down plot later on, it doesn't even need to be adapted and can be directly made into a TV series. Moreover, as the general manager of an entertainment company, Ning Nan Nan is very sensitive to this aspect. Based on the current level of demigods and semi-devils, the TV series produced will surely be a big hit and bring fame to the company. What book? Seeing that Ning Nan Nan, who is usually calm, lost her composure today, Qi Xianxian asked curiously. Qidian Literature has just released a new martial arts book called Demigods and Semi-Devils. The website has given this book a splash screen promotion and a banner on the PC side. We have to hurry up, otherwise more people will pay attention to it and the competition will be fierce. The excitement on Ning Nanan's face had not yet dissipated as she spoke. When the people in the conference room heard that it was a martial arts novel, they all shook their heads, expressing their disapproval. In particular, the company's top screenwriter said pessimistically, "Boss Ning, martial arts TV series have been unpopular in our country for many years. There is no market at all, and the current martial arts novels are really bad. Indeed, the current market situation is not very fond of martial arts TV series." A director with a beer belly and a small braid said lightly. In the company, only these two people dared to question Ning Nan Nan in front of her. Although the others were also full of disbelief, no one dared to say anything. Although Qi Xianxian didn't know much about the entertainment industry, she liked watching martial arts TV dramas when she was a child. But later, the ones produced by major entertainment companies became less and less satisfactory. She has experienced this personally, and she is not very optimistic about the company filming a martial arts TV series at this time. His eyes fell on Ning Nan Nan, waiting for her to continue speaking. Out of respect for Ning Nanan's work ability, Qi Xianxian took out her mobile phone and started downloading the Qidian Literature Network app. Faced with these people's doubts, Ning Nan Nan did not panic at all. She stood up and said calmly, "As for what you are worried about, you can go and take a look at the book first. I don't need to watch it. Just based on the name, I'm sure it won't be popular. The market is full of youth idol dramas now. How can a drama like Demigods and Semi-Devils compete with others for the market?" The man with pigtails is the chief director of Haochen Entertainment and also a very famous director in The Circle, Wang Jieshi, Director Wang. In The Circle, he has a very sharp vision, and almost all works produced by him can become popular. The company has not had any good works yet. Not only is the company anxious, but he as a director is also anxious. The martial arts market has been dormant for more than 10 years. It is simply a pipe dream to want to grab the market with a newly released new book. Ning Nan Nan didn't argue with him, but just asked everyone to open their phones and look at the book. At this time, Qi Xianxian, who was sitting in the first seat, had already downloaded the Qidian Literature Network app. Sure enough, when I opened the software, I saw a cover with exquisite workmanship, and the title of the book was Demigods and Semi-Devils. However, she did not read the content of the book first, but opened the book club circle to read the comments of fellow book lovers. When she clicked on the book friend circle, it showed that there were more than 30,000 book friends, and almost all of them gave 5-star reviews and urged for updates. The formation was so neat that people suspected they were Navy soldiers. "Mr. Yunqi, please update quickly. Your writing is so sharp and sophisticated. Even in my dreams at night I feel like I have entered a martial arts world. Please update quickly. Yesterday there was an update of 10,000 words. I stayed up all night to finish it. When will you update today? The character of Duan Yu in the book is so handsome and cool. In which chapter does Qiao Feng use his 18 dragon subduing palms?" Qi Xuanxuan's fingers were sore from scratching the screen of her phone, but the comments in the book club had not yet been read to the end, and she couldn't find a 4-star rating. Even though she hasn't read the book yet, at least the book has already shown signs of becoming a big hit, which has strongly aroused her curiosity. Is this book suitable for adaptation into a TV series? Qi Xianxian looked up and looked at the screenwriter Xiaoyingxi and asked. Mr. Qi, wait a moment, let me finish reading it first. Xiaoyingxi responded without raising her head. She had already found the book when Ning Nan Nan mentioned the title just now, and is now reading it with fascination. There was a hint of admiration on her face. She had been a screenwriter for more than 10 years and was a relatively well-known screenwriter in The Circle, otherwise she would not have become the gold medal of Haochen Group. At this moment, I have many questions in my mind. Who wrote this book? How can it be so beautiful? There's no need to write a script at all, just shoot it directly, even the content of the book is already very good. It's so exciting that you can't get out of it once you get into it. Whether it's the actions and expressions of the characters during the conversations, or the demeanor of the male and female protagonists when they meet, as well as the main and side stories, they are all handled perfectly and very well. Xiaoying, she asked herself, even as a professional editor, she did not have the ability of this author. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the conference room of Haochen Group. Everyone in the meeting had their heads down, holding their phones. They had different expressions on their faces, but they all seemed to be enjoying the conversation. Time slowly slipped away as everyone was immersed in the world of martial arts. 11:30 noon. The assistant pushed open the door of the conference room and was about to ask Qi Xianxian what she wanted to eat for lunch, but the moment she pushed open the door, she was completely stunned. Ning Nan had stayed up late last night to watch it, and there was no update today, so she walked to the door and asked quietly, "Assistant Gu, do you want to talk to Mr. Qi about something?" "Ah. Mr. Ning, it's already 11:30. It's time for Mr. Qi to have lunch." Assistant Xiaogu came back to his senses and answered. Chapter 21, Signing a Contract, the famous director who was slapped in the face new book, please recommend it. At this moment, Qi Xianxian, who was reading a novel with great interest, suddenly saw a WeChat message flash on her mobile phone screen. It was Lu Yunqi who sent the message, asking her what she wanted to eat for lunch. Reluctantly, he switched to the WeChat page and replied to Lu Yunqi. "You don't have to make lunch for me today at the branch office." Then I switched to the Qidian Literature Network app and began to immerse myself in the martial arts world of demigods and semi-devils. At the door, Ning Nan talked to the assistant, and the assistant left the meeting room with an expression of disbelief. I ran to the tea room alone and curiously downloaded the Qidian Literature Network app, searched for demigods and semi-devils, and started reading. Inside the Jinxiu Haoding Villa. When Lu Yunqi saw Qi Xuanxuan's reply, he smiled bitterly and asked the chef to prepare something for him at noon. Now he has grown many vegetables with special functions in his own growing space. Since his wife and children don't come home for lunch, he has no interest in taking them out. In the morning, Zhou Huiying called him again and said that the household registration book had been delivered to him. Lu Yunqi also took out some vegetables from the breeding space and sent them back to his parents. After lunch, the website editor called and the two of them made an appointment to meet in a cafe. When he arrived at the door of the coffee shop, he instantly felt many eyes on him and could vaguely hear some people whispering. "Wow, my god, Wei, look at that handsome guy at the door, so handsome." "Really? What a divine beauty. I'm almost wet just looking at it." "Hush, keep your voice down. Watch carefully. When he walks, you can vaguely see his strong muscles through the seam of his shirt. He's so manly. I really want to touch him." The conversation between the two fangirl girls almost made Lu Yunqi stumble and fall. Where did this crazy girl come from? She actually dares to fantasize about me in front of me. Forget it, being handsome is indeed a kind of trouble, and I am already troubled to the extreme. As I was walking towards the coffee shop, a slightly plump man with glasses stood up from a seat not far in front of me. "Are you Mr. Dugu Yunqi?" Zhou Yan walked forward and asked in a low voice. Lu Yunqi nodded. "Please take a seat." After confirming Lu Yunqi's identity, Zhou Yan extended his hand in an invitation gesture, and was surprised in his heart. It's okay that he writes well, but he's also so handsome. I finally know why I'm still single after 22 years. "Thank you." Lu Yunqi sat down. Although Zhou Yan's voice was a little different over the phone, it was still recognizable. After sitting down, the two shook hands in a friendly manner. Lu Yunqi asked straight to the point, "Last time you said you would bring the contract. Did you bring it?" I have it. Zhou Yan nodded quickly and turned around to take out the contract from his bag. Zhou Yan might have looked a little flustered because the editor-in-chief had given him a death order to sign Dugu Yunqi. When handing the contract to Lu Yunqi, he reminded him, "You can take a look at this contract first. Everything is in accordance with the highest standards in the industry. If you are not satisfied with anything after reading it, we can discuss it again." "Good." Lu Yunqi took the contract and read it carefully. After all, the contract is legally binding, so it is better to read all the terms carefully first. Otherwise, as mentioned online, there is a book website that signs the author's entire person, and the contract is for 20 years. That is, within 20 years, the author must only publish books on this website, otherwise it will be a breach of contract. So Lu Yunqi looked at every one of them very carefully. Fortunately, there was no trap in the contract that Zhou Yan brought. It was just a normal profit sharing of some books and the number of words in the whole book. Lu Yunqi was quite satisfied with the profit sharing. For subscriptions and rewards, 30% went to the website and 70% went to the author. Regarding the various copyrights and adaptation rights that make the most money for novels, the website can help contact the author so the author doesn't have to worry about it, but the profit sharing is 40% to 60%. For Lu Yun, although this is the bulk of the money, his current condition is not suitable for Zhang Yang, so the 4:6 split can still be discussed. Although the website needs to be operated regularly, Lu Yunqi is still very confident in his book, so the 40%-60% split should be negotiated to 30%-70%. The three-tier profit will bring a lot of money to the website. Just like that, Lu Yunqi took the 16-page A4 contract and sat in the coffee shop to read it slowly. Haochen Entertainment Office. Everyone was still concentrating on reading the novel, and the one with the most expressive expression was director Wang Jieshi. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was moved, sometimes he raised his hand and patted his elephant legs and shouted, "It feels so good." By the end, his eyes were red and there were traces of tears on his cheeks. As a famous director, it was the first time for Wang Jieshi to see such a wonderful story, and it was just a novel, an original novel that had not been processed by a screenwriter. Whether it is the development of the story, the various character settings in the book, or the emotional lines therein, they are all exquisitely designed. When he also turned to the page that said the author is working hard on typing, all his expressions stopped abruptly. Is this the end? I haven't seen enough yet. Who is the leader? At this moment, Wang Jieshi was completely attracted by the novel. When he finished reading, everyone in the conference room had finished reading, and everyone had a look of unsatisfied interest on their faces. Director Wang, how do you feel after watching it? Ning Nan asked with a smile when she saw Wang Jieshi also put down his phone. A masterpiece. This is simply a masterpiece. Nowadays, there are still people who can write such a wonderful martial arts novel. If I were to rate it, I would give it 10 stars. The story in the book is really wonderful. I haven't seen such a wonderful martial arts novel in many years. Wang Jieshi's thick lips kept trembling, and the shock on his face was obvious. It should be okay to make it into a TV series, right? Ning Nan folded her arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Looking at Wang Jieshi's expression, Ning Nan said, "His face is so dirty that there are almost finger marks on it." Wang Jieshi seemed to understand what Ning Nan meant. His old face suddenly turned red and he said in a mosquito-like voice, "Well, President Ning, you have a really good eye this time." Although his face was a little painful from being hit, Wang Jieshi was very excited in his heart. He finally found a book that satisfied him and could be made into a TV series. The author of this book is definitely a great writer. We must contact him as soon as possible and get the adaptation rights and film and television rights for this book. Wang Jieshi stood up, looked at Qi Xianxian, and said excitedly. This was the first time in Wang Jieshi's life that he was so excited about a novel. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but give it a 5-star rating in the book club and even wrote a review from his director's perspective. At this moment, Qi Xianxian had also finished reading the book, and had already decided in her heart that she must make it into a TV series. Although the opinions of the director and screenwriter are very important before filming a TV series, if they disagree, Qi Xianxian will buy the copyright and give it a try. Now that Wang Jieshi agreed, Qi Xianxian looked at Xiangxi again and asked, "Writer Xia, what do you think?" Chapter 22, Qi Xianxian buys copyright starting to test the waters today, please recommend and collect. Mr. Qi, I think Director Wang's analysis is very correct. Xiangxi raised her head and replied, then lowered her head to look at her phone, muttering softly, "Huh? Where did you charge this Qidian coin?" Wang Jieshi, who was sitting next to her, overheard this sentence and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He quickly leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Did you find it? If you found it, get it for me too." Xiangxi looked up, and they both smiled at the same time, showing a sense of tacit understanding. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the sunlight outside the conference room had turned golden. "Okay, it's settled then. Ning Nan, you will be responsible for contacting Qidian Literature Network and tell them that we want to buy the copyright of this book." Qi Xianxian finally made the decision. "Okay, President Ning. A novel that does not need to be adapted at all is very important to the current Haochen Entertainment and also has huge benefits for the entire Haochen Group. If the TV series becomes a big hit, the market value of the entire company and the group headquarters will increase accordingly, and some of the company's artists can also be trained and become famous. When an artist becomes popular, he or she will receive more endorsements and the company will make more money. After Qi Xianxian gave her instructions, she stood up and left. She almost couldn't stand still when she stood up. When she looked out the window, she realized that she had been sitting in this meeting room for a whole day without realizing it. It's all the fault of the author of Demigods and Semi-Devils. How could he write such a beautiful book? Even a busy person like the president of a group could not help but sit in the conference room and read novels for the whole day. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qi Xianxian returned to the group headquarters and began to deal with the day's backlog of work. Lu Yunqi was already at the Elliston kindergarten, waiting to pick up the two little princesses. He signed the contract with the website in the afternoon. Basically, there were no problems with the contract prepared by Zhou Yan, so he signed it directly. It is worth mentioning that when Lu Yunqi picked up Tang Tang and Guagua, he actually met the handsome Yu Chuan again. This guy actually refreshed Lu Yunqi's understanding of the word shameless. Holding a big bouquet of roses, he wanted to ask Su Min out for dinner, but Su Min said, "What is it about me that you like? Can't I change it?" He was speechless. But in the end, the guy actually said, "I just like the way you don't like me. When will you change? I'm waiting." Tang Tang couldn't help but complain, "Dad, that uncle is so shameless." Lu Yunqi smiled and felt that it would be better to keep the children away from this kind of atmosphere. He picked up the two little cuties and drove home. Because Qi Xianxian was going home for dinner in the evening, after Lu Yunqi picked up the children and played with them for a while, he went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. This time, fresh potatoes and tomatoes, as well as some bitter melons and green peppers were taken out from the planting space. Perfectly enough for a dinner in the evening. While he was cooking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Yunqi was concentrating on cooking. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Zhou Yan calling. "Hey, what's up?" he asked while looking at the food in the pot with the phone clipped on his shoulder. "Hello, Mr. Yunqi. This is what happened. After I returned to the company this afternoon, the company told me that someone wanted to buy the rights to your book for film and television adaptation. Then the editor-in-chief asked me to ask you how many chapters and words you expect the book to have." Zhou Yan seemed to hear that Lu Yunqi was busy at the moment, so he spoke directly. Lu Yunqi didn't reply in a hurry. He took the food out of the pot first, then picked up his phone and thought for a while. The original novel of Demigods and Semi-Devils has a total of 1.54 million words. If one chapter in this world has 2,000 words, it would take about 800 chapters. About 800 chapters, with a total word count of about 1.5 million words. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yunqi slowly spoke. "Well, okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you." Zhou Yan was very excited when he heard that he had to write more than 1 million words. Judging from the reactions of book lovers in the past 2 days, this book has become a big hit, and he, as the editor of the book, will also receive a lot of bonuses. "Have you agreed to sell it?" Lu Yunqi asked curiously as the other party was about to hang up the phone. "Although I knew this book would definitely be a big hit, I didn't expect that people would already start buying the film and television rights when it only has a few 100,000 words. Yes, someone is asking about it, but our company will still consider it carefully and make the final decision. You also have certain rights." Zhou Yan answered truthfully. "Okay, I'll hang up first. I'm busy." After saying that, he hung up the phone and continued cooking. When he finished cooking, he looked at the time and it was almost 7 o'clock, but Qi Xianxian had not come back yet, so he sent a WeChat message. "Xianxian, are you still working overtime?" At this moment, in the president's office of Haochen Building, Qi Xianxian and Ning Nannan were discussing the purchase of the film and television rights to Demigods and Semi-Devils when their cell phones suddenly rang. After picking it up and taking a look, his frown relaxed a little, and he replied, "Well, there's something going on at the company. I'll be back when I'm done." After replying, just as he was about to put down his phone, Lu Yunqi's WeChat message came again, "We'll wait for you to come back for dinner." Ning Nannan saw that she was in trouble, so she said anxiously, "Boss Qi, I called Qidian Literature Network today, and they said that I was the 10th company to contact them, and they haven't even come up with a price yet. The competition is so fierce?" Qi Xianxian showed a hint of surprise on her face when she heard this. She rarely liked a book, but she didn't expect that the first time she liked a martial arts novel, she would be noticed by so many of her peers. Ning Nannan nodded. Generally speaking, only when a novel becomes a real hit will 2 or 3 publishers compete for its copy. I have never heard of any novel that could attract more than a dozen film and television companies to compete for its copyright. How popular is this? Moreover, it has only been a few days since the new book was released. As time goes by, I am afraid that more companies will join in. It may even attract domestic entertainment giants to join, and then even Houchin Group will not be able to compete. After all, in addition to the price, this kind of film and television copyright also involves the overall strength of the company. If it were placed in Yudu, Houchin Entertainment would not be afraid at all, but if major entertainment companies across the country found out, it would be hard to say. Have you found out who the author is? Qi Xianxian asked. She also knew that a good work was very important to Houchin Entertainment and herself. She had just taken over the group not long ago and urgently needed a sustainable project to shut up some people and intimidate some people. Qi Dian didn't say anything. They probably didn't want to disclose it. They just registered our company and said they would notify us when they started bidding. Speaking of this, Ning Nanan's face looked a little unhappy, and he lowered his head and said. She called Qidian Literature Network herself, but still failed to get any valuable information, which made her feel incompetent. Chapter 23. Oh, that book is so popular, please give me a recommendation. Okay, you follow up on this matter. I have to go home first. Qi Xianxian said while sorting out the documents on the table. Okay, Mr. Qi, I'll be leaving first. Ning Nannan left the president's office after she finished speaking. Qi Xianxian also packed up her things and went home after get off work. When she got home, Lu Yunqi and her two daughters were playing games in the living room. When they saw her come home, the two little princesses hurried to greet them. Mommy, you're finally back. I'm starving. Huagua opened her arms and shouted with a pout. Mommy, my belly is flat. Tang Tang ran to Qi Xianxian, touched her belly, and said with an extremely aggrieved look. Thank you for your hard work. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Lu Yunqi said and walked into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Qi Xianxian, who was feeling tired just now, suddenly felt that all her tiredness disappeared when she saw this heartwarming scene, and all her hard work was worth it. Having a lovely baby daughter and a handsome and hard-working husband is enough. The two little babies ate 2 small bowls of rice after the sumptuous dinner. Only when their stomachs were full did they go to the children's room to play with the nanny. Qi Xianxian has always been trying to maintain her figure, so she never dares to eat too much at night. But tonight she ate 2 large bowls of rice. If she wasn't afraid of gaining weight, she would probably have eaten another bowl. After dinner, Lu Yunqi went to play with the 2 little babies, while Qi Xianxian went straight into the study. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Lu Yunqi returned to the bedroom after coaxing the 2 little ones to sleep. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I heard Qi Xianxian talking on the phone. Qi Xianxian said sincerely, Mr. Yu, the price is negotiable. I am really optimistic about this novel, otherwise I would not have called you in person. Just name the price. Well, this is really not a question of price. I haven't received any report from the lower level yet. I don't even know how many words the book is expected to have. How can you ask me to give you a quote? It was relatively quiet at night, and the study door was not closed, so Lu Yunqi could vaguely hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone was also a business veteran, and his answers were all empty talk without any real substance. Then who is the author of Demigods and Semi-Devils? Qi Xianxian asked directly. Although she has only taken over the group for more than half a year, she also knows the tricks of these old hands in the business world. As long as you find out the author's information, you can talk to the author directly when the time comes. Although the copyright of novels is generally sold on the contracted website, the original author's suggestion is also very important, at least it has certain advantages during the bidding. Lu Yunqi, who was standing in the bedroom, trembled violently when he heard the words Demigods and Semi-Devils. Isn't this the new book I just published a few days ago? What is going on? Is my wife's company going to buy the copyright? This puts me in a difficult position, doesn't it? However, there was no answer from the other end of the phone. Qi Xianxian still didn't give up and asked again, Boss Yu, just tell me his contact information and I will contact him myself. I will definitely not give you less than the price when the time comes. Qi Xianxian knew that more than a dozen entertainment companies were eyeing this book, and since she had just taken over the Houchin Group, she had to stabilize the entertainment sector, one of the company's 2 major businesses. An apologetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm really sorry, President Qi, I really didn't know now. If so many company CEOs hadn't called me personally today, I wouldn't have known that our Qidian Literature Network had a popular martial arts novel. But don't worry, I will tell the people below that if the film and television rights are really sold, I definitely still hope to cooperate with you, President Xi. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Yu. Xi Xianxian lowered her attitude very low, and finally said in a pleading tone, if possible, I hope to contact Mr. Duga Yunxi directly and meet and talk together. No problem, no problem. The person on the other end of the phone laughed and hung up. Obviously, the people at Qidian Literature Network are not fools. How could they give the phone number to Xi Xianxian? Lu Yunqi, who had been overhearing outside the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Qidian Literature Network did not give his phone number to Xi Xianxian. This is a skill I gained by signing into the system, and it cannot stand up to scrutiny. Xi Xianxian has already investigated me, so it would be difficult to explain it when the time comes. Now, what I have to do is to stay at the goddess's house and accumulate my own wealth. When I come out, I will definitely sweep away a large number of rich second generations. Xi Xianxian hung up the phone. She lost interest and couldn't even concentrate on reading the documents. For some reason, the Qidian Literature Network app opened on my phone, and the word update was displayed behind the Demigods and Semi-Devils book in the bookshelf. I began to read it with great interest. When I watched it during the day, it happened to be stuck at a critical moment, and I didn't know whether Wang Yuyan was rescued after jumping off the cliff. After all, throughout the book, Wang Yuyan is a walking martial arts secret book, and she is extremely beautiful. The emotional descriptions between her, Morong Fu, and Duan Yu are also vivid, which can easily make female readers fall in love with her. What are you looking at? So absorbed in it? Lu Yunqi picked up a cup of coffee, gently pushed it to Qi Xuanxuan's hand, and asked curiously. Ah, thank you. Lu Yunqi suddenly brought a cup of coffee, startling Qi Xianxian, who was fascinated by the novel. He then said, it's a very interesting novel. Lu Yunqi took a sneak peek and saw on Qi Xuanxuan's phone a clip showing Wang Yuyan trying to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff, and the four evil men in Duan Yu trying to rescue her. Oh? What kind of novel is it that even my goddess Xianxian is so fascinated by it? Lu Yunqi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked knowingly. Luckily Duan Yu arrived in time, otherwise Wang Yuyan would. The book is called The Demigods and Semi-Devils. You can check it out on Qidian Literature. It's very interesting. Xi Xianxian was so engrossed at the moment that she was only concerned with her own feelings. Lu Yunqi walked behind Xi Xianxian, put his hands on her shoulders, kneaded them gently, suppressed the smile in his heart, and said lightly. I just heard you talk about copyright. Are you planning to buy the copyright of this novel? Well, don't mention it. This book is extremely popular right now. Even though it has only been published for a few 100,000 words, there are already more than a dozen entertainment companies that want to buy the rights to adapt it into a film or TV series. I don't know if it was because of Lu Yunqi's massage technique or because the book was so interesting, but Xi Xianxian actually started chatting about novels with Lu Yunqi. It's so popular, with only tens of thousands of words. Is its film and television rights very expensive? Lu Yunqi asked. When Xi Xianxian heard this, she turned around to look at Lu Yunqi, then shook her head in her heart. How is that possible? He was a barbecue vendor before, and he didn't major in literature in college. It's just that the suffix of his name is the same. If this book can be written to 1,000,000 words, the film and television adaptation rights may cost more than 20 million. Xi Xianxian said truthfully. After all, Lu Yunqi is the father of his child, and the two of them are already preparing to get their marriage certificate, so it is not a bad thing to let him know a little bit about it, so that he won't be out of touch with society when he stays at home taking care of the child all day. Suck, it's so high. Lu Yunqi paused for a moment and said in surprise. But in my heart I was extremely happy. If I could sell the film and television adaptation rights of this book, I would be a multi-millionaire. This is not the point. The point is, I can write a lot more. Chapter 24, How did you get the copyright? The household registration book has arrived asking for recommendation votes. The next day. After getting up early and sending his child to kindergarten, Lu Yunqi returned to the villa and called Zhou Yan to talk about the film and television adaptation rights of the book. And he also told Zhou Yan not to reveal any of his information. My own book must be given to my wife's company. After arranging this matter, it was time for Lu Yun to start writing. At his current writing speed, he can update 20,000 words every day. Moreover, the book has only been published for a few days, and the response on Qidian Literature Network has been very good. After all, it is a classic martial arts film. No matter the plot, character setting or rhythm, Lu Yunqi's god-level writing skills have all been well controlled. So he didn't log into the writer's back end, but directly opened ROD and continued writing the book. On the way, Lu Yunqi received the household registration booklet delivered by express from his hometown, and he felt a little excited. I will be able to get a certificate and start working soon. I am so excited just thinking about it. In one morning, after typing more than 20,000 words, he updated on time at 11 o'clock, then took out vegetables from his own growing space and prepared lunch for Qi Xianxian. Qi Xianxian spent half of the morning discussing the preparations for the filming of The Demigods and Semi-Devils with Ning Nannan and others since she received a call from Mr. Yu from Qidian Literature Network. She never imagined that just one night later, Qidian Literature Network would agree to sell her the film and television adaptation rights of the book without any bidding. She also asked the reason, and Mr. Yu replied that Haochen Entertainment is a local company in Yudu, and the cooperation would be more harmonious. Qi Xianxian obviously didn't believe Qidian's answer. But after she inquired many times, it seemed that everyone at the starting point had the same answer, which made her even more curious. And when she wanted to find Qidian to get the author's contact information, Mr. Yu refused on the grounds that the writer's privacy should not be disclosed. Although Qi Xianxian was very confused, she was still very happy that she had finally obtained the film and television adaptation rights of Demigods and Semi-Devils. As for Qidian Literature Network, after Zhou Yan conveyed Lu Yunqi's intention to the editor-in-chief, the editor-in-chief then reported it to the president Yu Tian. A temporary rule has been added within Qidian Literature Network, which states that all information about writers must not be leaked, otherwise they will be prosecuted for leaking commercial secrets. 11:40 noon. Lu Yunqi brought a love lunch to the president's office in Haochen Building. Qi Xianxian was discussing with Ning Nannan and others inside, when suddenly the office door was pushed open. Who? Walking in without knocking. Qi Xianxian was subconsciously about to yell, wondering who was so rude. When he looked up and saw Lu Yunqi in casual clothes and holding a bag in his hand, the anger in his heart disappeared instantly. It's time for lunch. Lu Yunqi twisted the food in his hand upwards and reminded. When Ning Nannan heard Lu Yunqi's voice, they all turned their heads to look over. Oh my god, who is this guy? He looks quite handsome. No, it looks like he is holding a takeout box. And he can even enter the president's office, could it be? Ning Nannan muttered to herself. He thought quickly, then took a deep breath. Xiaoyingxi just turned her head and glanced, then continued to look down at her phone. Wang Jieshi didn't even raise his head, he was still immersed in the novel Demigods and Semi-Devils. Director Wang, Editor Xia, it's time for lunch, let's go eat something. Ning Nannan shouted at the two of them and gave them a look that said, get out of here quickly. Lu Yunqi carried his lunchbox to the dining table in the office and waited quietly. But he took a closer look at Wang Jieshi and Xiaoyingxi. Judging from Ning Nannan's tone just now, one of them should be the director and the other the screenwriter. Seeing these two people, Lu Yunqi was actually looking forward to what it would be like to film Demigods and Semi-Devils in this world. Of course, as for the screenwriting, Lu Yunqi is still confident. It can be said that the entire book does not require the screenwriter to change anything. The director can just find the artists and start filming. Several people stood up, said goodbye, and left the office. It is conceivable that after the three of them go out, they will definitely discuss Lu Yunqi's identity. After the three of them left the office, Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xianxian and said, go wash your hands and have dinner. Yeah. Qi Xianxian nodded and went to wash her hands. When she came back, Lu Yunqi had already placed all the food on the table, especially the qi and blood cucumber, which was placed next to the bowl. While Qi Xianxian was eating, Lu Yunqi said intentionally or unintentionally, I received the household registration book today. My mother wants us to meet with our parents after we get the marriage certificate and discuss the wedding. After saying that, Lu Yunqi stared at Qi Xuanxuan's beautiful face carefully, paying attention to every change in her expression. A few seconds later, Qi Xianxian then said, When Lu Yunqi heard this answer, he was completely confused. What does mean? Just when Lu Yunqi was confused and puzzled, Qi Xianxian continued to explain, after getting the marriage certificate, we should take some time to visit your home. As for the wedding, my father just passed away half a year ago. According to custom, we can't hold a wedding within 3 years, so. The meaning was clear before he finished speaking. What about the meeting between the parents of both sides? Lu Yunqi continued to ask. Lu Yunqi agreed that the wedding could not be held within 3 years. If it was held soon, he really didn't have the ability to give her a grand wedding. As for the situation at Qi Xuanxuan's home, Lu Yun still isn't very clear about it. As for this, can I arrange it after we go back together to meet your parents? Qi Xianxian said in a negotiating tone. This answer was really beyond Lu Yunqi's expectations, and he immediately felt that Qi Xuanxuan's family seemed a little complicated. Okay, let's do as you say. Lu Yunqi was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded. So obedient? Lu Yunqi's answer was beyond Qi Xuanxuan's expectations. In her opinion, why would Lu Yunqi continue to ask her why? But this man took an unconventional approach, asking no questions and not following the script at all. That's a must. If I asked too many questions about such a delicious golden meal, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Besides, you've already married me, what could be more important than this? If there are difficulties, we will face them together. If there are no difficulties, that would of course be the best. Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xianxian, who was eating cucumber with relish, and replied with a smile. It's easy to guess that for a poor boy like him to marry such a beautiful and wealthy goddess, there would definitely be some resistance from her family. If there really is no prevention at all, it would seem a little abnormal. Isn't that how online novels are written? A cold and domineering female CEO finds a poor boy to marry, and she always meets a mother-in-law who is always looking for trouble. In this regard, Lu Yunqi has made sufficient preparations. But he believed that as long as he gave himself enough time, one day he would be able to hold a grand wedding for Qi Xianxian, and that day would not be too far away. Qi Xianxian swallowed the melon in her mouth, stared at Lu Yunqi for 3 seconds, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Chapter 25, Getting the Marriage Certificate. I am a little nervous about getting married for the first time, seeking recommendation votes. After a brief moment of daze, Qi Xianxian stood up and said, "Did you bring your household registration book? I'll change my clothes and then go get the certificate." "I brought it." Lu Yunqi nodded. He brought his household registration book with him specifically because he wanted to get the certificate first so that his parents back home would feel at ease. A few minutes later, Qi Xianxian changed into a snow-white chiffon dress and walked out of the lounge. Lu Yunqi was fascinated by what he saw. The dignified and elegant dress made Qi Xianxian less aloof and more lively and gentle. With her jet black hair casually draped over her shoulders, she looked like a fairy who had fallen into the human world. The undulating chest and straight long legs matched with a pair of white shoes are simply captivating. So beautiful. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but praise. When Qi Xianxian heard Lu Yunqi's praise, her cheeks turned red and she looked shy. "Let's go, let's get the certificate." Qi Xianxian picked up her shoulder bag and took Lu Yunqi's arm, looking like a little bird. When I walked out of the office, the people outside were petrified instantly when they saw this scene. The aloof female president was actually wearing a skirt and holding a man's arm? Could that handsome man be the president's husband? Oh my god, when these two walk together, they look like a perfect couple. I'm not going to eat lunch today. I'm full from this wave of dog food. Amid the envy of these people, Lu Yunqi and his companion walked into the elevator and went directly to the underground garage. Along the way, Lu Yunqi's heart was excited. The soft squeezing feeling that came from time to time made the temperature of his blood in his body rise a lot. The gentle pressure from Qi Xianxian gave Lu Yunqi the motivation to move forward. The two got in the car. There was a driver driving, so they sat directly in the back seat. Lu Yunqi even boldly stretched out his hand and gently put his arm around Qi Xuanxuan's slender waist. I don't know if it's because Lu Yunqi's performance in the past few days has won Qi Xianxian's recognition, or for some other reason. Qi Xianxian also leaned on Lu Yunqi's strong chest, like a little woman, enjoying her husband's arms. Her jade hands would occasionally stroke Lu Yunqi's bulging muscles. This made Lu Yunqi's blood boil even more. If there were no other people in the car, he would have wanted to let Qi Xianxian experience the man's anger on the spot. However, this torture soon came to an end. The car stopped steadily in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. After getting off the car, Qi Xianxian looked like a little bird and held Lu Yunqi's arm. After entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, I don't know if it was Qi Xianxian's special arrangement or what, but the two were taken directly to a separate room and started to process the procedures right away. "You two really look like a perfect couple, a perfect match, happily married. I wish you a long and happy marriage." The person who processed the certificate was a middle-aged man. He looked young, but he was quite eloquent. During the process of getting the certificate, he kept praising her with an even bigger smile on his face, as if his son and daughter-in-law had just licked a big fat grandson for him. Qi Xianxian showed a sweet smile on her face and thanked the uncle who processed the certificate. Lu Yunqi took out 2 bags of wedding candy from his bag, handed them to the man who was processing the certificate with a smile, and said, "Thank you, thank you." At this moment, Lu Yunqi just wanted to shout out loud in his heart, "Mom, I finally got the marriage certificate with the goddess, and I can work with the certificate in the future." When the two of them went to take photos for their marriage certificate, Qi Xianxian had a smile on her face and looked extremely happy. To outsiders, this seemed natural, but only Lu Yunqi himself knew that he and Qi Xianxian had only been in contact for less than a week. Getting married suddenly made him feel a little nervous, so he took several photos but was never satisfied with them. Qi Xianxian couldn't help but glared at him and said, "Can you still take pictures properly?" "Well, I'm sorry, it's my first time getting married, I'm a little nervous." Lu Yunqi suddenly stuttered. These words made the staff taking pictures unable to hold back and burst out laughing. Qi Xuanxuan's face was full of black lines. At this moment, she had an urge to strangle Lu Yunqi to death. His words made it sound as if this was not her first marriage. The whole process took about 10 minutes, and the two finally got their own red books. Lu Yunqi picked up the red book and took a look at the photo with the stamp on it. Well, they are a perfect match. However, before the red book was even warm in his hands, he took it directly from Lu Yunqi and said, "Just let me keep the marriage certificate." Lu Yunqi didn't say anything. "I want to cry in my heart, I miss you so much." Qi Xianxian looked at Lu Yunqi and took out 2 boxes from her bag. "This is a wedding gift, a custom-made watch, one for each of you." After saying that, he opened the box and took out a watch with a sun pattern on the dial. Lu Yunqi looked up and saw the praised hollow design, translucent dial, and standard sun pattern. Well, it was the billionaire's ticket to the market, Richard Miller. He saw some rich second generation showing off their wealth on a certain audio platform, so he also knew this brand. The gloom in my heart just now suddenly turned into clearness at this moment. "Stretch out your left hand," Qi Xianxian ordered. Lu Yunqi stretched out his left hand somewhat awkwardly, with mixed feelings in his heart. This watch must have cost quite a bit of money. What gift should I buy her tonight? Soon, Qi Xianxian put the watch on Lu Yunqi, nodded with satisfaction, and praised, "Well, it suits you very well. Put this one on me." Then, Qi Xianxian took out another women's watch and handed it to Lu Yunqi. The women's watch is light pink in color, with a similar design and style, except that there is a crescent moon in the center of the dial, surrounded by 32 bright stars. I have to say, this watch is quite suitable for Qi Xuanxuan's temperament. A sun and a moon, Lu Yunqi understood the meaning of this. What a perfect match. "Thank you, ma'am," Lu Yunqi said sincerely after putting the watch on Qi Xianxian. When Qi Xianxian heard the word "madam," her cheeks flushed. She looked at him with some emotion and almost called him husband, but she held back at the last moment. I thought to myself that I couldn't let him be happy too soon, otherwise, who knows what he might do. When Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xuanxuan's watery eyes with his burning gaze, his body leaned forward involuntarily. The atmosphere is in place. Just as Qi Xianxian was about to close her eyes to welcome the arrival, her cell phone suddenly rang. Well, the good vibes were broken. 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping through Lu Yunqi's mind. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Qi Xianxian took out her cell phone and asked coldly. Although there was no strange expression on his face, his fists were clenched tightly and he kept telling himself in his heart, calm down, she must have something very important to tell you, that's for sure." Mr. Qi, I'm sorry to bother you. Qidian Literature Network said that the book Demigods and Semi-Devils is expected to be completed with about 1.5 million words, and asked us to come over to discuss the contract. It was Ning Nanan's voice on the other end of the phone. Perhaps because she could feel the coldness emanating from Qi Xianxian through the phone, her voice trembled slightly. Chapter 26, We are both wanderers in this world, when Dongqing please recommend and collect. After answering the phone, Qi Xianxian turned to Lu Yunqi and said, I have something else to do at the company, so I'll go there first. You can go home by yourself. The copyright of Demigods and Semi-Devils is very important to Qi Xianxian, so even if she is reluctant, she has to go to the company to deal with this matter. Then, Qi Xianxian hurriedly got into the Maybach car and disappeared on the road. Lu Yunqi was left standing there alone, being buffeted by the breeze. He really wanted to crawl over following the telephone signal and beat up the person who called to ruin the atmosphere, and he was about to succeed. Pooh! Just when it was about to succeed, it was ruthlessly interrupted by someone. The saddest thing in the world is to be ruthlessly abandoned on the side of the road by your wife right after getting the marriage certificate. In a moving car. Miss, is it really okay for us to just leave our son-in-law on the side of the road like this? Assistant Xiaogu suddenly said, looking at the gradually shrinking figure in the rearview mirror. When Qi Xianxian turned around and looked through the glass window, she could no longer see Lu Yunqi, so she said, I think I should ask Yunqi to introduce you to a boyfriend next time. Ah, miss, why? Now that you have a boyfriend, you won't have so much nonsense. Qi Xianxian said lightly. She felt a sense of guilt rising in her heart, but when she thought that the book Demigods and Semi-Devils might be her first battle in the Haochen group, she suppressed the emotion in her heart. I subconsciously took out my mobile phone, found the Chidian Literature Network app with ease, opened the bookshelf, saw that Demigods and Semi-Devils had been updated again, and started reading it without hesitation. On the other side, Lu Yunqi raised his heavy hand and looked for a long time, but still couldn't tell what time it was. Finally, he took out his mobile phone to check the time. 2:30 in the afternoon. Well, it's time to go back to writing. Just as he was about to walk to the side of the road to hail a taxi, he was suddenly bumped by a distraught man from behind. Sorry. Then an apology was heard. Lu Yunqi turned around and saw a man in his 20s. Although he was not as handsome as most of the readers thought, his overall appearance could still get a score of 7. He was wearing a pair of black suit pants and a white shirt with a light blue tie that looked a little loose at the collar. He had his suit jacket draped over his shoulders and his hair was a little messy. I feel like an aspiring young man who has just been beaten up by society. It's okay. Lu Yunqi said as if he had guessed something. Brother, I saw you have been standing here for a long time. Did you just get divorced and your wife ran away with a rich man? The man's tone was a little low, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Lu Yunqi was speechless. I just got my marriage certificate with my wife, and was thrown on the side of the road to study the weight of money. Brother, how can you tell that we both feel like we are wanderers in the same world? It looks like his brain is seriously injured. Just as Lu Yunqi was about to explain, the man patted him on the shoulder and said angrily, Brother, this is how society is. Without status and money, which woman would follow me? Lu Yunqi was hit hard by the man and almost lost his balance. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, Brother, you are right, but Brother, we are destined to meet each other. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Before Lu Yunqi could finish his words, the man walked up to him and put his arm around his shoulder. Lu Yunqi was stunned. What the hell was going on? Do I have to rush back to write? Besides, do I know you well? Do we have to go drink? Brother, I understand how you feel, but we are not familiar with each other. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Yunqi pried away the hand on his shoulder, took a few steps away, and said, Hey, brother, don't think too much. It's okay. When we have money in the future, we can still marry a beautiful wife. Lu Yunqi turned around to hail a taxi, but the man was still there, shouting in a hoarse voice to comfort him. By the way, my name is Wen Dongxing, I sell houses. Remember to look for me if you want to buy a house in the future. When the taxi stopped in front of Lu Yunqi, before he got in, Wen Dongxing walked up quickly and handed him a business card. After getting in the car, Lu Yunqi quickly asked the driver to drive. It was not until the taxi had driven quite a distance that Lu Yunqi patted his chest and muttered softly. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. How come I ran into someone who was released without taking medicine? After sighing, Lu Yunqi called his mother again to tell her the good news. Then, he picked up the business card that Wen Dongxing had just given him and took a look at it. Wow, he is actually from Haochen Real Estate. I don't know if it's because the world is too small or my wife's business is too big, but I can still meet people from Haochen Group. After returning home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yunqi began to type frantically. Now the website has given enough recommendations, and it depends on yourself what kind of results you can achieve. The other side. When Qi Xianxian returned to the company, Ning Nannan was already waiting there early. Originally, as the general manager of a branch company, she could have been fully responsible for signing the contract, but Qi Xianxian insisted on going herself and asking about the author's practice method. After all, after my company bought the copyright, if I want to make this TV series well, the original author's suggestions are also very important. Especially in the shaping of some characters, the opinions of the original authors can better create the image of the martial arts world on the screen. Qi Xianxian and Ning Nannan came to Chidian Literature Network, and the company's president Yu Tian personally received them. Mr. Qi, for something like signing a contract, you can just send someone over. Why bother coming here in person? Yu Tian, who is a little overweight but has unusually thick hair, asked with a smile in the president's office of Chidian Literature Network. In fact, even if Chi Xianxian didn't say it, Yu Tian knew in his heart that this girl would not come to visit him for no reason, and she must have come in person to get information. Mr. Yu, you are a senior, and as a junior, I should come and visit you. Chi Xianxian replied. Chi Xianxian also admired Yu Tian very much. It was said that he was just a literary youth before, but he had published many articles in major newspapers at that time and was considered a celebrity in the literary world. I started to create Chidian Literature Network when I was 30 years old. Now I am 50 years old. It took me 20 years to grow the company from a small website to its current market value of billions. It has made Chidian Literature Network a benchmark and leader for the entire Chinese literary network. Mr. Chi, you're welcome. You're welcome. Come and have some tea. Yu Tian said with a smile on his face. Mr. Yu, let's talk business first. Regarding the film and television adaptation rights of Demigods and Semi-Devils, the price you quoted is 32 million. I won't bargain with you on this. Chi Xianxian said slowly as she looked at the contract. Yu Tian is also a seasoned businessman and did not answer in a hurry. He knew that Chi Xianxian had more to say. Really? Seeing Yu Tian smiling but not saying anything, Chi Xianxian continued, I want the original author's contact information or address. In Chi Xuanxuan's opinion, the 32 million yuan copyright fee for the adaptation of Demigods and Semi-Devils is very high in the entire industry. But she doesn't care about these, because she believes that anyone who can write such a high-level and popular novel must be extremely talented. Putting aside this book, if they can win him over, it will definitely be a good thing for Haochen Entertainment. Chapter 27, Buying a Gift for My Wife. Please recommend and collect. I'm really sorry about this. The original author specifically told us not to reveal his true identity, so I can't give it to you. Yu Tian picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said apologetically. Are you kidding? How could Yu Tian not know what these people were thinking? Now Dugu Yunqi is a cash cow for Chidian Literature Network. How could they give his information to others? Moreover, the two parties agreed that within 3 years, Dugu Yunqi would write at least 3 novels on Chidian Literature Network, but the prerequisite was that Chidian Literature Network would not reveal his identity. Therefore, no matter how good the cooperative relationship is, Yu Tian will not do anything that will harm the company's interests. Mr. Yu, this shouldn't be. Chi Xianxian still didn't give up and continued to ask. Yu Tian picked up a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Chi Xianxian, saying, Boss Chi, come and have some tea. In the end, Chi Xianxian failed. After Ning Nan Nan and he signed the contract with Chidian Literature Network, they went straight back to their own company. Inside the car. Boss Chi, how about we go and ask the original author in private? Judging from the book he has written so far, even the company's screenwriter Xia and director Wang have praised it highly. If we can poach him, then in the future. Ning Nan Nan was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and looked at Chi Xianxian, who looked not very happy. Chi Xianxian didn't say anything, pinching her high-nose bridge with her delicate hands. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, the reason why the people at Chidian are so secretive should be because of the original author's instructions. The company should first prepare for the preliminary work of the filming. There was impatience in his tone. I originally thought that if I went there in person, Yu Tian would definitely give me face, but I found out when I got there. In the eyes of the older generation of entrepreneurs, one's face is worthless. Jinqiu Haoding Villa. After Lu Yunqi typed the last period, he stood up and stretched his fingers. I finished typing another 20,000 words in the afternoon, feeling so relieved. It's already 4 o'clock. It's time to pick up my daughter from school. He took out 2 raw cucumbers from the breeding space and ate them to replenish his brainpower while driving to Elliston International Kindergarten. You know what, this blood-nourishing cucumber is quite suitable to eat after typing. By the time he arrived at school, the 2 cucumbers had been eaten, and the dizziness in his head that had just been typing had disappeared. At the school gate, he unexpectedly met the handsome Yu Chuan again, who even chatted with Lu Yunqi in a flattering manner. The main content is how to pursue girls and why teacher Su always avoids him. Lu Yunqi had no interest in communicating with him at all. As for how to chase girls? Sorry, I'm always drunk. As for why Su Min was hiding from him, anyone who occasionally looked in the mirror would know. Finally, the 2 little darlings were picked up from school. After Lu Yunqi chatted with Su Min for a few words, he took Tang Tang and Guigua directly into the car. When leaving, I saw from the car's rearview mirror that Yuchuan took out a large bouquet of roses from the storage box on the hood of the car and stood in front of Sumin. As for the subsequent conversation between the two, Lu Yunqi had no intention of knowing. He has an important battle tonight, so why would he be interested in the flirting of a second-generation rich man? Lu Yunqi drove to the center of Yudu City. Tang Tang, who was sitting in the back seat, looked outside the car and asked in surprise, "Dad, where are we going?" When Guogua heard her sister's question, she quickly turned her head, glanced out the window, and said in a baby voice, "Dad, this is not the way home, did you take the wrong road?" "Baby, Daddy will take you to the mall today. Let's buy some things before going home, okay?" Lu Yunqi looked at the rearview mirror and smiled. "Wow, great, I want to buy Balala the fairies," Guogua said excitedly first. "Dad, I want to buy a teddy bear, a super big one." Tang Tang thought for a moment before stretching out his little hand and gesturing, and said. Lu Yunqi saw from the rearview mirror that Tang Tang was actually about the same size as herself. "No problem, Dad will buy it for you." Lu Yunqi agreed with a doting look on his face. Yeah, Daddy is going to buy me a toy." When the two little princesses heard this, they were so excited that they danced in the car and even sang nursery rhymes. "Twinkle, twinkle little star, the sky is full of little stars." The most prosperous Raffles Square in the center of Chongqing. Lu Yunqi parked the car and walked into the mall holding a baby in each hand. First, I took the two little princesses to the children's products area. Originally, they wanted to buy one item for each of them, but in the end, each of them bought two. Because when Tang Tang saw the toys of Balala the fairies, she also liked them, so Lu Yunqi bought a Balala the fairies toy for each of them, and also bought Tang Tang's favorite super large teddy bear. After coming out of the children's area, Lu Yunqi finally understood why the more prosperous the shopping mall, the more expensive the things inside. If you buy a teddy bear toy outside, it would usually cost you 100 yuan at most, but here it's only 388 yuan, and you can't bargain. A Balala the fairy's princess dress toy also costs 300 or 400 yuan. "Hey, Tang Tang, Guogua, why are you here?" Just as Lu Yunqi was about to go to a jewelry store with his two daughters, a clear female voice sounded from behind them. Lu Yunqi looked back. The person who came was Qi Xianxian's best friend, Bai Cha. Today she was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and JK hot pants, and her pair of straight, long white legs successfully attracted the attention of countless men. With less clothing on, her petite figure and the rolling hills are even more eye-catching. "Hello, and bye." "Hello, and bye." The two little princesses also turned around when they heard the voice and greeted Bai Cha politely. Bai Cha walked up to Tang Tang and Guogua and stopped to play with the children. Lu Yunqi's disobedient and hateful eyes actually saw a snow-white scenery. Ba, what a sin, what a sin. The lady should be a little bigger than hers. "Handsome guy, what are you here to buy? Isn't Xian still working overtime at the company?" Bai Cha stood up, holding a baby in each hand, and asked Lu Yunqi. Oh, I just brought them to the mall to have a look," Lu Yunqi said awkwardly, trying hard to delete the scene in his mind. "And bye, Dad said he wanted to buy a necklace for Mom." Guogua ruthlessly sabotaged her. Lu Yunqi felt like a flock of crows flew over his head. "My daughter, sometimes, there is no need to talk so much. Your Aunt Bai is a rich second-generation, wealthy person. It would be so embarrassing if your dad bought it cheaply. Lu Yunqi now only has the 100,000 yuan that Qi Xianxian gave him a few days ago, which is all his family assets. Judging from the watch Qi Xianxian gave me, it must be expensive, but I can't afford an expensive one now. Moreover, if Bai Cha knew about it, Qi Xianxian would definitely know it first, so there would be no surprise then, right? Hey, handsome guy, you want to buy a necklace for Xianxian? Come on, I'll be your advisor. I know her preferences very well." Bai Cha pulled Tang Tang and Guogua and walked into a jewelry store. It was as if I was buying it for her. She was extremely excited. Chapter 28, I'll treat you to a dinner, please recommend and collect. Seeing Bai Cha and the two little princesses walking into the jewelry store, Lu Yunqi also walked in slowly. Coming to Bai Cha, he whispered, "Well, don't tell Xian yet. I want to give her a surprise." "Is that so? Then it depends on what you find to seal my mouth." Bai Cha smiled, looking up slightly. She looked like, "Handsome guy, beg me, and I won't tell Xian." Cucumbers. I grew them myself. Lu Yunqi thought about it and realized that there was no one who would be interested in such a rich second-generation man. Suddenly, he remembered that the last time Bai Cha came to his house for a meal, he ate a lot of cold cucumber salad. So I spoke in a low voice. Swish! A blush quickly rose on Bai Cha's tender face, and an inexplicable anger in her heart was about to burst out. Aunt Bai, the cucumbers my father grows are really delicious. My mother loves them and eats them every day. Tang Tang raised his head, scratched his little head, and said in a childish voice. Yes, yes, my sister and I like to eat it too. Guagua also came up with a great assist. When Bai Cha heard this, the anger in her heart subsided, but her face looked as red as a ripe apple. It's so embarrassing. How could I have such wrong thoughts? No, it's his fault. He didn't make it clear. If he grew the cucumbers himself, then they were grown by him. But he had to say that they were his own cucumbers, which made me think in the wrong way. What would you like to buy? Just when Bai Cha was looking embarrassed, the waiter came over and asked. Oh, he wants to buy a necklace. Bai Cha reacted, pointed at Lu Yunqi and said to the waiter. Sir, what kind of necklace would you like to buy? The waiter asked with a smile. In the eyes of the waiter, this is truly a perfect couple. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Women's necklace. Any recommendations? Priced within 100,000. Lu Yunqi walked to the counter and began to look at it carefully. In fact, he didn't understand necklaces, let alone necklaces worth around 100,000 yuan. When the waiter heard this, he looked at him in shock, and then looked at Baicha who was holding Tang Tang and Guogui next to him. I really envy the beautiful lady. Your husband is willing to buy you such a nice necklace. After saying that, she walked to the counter and went to get the necklace. White tea. What's going on? Hey, you misunderstood, I'm just his wife's best friend, not. Having said that, he looked at Lu Yunqi, then lowered his gaze to his own hands, one of which was holding a lovely daughter. This scene is indeed easy to be misunderstood. Lu Yunqi's face was filled with black lines when he heard this. When the waiter came out with the necklace, he immediately explained, I bought it for my wife, not for her, so don't get me wrong. When Bai Cha heard Lu Yunqi's explanation, she felt a little lost somewhere in her heart. The waiter's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Bai Cha, with a strange look in his eyes. But she immediately put on her professional smile and began to introduce the necklace. This, midsummer night, necklace symbolizes true love and everlasting companionship, and the design is also very beautiful. It should meet your requirements. How much? Sir, the price for this model is 99,999, the waiter replied. Lu Yunqi took a quick look and found the necklace to be really beautiful, and it matched Qi Xuanxuan's temperament very well, so he said directly, okay, this is the one, please help me pack it up. The waiter was a little surprised. This handsome guy was so generous that he didn't even bargain. I had already prepared many lines of conversation and was ready to have a good talk with him about the price, but who would have thought that he would be so decisive? Coming back to her senses, she quickly responded and went to wrap the necklace. Bai Cha watched from the side without saying anything, but his eyes were full of envy, and he was even a little jealous of Qi Xianxian in his heart. How did she find a man who was so handsome, generous, and can cook? How about I go to the bar and get drunk too? Forget it, this high-risk approach is not suitable for me. Soon, the waiter handed over the wrapped necklace, and Lu Yunqi handed over the bank card that Qi Xianxian gave him on the first day they met. After paying the money, Lu Yunqi left the jewelry store. Beauty, I still have to go home to cook for Xianxian, so we'll leave first. Lu Yunqi said politely. You want to cook? That's great. Come on, Tang Tang, Guagua, Auntie will go to your house to play with you today. When Bai Cha heard this, she recalled the delicious food that night and felt her taste buds were aroused. She took the two little girls and walked forward. Aunt Bai, are you going to our house? Sure. Guagua still likes Bai Cha very much. When she heard that Bai Cha was going to her house to play with them, she shouted excitedly. Tang Tang wrinkled her nose, looked at Guagua and whispered, Sister, you don't know, Aunt Bai actually wants to come to our house for a free meal. If she goes, you won't be able to eat as many spare ribs tonight. Although the sound was small, it reached Bai Cha's ears. She bent down and said to Tang Tang, Baby, how can you say such words? Auntie will buy you lollipops later, okay? I smiled bitterly in my heart, thinking that kids nowadays really know too much. No, Dad said that eating too much sugar will cause cavities. Tang Tang shook her head. In order to eat more ribs made by my father in the evening, I must not be overwhelmed by the sugar-coated bullets. In the end, Bai Cha coaxed the two little princesses for a long time before they calmed down. As for Lu Yunqi, he could only be a driver with a wry smile. There was no way. I had just promised to give her cucumbers. Besides, it was also okay to have dinner with my wife's best friend on the night of getting the marriage certificate. In this way, Lu Yunqi drove Bai Cha and the two little princesses back to the villa. As soon as he came back, Lu Yunqi went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. Bai Cha was pulled by the two little princesses to the children's toy room to play with toys. Around 7 in the evening, Shi Xianxian came home from get off work and was surprised to see Bai Cha coming over for dinner again. The daughter of the Bai family actually came to eat for free. It seems that the food cooked by her husband is really attractive. Because today is the day that Lu Yunqi and his wife get their marriage certificate, he specially prepared a table full of dishes. While eating, Lu Yunqi placed a fresh cucumber and a few cherry tomatoes picked from the planting space in front of each person. It was the first time that Bai Cha saw a cucumber on such a large table of delicious food. Qi Xianshan looked at the small tomatoes in the bowl curiously, and her eyes fell on Lu Yunqi inquiringly. What is this? Cherry tomatoes have the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Try some later. Lu Yunqi explained. Qi Xianxian firmly believed that the vegetables and fruits brought by Lu Yunqi had special functions. First, he picked up the cucumber in front of him, broke it into 2 pieces skillfully, and started eating it with a squeaky sound. Bai Cha was sitting next to her and immediately smelled a fragrance. He swallowed, looked at Qi Xuanxuan's enjoyable expression, picked up the cucumber in front of him, and started to imitate her. Click! The cucumber juice exploded in Bai Cha's mouth, with an unprecedented sweetness that constantly stimulated her taste buds, and countless juicy flesh burst in her mouth. This feeling is so wonderful, so satisfying. Well, handsome guy, the cucumbers you grow are so delicious. Bai Cha looked very satisfied and couldn't help but praise. Why did Qi Xianxian feel so uncomfortable when she heard this? Especially when I saw the relaxed look on Bai Cha's face, I felt indescribably awkward in my heart. Chapter 29, The Goddess Meets Her In-Laws, Wedding Night. Qi Xianxian looked at Lu Yunqi with a cold face. Lu Yunqi, with an innocent look on his face, was also looking at Qi Xianxian. When their eyes met, they felt the temperature in the room suddenly drop. Bai Cha found that her anger suddenly turned into a bit of embarrassment, and then she realized that what she had just said had a different meaning to people, and her face turned into a ripe apple. He quickly lowered his head and stuffed the small tomatoes in the bowl into his mouth one by one. At this moment, he just wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in for a while. Dad, I want to eat that big crab. After finishing a cucumber, Tang Tang pointed to a plate of hairy crabs and said in a baby voice. The awkward atmosphere was broken by her childish voice. Okay, Dad, I'll get it for you. Lu Yunqi responded and stood up to pick up a hairy crab for his daughter. The dinner ended in a slightly awkward atmosphere. After dinner, Bai Cha chatted with Qi Xianxian for a while before reluctantly asking his driver to pick her up. After seeing Bai Cha off, Qi Xianxian took the 2 little babies to the garden to play. Lu Yunqi went to the room and sent out the manuscript that was due to be updated that evening. Although my book is doing pretty well now, I must keep updating it as I promised to my readers. When he finished sending the manuscript and came to the garden, his cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was a video call from my mother Zhou Huiying. Lu Yunqi had been considering whether to answer the call. After all, if Qi Xianxian was unhappy about the sudden video call, he might not be able to get in the car on his wedding night. Whose video is this? Why don't you answer it? Qi Xianxian asked curiously. My mom. Ah. Qi Xianxian suddenly felt extremely nervous. After taking a deep breath, she said, Go ahead. Today is the day we get our marriage certificate. We should meet our parents-in-law. Lu Yunqi connected the video. On the other side of the video, Zhou Huiying asked excitedly, Son, where is my precious granddaughter? Tang Tang, Guagua, come and say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Yunqi smiled bitterly and pointed the camera at the 2 little princesses who were playing. The 2 sisters came to Lu Yunqi and looked at the 2 completely unfamiliar faces on the screen in their hands. They were a little timid and their little lips were tightly closed. On the other side of the video, Zhou Huiying finally saw her 2 granddaughters and her face was full of smiles. She laughed so hard that she could hardly close her mouth and asked, My 2 darlings, tell Grandma, who is Tang Tang and who is Guagua? Lu Yunqi's father, Lu Koan, was also extremely happy at the moment, but his expression was not as exaggerated as Zhou Huiying's. Because he has been working hard all year round, his skin is a little dull, and he hasn't shaved, so he looks a little sloppy. When Tang Tang and Guagua saw their grandfather, they felt a little terrified and started to cry. Son, what's wrong? When Zhou Huiying saw that her lovely granddaughter was crying, she shouted anxiously on the other end of the video. Lu Yunqi was confused and Qi Xianxian looked embarrassed. The couple really didn't know what was going on. Their two kids were usually very cheerful at school and wouldn't be so exaggerated when meeting strangers. When Lu Yunqi followed the two little babies' gazes and looked at the screen, he seemed to understand something and said awkwardly, "Well, Dad, Mom, why don't you talk to Xianxian first?" After saying that, he handed the phone to Qi Xianxian and went to coax the two little darlings. Zhou Huiying and Lu Koan were both bewildered just now. The first time they met their precious granddaughter, something went wrong. Now they were going to meet their daughter-in-law, and they felt a little nervous. It is said that a daughter-in-law will be nervous when meeting her parents-in-law, but this time, it is the parents-in-law who are nervous. A few days ago, Lu Yunqi told Zhou Huiying and others that his wife was a very busy person, very beautiful, and the president of a company. Qi Xuanxuan's palms were sweating and she nervously took the phone. She is now managing a company as big as Haochen Group and has encountered so many things. She has never worked so hard before, but now. You must be Xianxian, so beautiful. On the other side of the phone screen, Zhou Huiying's smile became even brighter after seeing Qi Xuanxuan's peerless beauty. Qi Xianxian was still a little shy after all, and it was her first time meeting her parents-in-law. She nodded slightly and said, "Mom, Dad, hello, my name is Qi Xianxian." When Zhou Huiying heard Qi Xuanxuan's sweet voice, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Good, what a good daughter, ha. The old couple kept nodding and applauding. They were very satisfied with their daughter-in-law. For the next 10 minutes, Lu Yunqi coaxed the two babies, and then he heard Qi Xianxian chatting with her parents. Until later, I heard Qi Xianxian say, "Mom, in a few days, Yunqi, the babies and I will go back to Yunqing to see you and Dad. My family is not in the country right now, so we can't meet yet. Please forgive me." It can be seen that Qi Xianxian has already told Zhou Huiying and her husband the reason for not holding the wedding for the time being. Okay, my girl, if Yunqi dares to bully you, just tell Mom and I will tear him apart with my own hands to vent your anger. Zhou Huiying promised, patting her chest. Obviously, between her son and daughter-in-law, Zhou Huiying stood on the side of her daughter-in-law without hesitation. "And Dad, if that little bastard dares to treat you badly, I'll chop him to pieces." Lu Koan, who had been squeezed into a corner of the screen, also poked his head out and expressed his opinion. Lu Yunqi held his two precious daughters in his arms, his face full of despair. "Yeah, Dad, Mom, Yunqi treats me very well, don't worry." Qi Xianxian glanced at Lu Yunqi with a strange smile on her face, and then added, "If he dares to bully me, I will do it myself and tear him apart." After saying that, he used his other hand, outside the video screen, to clench his fist. Lu Yunqi was dejected. He picked up Tang Tang and Guigua and walked away. "You're just asking for trouble here, so it's better to get away from it as soon as possible." As for what happened later, Zhou Huiying taught Qi Xianxian how to train a husband. Half an hour later, it was time for Tang Tang and Guigui to go to bed, so Lu Yunqi took the two little babies to their room. By the time he coaxed his two daughters out, the video chat was finally over. "We're done talking." Lu Yun got up and went to the garden, saying with a little embarrassment, "Well, we're done talking." Qi Xianxian nodded, her lips curled up slightly, and continued, "I found that Mom has a lot of experience in controlling husbands, and I agree with her philosophy very much." Lu Yunqi instantly remembered his father's status in the family and his face turned very ugly. Well, madam, since we are getting the marriage certificate today, there is no need to announce the family rules first." Lu Yunqi immediately admitted his mistake. "That depends on your performance," Qi Xianxian said with her arms around her shoulders, smiling. "Inhale, take a deep breath and calm down." Lu Yunqi put his hands into his trouser pockets, and kept cheering himself up in his heart. He looked at Qi Xianxian with a pair of tiger eyes and said, "Madam, today is our wedding night. I have a gift for you." Chapter 30, Wedding Gift, 10 seconds please recommend and collect. "Oh? What is it?" Qi Xuanxuan's smile slightly froze on her face and she asked curiously. Lu Yunqi slowly took out the necklace box from his trouser pocket. The moment he took out the necklace, Qi Xianxian was stunned, her face flushed slightly, but her heart was indescribably sweet. She didn't expect Lu Yunqi to buy her a gift. Seeing the expression on Qi Xuanxuan's face, Lu Yunqi was also very happy. He took the necklace in his hand and said softly, "Come, I'll help you put it on." "Yeah." Shi Xianxian responded in a low voice, then extended her snow-white neck over. The moment Midsummer Night was worn around Shi Xuanxuan's neck, it seemed to have found its right owner and became even more dazzling. "Madam, you are so beautiful." Lu Yunqi couldn't help but praise. The admiration in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. The blush on Shi Xuanxuan's face deepened, and her smile changed from surprise to happiness. As the eldest daughter of Haochen Group, her family has never lacked necklaces and jewelry, but at this moment, she discovered that this necklace was the most beautiful and precious. The two of them were already very close to each other. Shi Xianxian tiptoed slightly, pecked Lu Yunqi on the face, and said gently in his ear, "Hubby, you are handsome too." The heat flowed along Lu Yunqi's ears and reached deep into his soul, and he felt as if he was electrocuted. "Too gentle, too seductive, it makes my blood boil." He boldly raised his hands, embraced Shi Xianxian in his arms, lowered his head and said affectionately, "Madam, I like you." Lu Yunqi did not say he loved her at this time, because the time they had spent together was too short and he did not believe in the so-called love at first sight. At the same time, he was worried that Shi Xianxian would think he was fake and pretentious. Love grows over time and can lead to greater happiness and lasting love. Shi Xianxian pressed her cheek against Lu Yunqi's strong chest, her ears felt a little hot. She looked up at Lu Yunqi emotionally, opened her mouth, but no sound came out. But Lu Yunqi still understood what she meant from her lip movements. At this moment, their eyes met, and there was only each other's shadow in each other's eyes. Under the dim yellow light in the garden, everything around them seemed to hold its breath, leaving the best atmosphere for them. Shi Xianxian slowly closed her eyes, her seductive red lips naturally opened slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. 15 minutes later. The two have returned to the bedroom. Lu Yunqi rushed into the bathroom as quickly as possible and took a shower. When he came out, he saw Shi Xianxian had changed into a set of silk pajamas and was sitting on the sofa. He said excitedly, "Madam, I'm done washing, hee." Shi Xianxian looked up when she heard the voice and saw that Lu Yunqi was only wrapped in a bathrobe without even a belt tied around his waist. His shorts were bulging slightly. Her pretty face had turned red all the way to her neck, her ears felt hot, her heartbeat quickened, and some intimate scenes emerged uncontrollably in her mind. "Can't you just tie your belt properly?" Shi Xianxian spoke with resentment, but her expression was very sincere, especially when she saw Lu Yunqi's faintly visible abdominal muscles. She didn't want to look away. Seeing that she was staring at her abdominal muscles intently, Lu Yunqi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and with a mistake, the whole bathrobe slipped off. "Ah, you. Shi Xianxian screamed softly. When she saw that Lu Yunqi actually had 8-pack abdominal muscles, she swallowed the words back. The whole person seemed to be petrified, and the saliva in his mouth was about to overflow. Gurgle. Swallowed. "Madam, can you feel it?" Lu Yunqi walked forward, took Shi Xuanxuan's jade hand, and placed it on his abdominal muscles. The moment the jade hand touched the strong abdominal muscles, a tingling sensation suddenly struck the two of them. Shi Xianxian subconsciously retracted her fingers, but those strong abdominal muscles seemed to be attractive and she couldn't take them off. The subtle feeling between her jade hands and abdominal muscles made her unable to let go. Lu Yunqi felt the faint warmth coming from that jade hand and said in his heart, "Wow, it turns out my wife likes this." Then, suppressing the heat in his heart, he asked tenderly, "Do you still like it?" Shi Xuanxuan's inner passion made her answer subconsciously, "Yeah. It's pretty solid." However, her hands did not stop moving at all, following the lines of the abdominal muscles, feeling, it feels so good." "Madam, can I also touch your abdominal muscles?" Lu Yunqi said with a smirk. Shi Xianxian suddenly raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lu Yunqi, then retracted her jade hand, then climbed onto the bed, lying in a prone position, raised her red lips, and said, "Then give me a massage first. If I'm satisfied, I'll satisfy you." "Okay." Lu Yunqi immediately climbed onto the bed and began the ancestral massage technique. 10 minutes later, Shi Xianxian got up and went into the bathroom to wash. Less than 5 minutes after entering the bathroom, he came out and saw Lu Yunqi still standing stupidly at the bathroom door. He frowned and said, "You are sweating all over. Go take a shower quickly." "Okay." Lu Yunqi rushed into the bathroom and came out as quickly as possible. He came to the bed excitedly and asked anxiously, "Madam, are you satisfied with what you did just now?" At this moment, looking at the beauty lying in front of him, Lu Yunqi's hands could no longer hold back, especially the faint fragrance on Shi Xuanxuan's body, which made his blood rush straight to his mind. Shi Xianxian lay on her back on the bed, seeing that the sparks in his eyes were about to overflow. She also felt a little hot all over, and her cheeks were extremely hot. After all, he is my husband and their children are so grown up. Well, I'm quite satisfied. Shi Xianxian nodded, and then a very small voice said, "You only have 10 seconds." After saying that, Shi Xianxian closed her eyes shyly and could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Although Qi Xuanxuan's voice was very soft, Lu Yunqi could still hear it clearly at such a close distance. Looking at his wife's charming appearance, he almost drooled. The trembling hand touched Qi Xuanxuan's delicate skin through the thin silk pajamas. Abdominal muscles, upwards, like a dance on the fingertips. In an instant, a tingling sensation spread throughout Qi Xuanxuan's body. She bit her red lips lightly, trying to endure the feeling of an electric current flowing through her body, so as not to make any sound. At this moment, Lu Yunqi felt that he was the happiest man in the world. At this moment, Qi Xuanxuan's face was like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. "Oh, when I promised you, I already started calculating the time," Qi Xianxian said righteously, suppressing the smile in her heart. Lu Yunqi almost became autistic. Women's logical thinking is really strange. What you said made so much sense that I couldn't refute it. Lu Yunqi didn't plan to defend himself, because he knew that when a man argued with a woman, he would always be the loser. Shi Xianxian saw all the disappointment on his face. Turning sideways, her jade hands once again touched the firm abdominal muscles. "I'm going to start." Chapter 31-32, Beauty Tomato, Just Take a Bath. 2 hours later. Back in bed, Shi Xianxian fell asleep in Lu Yunqi's arms like a docile cat. Even dreaming tastes like happiness. The next day, early in the morning, Qi Xuanxuan's phone rang. Lu Yunqi glanced at Qi Xianxian, who was sleeping in his arms, and lazily picked up her phone. "Hello, who is this?" A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ah, who are you? Why is Xuanxuan's phone in your hand so early in the morning?" Lu Yunqi took a hazy look at the phone screen and saw the phone number note was by Cha. "I say, Beauty, it's so early in the morning, can't you let us sleep a little longer? I'm her husband, what do you think?" Lu Yunqi said in a helpless tone. "Oh, it's you. I ate the cherry tomatoes in your house and I got poisoned," Bai Cha said in a crying voice on the other end of the phone. When Lu Yunqi heard this, his heart tightened. His wife also ate the cherry tomatoes last night, and she didn't have any abnormal reaction? He quickly asked, "Hey, Beauty, don't be anxious, tell me first, what's going on?" My whole body is shedding skin, and there's a bad smell on me." I don't even dare to look in the mirror now." Bai Cha screamed almost in collapse on the other end of the phone. When Lu Yunqi heard this, he quickly lifted the quilt and glanced at Qi Xianxian lying on the bed. Suddenly, it was like being struck by lightning. What the hell is going on? Isn't it said to beautify and nourish the skin? How could that be? Qi Xianxian was still sleeping soundly, and she didn't know that her body was the same as Bai Cha's. Her entire body was like a snake changing its skin, and her entire pajamas was covered with patches of her skin. "System, can you explain what is going on?" "Host, this is all natural phenomenon, don't panic, they all ate beauty tomatoes, and the system's products have significant detoxification and beauty effects, just take a bath and everything will be solved." Lu Yunqi let out a long sigh, and the stone in his heart was finally put down. "Hey, beautiful lady Bai, don't panic. You just ate too many of my tomatoes. The reaction you're having is the result of their effects. Just take a shower and you'll be fine," Lu Yunqi explained patiently. When Bai Cha on the other end of the phone heard this, he quickly hung up and rushed into the bathroom. "It was when I got up in the morning to go to the bathroom that I accidentally looked at the mirror and scared myself. My skin was extremely itchy and I smelled bad, but there was no other problem." Lu Yunqi hung up the phone and was about to pick up the sleeping Qi Xianxian and go to the bathroom. Qi Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes and her breathing moved slightly. "Ugh, husband, what's that smell? Why is it so?" "Ugh," Qi Xianxian asked curiously while pinching her nose. He quickly sat up from the bed and then let out a loud scream. Husband, what's wrong with me?" "It's okay. It's the beauty tomato you ate last night. Its powerful detoxifying and beauty-enhancing function took effect at night and eliminated some toxins from your body. Now we just need to take a bath." Lu Yunqi stroked Qi Xuanxuan's cheek and comforted her gently. "Call out." Qi Xianxian didn't want to say anything more. She was afraid that if she stayed for another second, she would vomit on herself. Rushed into the bathroom and took a quick shower. After washing, I stood in front of the mirror again and was shocked. This is completely different from what it was like before I took a shower, not to mention my mood. In the mirror, Chi Xuanxuan's skin was as white, tender and elastic as a freshly peeled egg. It seems like it will break if touched and water will be squeezed out. Chi Xianxian gently stroked her skin, already immersed in it, feeling extremely excited and happy. The scene when Lu Yunqi touched her suddenly flashed through my mind. That expression must have been very interesting. As I walked out of the bathroom, my cell phone rang again. Chi Xianxian picked up the phone, and Bai Cha's excited voice came from the other end. "Hey, handsome guy, I'm done, In a luxurious villa in Yudu, Bai Cha is still standing in front of the bathroom mirror, admiring her skin. She called mainly to thank Lu Yunqi for his little tomatoes. Maybe it's because I'm so excited right now, so I just said it simply and excitedly. When Chi Xianxian heard this, she remembered that Bai Cha had also eaten a lot of cherry tomatoes at her house last night. She curled her lips and jokingly said, "Do you want me to help you wash them again?" When Bai Cha heard Chi Xuanxuan's voice, he was so scared that his phone almost fell into the toilet. He felt like a guilty thief. But as Chi Xuanxuan's good friend for many years, how could she be fooled so easily? Okay, how about we take a bath together?" Bai Cha replied happily. "Go away. After eating such delicious cherry tomatoes from our family, remember to think about how to thank my husband," Chi Xianxian said in feigned anger. "Okay, no problem. As long as you don't mind, I can marry you," Bai Cha replied. At this time, Chi Xianxian had already returned to the bedside, and the phone was ringing loudly. Lu Yunqi just happened to hear it and trembled all over. Two stunning beauties. Get lost. Chi Xianxian hung up the phone angrily. Seeing Lu Yunqi's somewhat horrified expression, he was still very satisfied. 7:30. After Lu Yunqi changed the bedding and sheets, he got up and sent the children to school. Chi Xianxian continued to sleep. It's not that she didn't want to get up, but her legs were too sore that she could hardly stand. After sending Tang Tang and Guogua back, the nanny at home was very curious as to why the eldest lady had not gotten up yet. After Lu Yunqi explained, he returned to the room. After taking a look at Chi Xianxian, who was still sleeping, and just as he was about to close the door and leave, he heard her gentle voice behind him. "Hubby, please take me to the company today." Chi Xianxian didn't want her assistants to see her current condition, but she had to go to the company to deal with the company's affairs. "Good." Lu Yunqi responded and walked to the bed, helping Chi Xianxian out of bed. 9:30 in the morning. Lu Yunqi drove to the underground garage of Haochen building and accompanied Chi Xianxian in the president's exclusive elevator to the president's office. They didn't meet many employees along the way. Although Chi Xuanxuan's secretaries noticed something was wrong, they could only keep it to themselves. "Wife, you work here, I'll go home and make you lunch." After sending Chi Xianxian into the office, Lu Yunqi spoke. "Well, drive slowly on the road." Chi Xianxian sat in the boss chair and smiled happily. Although her legs still hurt, she felt very happy in her heart. It is enough for a woman to have such a considerate husband in her life. As soon as Lu Yunqi turned around, the office door was opened. "Hey, handsome Lu, why are you here?" "Where's Xianxian?" The person who came was Bai Cha, who was in an extremely excited mood. When he opened the door, he saw Lu Yunqi and greeted him happily. "Miss Bai, why are you coming to me instead of staying with your Bai group?" Chi Xuanxuan's voice came from the boss chair after Lu Yun stood up. "Oh, so the handsome guy is here, that's amazing." He hadn't gotten up yet at that time today. He must have been too tired last night, as he had been up for so long. "Shut up, what are you talking about? Tell me what you want from me." Chi Xuanxuan's face darkened and she scolded. Chapter 33, Bai Cha wants to star in Demigods and Semi-Devils. "Well, I came here specially to thank you. Look at my face now, it's so tender." Bai Cha walked to the desk and pointed at her face proudly. "Chewy and tender. Do you think you can be proud in front of me?" Chi Xianxian said unhappily. "Are you kidding? Bai Cha is eating tomatoes grown in his own garden, and he has the nerve to show off in front of me." Bai Cha looked at Chi Xianxian, who was sitting in the boss chair. "Fuck a DJ. It was sloppy." "Well, hey, Xianxian, I'm here for two things. First, I want to ask where you bought your tomatoes. Second, I heard that you bought the film and television adaptation rights for Demigods and Semi-Devils. I want to ask you for a role." Bai Cha didn't want to embarrass himself, so he simply told the truth about his purpose. "Wife, you guys chat first." I'll go back and cook for you. At this time, Lu Yunqi spoke. I haven't written anything today, I have to go back and write 2 chapters. Drive slowly on the road. Shi Xianxian originally wanted to stand up, but her legs were still a little weak. She was afraid that Bai Cha would notice, so she sat down and said with concern. Handsome guy, remember to make an extra portion. I want some too. Just as Lu Yunqi raised his foot and was about to leave, Bai Cha suddenly spoke. Lu Yunqi looked back at Shi Xianxian, who nodded helplessly. After Lu Yunqi left the office, Bai Cha came to the desk again and said with envy, Xianxian, I really envy you now. You have such a handsome and caring husband, and he makes you a loving lunch every day. Shi Xianxian was very happy to hear her best friend praising her husband, and said with a smile, you should find one as soon as possible. Tisk, do you think a good man like your husband is a common cabbage? How can he be so easy to find? Bai Cha pouted and said resentfully. Okay, let's get down to business. The cherry tomatoes you asked for were bought by my husband. As for where he bought them, I don't know. You should ask him. There was a pile of documents on Qi Xuanxuan's desk, so she really didn't have much time to chat with her best friend. Ah, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought your chef bought it. Bai Cha was delighted and said with a surprised look on his face. If the cherry tomatoes were bought by Lu Yunqi, then she could ask him about it, because he still owed her a favor. The second thing is, have your family allowed you to act? Qi Xianxian asked curiously. Bai Cha hesitated for a moment and said, of course. Don't worry about the details. I just think that the book Demigods and Semi-Devils is so well written. I also want to fulfill my dream of becoming a martial arts hero. I don't want to play the protagonist Wang Yuyan, after all, I'm not famous, but I should be able to play supporting roles like A Zi, A Zhu or Mu Qingwan in the book. Although Bai Cha is the daughter of the Bai family, she originally studied acting. However, because she was forcibly hugged by a male fan during a performance, the Bai family no longer allowed her to act. Instead, she went back to take over the Bai's wine business, but she always had a dream of becoming a good actress. Recently, I finally saw a very good book on Qidian literature website. I originally wanted to buy the copyright with my own money, but later I found out that Qi Xianxian had already bought it, so I came to Qi Xianxian to ask for a role. Are you sure you just want to play a supporting role? Qi Xianxian asked seriously. She also knew about Bai Cha's acting skills. Before he retired, he was considered a third-rate actor. If he were to play a supporting role, there would be absolutely no problem with Bai Cha's image. But she always felt that Bai Cha's idea would not be that simple. I think it's almost confirmed. How about I invest half of the money and let me play the leading role? I can barely do the job, he. Bai Cha said in a modest manner. Qi Xianxian. However, Qi Xianxian was not a professional in this matter after all, so she had to see what Ning Nannan had to say, so she was not in a hurry to agree. Professionals do professional things. Qi Xianxian took out her cell phone and called Ning Nannan. The other side. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yunqi returned to the villa and asked the nanny to go out and buy some ingredients. He then carried his computer to the garden to start typing. These days, he updates the book with tens of thousands of words every day, so the book is becoming more and more popular. When he turned on the computer and logged into the writer's area, he was shocked. The Demigods and Semi-Devils has unknowingly made it into the top 10 of the new book sales list on Qidian Literature Network, and has been hanging on a prominent banner. During this period, many middle-aged people, following word of mouth, went to Qidian to read the book. Don't ask him how he knows this. Because now in the circle of book lovers, there are countless first-level small accounts, which look like paid water armies. In fact, Lu Yunqi himself knows that he does not have them. These first-level small accounts originally had no habit of reading books online, but they registered accounts specifically to read Demigods and Semi-Devils. There are now more than 12,000 people giving rewards on the reward list for Demigods and Semi-Devils, and many of them are from first-level accounts. However, what surprised Lu Yunqi even more was that dozens of reward messages appeared in the writer's message last night. User M3322323 has rewarded Tianlong Babu with 1 million book coins. User 231324 of the online game gave 1 million book coins to the Demigods and Semi-Devils. User M3322323 has rewarded Tianlong Babu with 10 million book coins. User 231324 of the online game rewards Tianlong Babu with 10 million book coins. On Qidian Literature Network, 1 million book coins are equivalent to 10,000 renminbi, and there will also be a silver treasure chest, while 10 million book coins are equivalent to a gold treasure chest. Many people who were watching the fun also started to make a noise in the book club. This is too exciting. Is it so easy to get a gold treasure chest? This is truly a once-in-a-century fight between gods. Who said it wasn't? I thought I was watching a live broadcast. The entire site broadcast on the app never stopped. But, does anyone know who these two are? I know. Those two are both game developers. They probably took a fancy to this book and wanted to buy his game development copyright. I see. That's fine. Game developers make money anyway. Lu Yunqi looked at the reward record from the writers backstage. Both of them had spent more than 10 gold treasure chests, which were worth more than 1 million. Wow, I really met a rich man. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. With the rewards from these two rich men, I can get at least 1 million, not counting the royalties and rewards from other people. Now I have become a celebrity with one book. When the copyright fee is paid, I can go home and buy a big house for my parents. Lu Yunqi muttered to himself. Before I knew it, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. It's time to cook for my wife. Well, I didn't write a single word this morning, so I'm destined not to be able to update at noon. After spending the whole morning browsing the book club circle, I found that the Demigods and Semi-Devils app now has over 1 million fans, and all the data are very impressive. It looks like it will be able to make it to the monthly ticket list by the end of the month. Chapter 34, Houchin Entertainment wins the film and television adaptation rights, asking for recommendation and collection. At noon, Lu Yunqi prepared the meal and brought it to Qi Xianxian. This time it was the same as usual, except that 2 more beauty tomatoes were added to lunch. The president's office in Houchin building. Qi Xianxian had been sitting in the boss's chair looking at documents. Occasionally, a secretary would come in to report on some company matters. She hadn't moved the entire morning. Bai Cha was sitting on the sofa leisurely drinking tea. She was the general manager of a company, but now she was staying at Qi Xuanxuan's place just to eat the meal prepared by Lu Yunqi. Qi Xianxian was also helpless about this. Wow, Xianxian, hurry up and take a look, that book has been updated. I haven't read it for just 1 day, but it's so popular in the book club circle. Bai Cha, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, suddenly spoke excitedly. Qi Xianxian, who was looking down at a document, was slightly startled, then put the document down and began to read it with relish. Boom boom boom. At this time, Lu Yunqi knocked on the door. Come in. Qi Xianxian said without raising her head. Lu Yunqi pushed open the door and saw Bai Cha was really sitting in Qi Xuanxuan's office waiting for him, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. Oh, this food is so delicious, but it's also a sin. I just want to keep my wife's stomach, but I don't want to keep her best friend's stomach. However, 2 lunches were also prepared this time. After all, Bai Cha kept her mouth shut yesterday, otherwise the necklace would not have served as the fuse for the decisive battle. Seeing that both of them were looking down at their phones, looking very absorbed, Lu Yunqi walked to the desk, handed Qi Xianxian a cucumber, and said softly, "Don't work so hard, eat a cucumber first to replenish your blood." Qi Xianxian looked up when she heard the voice and saw Lu Yunqi's handsome face. She looked blaming him. It was this guy who made her so embarrassed. But she said calmly, "Okay." Bai Cha, who was originally immersed in the world of martial arts, heard a man's voice suddenly, looked up abruptly, and then saw Lu Yunqi's back. Okay, I admit that he is really handsome, even his back is so charming. Hey, handsome guy, this is not right. You are giving it to your wife. Can't you see there is a beautiful woman here? Bai Cha quickly put away his phone, stood up and walked behind Lu Yun, patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Although the novel is interesting, for foodies, food obviously comes first. There are some for you too, but of course the good things have to be given to my wife first. Lu Yunqi turned around and took out 2 cucumbers and handed them to Bai Cha. After taking the white tea from the cucumber, he was about to thank her happily, but was taken aback by the remark and went to the sofa with the cucumber in his hand. After eating a blood-nourishing cucumber, Qi Xianxian felt that her body had recovered a lot. Although her legs were still a little sore, it was not noticeable unless you looked closely. Come and eat. Lu Yunqi shouted after placing the food on the table. The 2 women heard the sound and walked over. At lunch, the white tea tasted delicious but also very sour. After the 2 girls finished their meal, Lu Yunqi packed up and left. After all, he had to go back to update in the afternoon. In the office, after the 2 women finished their lunch, Ning Nan Nan arrived not long after. The three women discuss together the relevant matters regarding the filming of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Lu Yunqi returned to the villa and prepared to start writing like crazy. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half month, Lu Yunqi lived a very regular life every day. He got up at 7 in the morning, sent his two babies to school, returned home in the morning and started typing, made a loving lunch for Qi Xianxian at noon, and returned to the villa in the afternoon to continue typing. Moreover, during this period, Demigods and Semi-Devils achieved mythical results thanks to Lu Yunqi's terrifying update volume with guaranteed quality and quantity. From the writer's perspective, Jidian Literature Network has put a banner for The Demigods and Semi-Devils on its homepage for half a month. The website and app have tens of millions of readers every day who can see this book as soon as they enter the site. It is conceivable that with this terrifying amount of exposure, the number of readings it can generate every day is very huge. Many veteran writers on Jidian Literature Network felt very uncomfortable watching this. Normal banner recommendations have a fixed period, which would be fairer to everyone. However, this book Demigods and Semi-Devils was not given a recommended position according to common sense, and it was hung on the banner for half a month. But when they couldn't help but click in to read the book, all their dissatisfaction with the website disappeared. Because this book is so good. Even those great writers of fantasy or urban novels have become its fans after seeing the content of The Demigods and Semi-Devils. The writing skills, plot, character portrayal, rhythm, story rationality, etc. are also impeccable. From the reader's perspective, Lu Yunqi's updating speed really makes them feel comfortable. Most authors maintain a stable pace of 2 to 4 updates a day, with each update being 2,000 words. As long as they keep updating, they are considered very diligent. If some great writers can update 5 to 10 chapters a day, it would be a great blessing for the readers. But what about Dogu Yunqi? In less than 20 days since the book was published, it has been updated to nearly 1 million words, with an average of more than 50,000 words updated every day. Of course, no one would think that Lu Yunqi's hand speed was too fast. They all subconsciously believe that it was because he had a lot of manuscripts in stock. The main reason is that such a large amount of updates makes readers feel very comfortable. However, more importantly, even with such a large update, there is not a bit of water in it, and it is full of solid plot content. This also greatly increased readers' love for the author. On this day, Lu Yunqi came to deliver food to Qi Xianxian as usual. When he entered the office, he found that Qi Xianxian was not there, so Lu Yunqi simply sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. Although he had been to the company several times, he was not very familiar with it. The reason why he did not send a message to ask was that he had confirmed before he came that Qi Xianxian was indeed in the company. I took out my phone and started checking Weibo. I just opened Weibo and saw an announcement from Haochen Entertainment. We have obtained the film and television adaptation rights for Demigods and Semi-Devils. We look forward to Haochen Entertainment bringing you a new martial arts drama. The new drama is in preparation, so stay tuned. Lu Yunqi curiously clicked on the comments on Weibo and saw that the entire comment section had exploded. Subsequently, several hot searches about Demigods and Semi-Devils appeared on Weibo, and many fans expressed their great anticipation for the new martial arts film. At the same time, many artists under Haochen Entertainment also posted on Weibo, expressing high expectations for the new drama, and the male and female protagonists have already been confirmed. What everyone talked about most was the actress who played the female lead Wang Yuyan, because Lu Yunqi also knew this person. That is Qi Xianxian's best friend, Bai Cha. A second-tier actor who retired from the entertainment industry 3 years ago will actually star in Demigods and Semi-Devils this time. This surprised Lu Yunqi very much. He had never heard before that Bai Cha was actually an actress. He always thought she was just a willful princess. Bai Cha's fans were very curious. They didn't expect that the first drama Bai Cha would star in after his comeback would be an ancient martial arts drama. For a time, many fans began to wonder what kind of story this new home tells that would make Bai Cha, the famous cold goddess in the entertainment industry, willing to make a comeback for it. Chapter 35, Hot on the Internet New Book, Please Recommend and Collect. Therefore, fans of all artists under Haochen Entertainment, with curiosity, began to go to Jidian Literature Network to search for The Demigods and Semi-Devils. This time, the entire Jidian Literature Network became popular on Weibo. The book Demigods and Semi-Devils was extremely popular, and people could be heard talking about it everywhere in the streets and alleys. And the fans of those artists even became its fans directly after reading the book Demigods and Semi-Devils. A new wave of martial arts is sweeping across China. In the book circle of Demigods and Semi-Devils, many readers left messages. I have always known about this book. I started reading it 10 days ago and have been waiting for updates every day. In the office, the topic most talked about among colleagues is demigods and semi-devils. If you haven't read it, you won't be able to get a word in. I love this martial arts book, I love it. I'm beginning to look forward to the TV series produced by Houchin Entertainment. I want to see how mighty and domineering Xiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms will be in the TV series. If I hadn't seen Goddess Baicha's Weibo, I wouldn't have known that there is such a good martial arts novel now. I look forward to the new novel. Come on, author. I am 40 years old this year, and I am an old fan of martial arts novels. The first time I read a novel online was when one of my employees told me that a good martial arts novel had been published recently. So I started reading this book with a try it attitude. Now I am deeply addicted to it. The author is awesome. The book club circle is almost becoming a large communication community. After catching up with the updates, many readers began to discuss the story and martial arts moves in the novel in the book club. In just less than 20 days, the circle of book fans of demigods and semi-devils has directly risen to the platinum circle and is not far from the brick and stone circle. On the monthly ticket list of QIDN.com, demigods and semi-devils also performed exceptionally well. After more than 20 days of accumulation, I now have 100,000 monthly tickets, directly entering the top 10 of the website's monthly ticket list. Because the book was published too recently, there is still a big gap between it and the top 3. After all, those are books of several million words, and the subject matter is also very dominant in urban literature, and now they have 400,000 or 500,000 monthly votes. Moreover, the monthly tickets for Liu Yunqi's book only began to skyrocket after Houchin Entertainment announced the purchase of the rights for film and television adaptation. Before, perhaps due to everyone's inherent concept, even if they saw a recommendation and saw that it was a martial arts novel, they would subconsciously think that there was nothing new in martial arts novels, so they would not click on the recommendation to read it. Under the guidance of those artists' fans, many people who actually clicked in to read the book realized how attractive this book is. Liu Yunqi sat in Qi Xuanxuan's office, looking at the lively circle of book lovers, with a faint smile on his lips. It seemed that all this was within his expectations. About 10 minutes later, Qi Xianxian returned to the office from outside. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Liu Yunqi sitting on the sofa. A smile appeared on his tired face, and he said, "It's been a long time since you came here." Liu Yunqi stood up after hearing the voice, and looking at Qi Xuanxuan's forced smile, he said worriedly, "What's wrong? You don't look very well." Although he is not the kind of person who can read minds, he can still do the most basic observation of people's words and expressions, not to mention that the person is his own wife. Qi Xianxian smiled and shook her head. "No, that's great. Let me see what delicious food you made for me today." Qi Xianxian didn't want to bring her work troubles to Liu Yunqi, and she was just a little tired. That's because we had been having a long meeting this morning regarding the real estate company's purchase of land in Yudu. She originally thought that it would be easier as long as she achieved some success with the entertainment company before dealing with the real estate company's affairs. But unexpectedly, the company did not give her much time. The entire group is like a large machine running madly, and various problems always arise. Well, there is nothing in this world that can't be solved by a cucumber. If there is, then use two. Liu Yunqi led Qi Xianxian to the dining table and said with a smile. He knew that there were some things he was not able to help with right now, and since Qi Xianxian was unwilling to tell him, Liu Yunqi would not take the initiative to ask. Before he becomes powerful enough, all Liu Yunqi can do is to cook delicious food for her every day. Of course, he can also work harder to write a few classic novels, which will help Qi Xianxian a little bit. Well, today's dishes are very rich, thank you, husband. After eating half a cucumber, Qi Xianxian felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, she couldn't help but praise them. Well, if it tastes good, eat more. I'll rub your shoulders for you. Liu Yunqi stood behind Qi Xianxian, placed his hands gently on her shoulders and kneaded them. Qi Xianxian spent half an hour on the sumptuous lunch. After dinner, Liu Yunqi had to go back to write, so he didn't stay for long and left the office under Qi Xuanxuan's reluctant gaze. After returning to the villa, Liu Yunqi began typing frantically on the computer. Now I am maintaining a writing speed of 50,000 words per day, and it will only take about 10 days to finish the whole book. It was not until the afternoon when Tang Tang and Guogua were done with school that Liu Yunqi got up and left the villa. When the car had just driven out of the community and was going straight over the speed bump, a red sports car suddenly hit it from the side. Bump! There was a loud noise, and then Liu Yunqi felt his car move sideways slightly. Fortunately, the BMW has good safety performance and he was not seriously injured. He pulled the handbrake on the car and then slowly got out of it. I saw a red Ferrari sports car with a deformed hood and a serious dent in the passenger door. Lu Yunqi walked forward and looked through the front windshield, only to see a very beautiful woman sitting in the car, looking somewhat at a loss. Knocked on the car window. When the car window was opened, a strong fragrance mixed with a hint of alcohol came towards me. Beauty, do you want me to call the police or settle it privately? Lu Yunqi understood what was going on instantly and asked calmly. If you drive under the influence and cause a traffic accident, you may be held criminally responsible and go to jail in serious cases. Seeing that the woman was not very old and was in a hurry to pick up her precious daughter, Lu Yunqi didn't have time to waste with her here. Besides, there aren't many people watching now. If there are too many people later, it will cause traffic jam in the morning, which is not good. How much do you want? Just tell me and I'll compensate you, the woman said lightly, slightly drunk. He sat in the car with no intention of getting out. He was still holding his cell phone and didn't even look up at Lu Yunqi. She just came back from abroad yesterday and had lunch with some good girlfriends. They hadn't seen each other for a few years, so she had a few extra drinks. Because the place where I had lunch was not far from here, I thought of coming over to see my precious niece, but when I arrived at the entrance of the community, I didn't know which building it was. I just arrived at the gate of the community and remembered to send a message to my sister to ask her, but I didn't expect there would be a car accident. Lu Yunqi frowned at the woman's attitude and took out his cell phone. Chapter 36, Sister-in-law Qi Lingshan, please recommend and collect. Hey, help me send a car out, my car was hit at the entrance of the community. Lu Yunqi was calling the nanny in the villa. As for the car accident scene, take photos first and leave the rest to the traffic police. Not long after, Nanny Xiao Wang drove out of the community in a Mercedes-Benz, parked the car and took the car keys. Son-in-law, what are you doing? Looking at the scene, Xiao Wang opened his eyes wide and asked in shock. It's okay, just stay here and wait for the traffic police to deal with it. I have to go pick up the baby. Lu Yunqi took the Mercedes-Benz key, gave an instruction, and drove away. No matter what happens, it is not as important as picking up my daughter from school. The woman sitting in the Ferrari heard clearly the conversation between Lu Yunqi and the nanny. I couldn't help but get nervous. There's still a smell of alcohol in her voice now. If the police come, she'll be in trouble. By then, a heavy shadow of darkness will be left on your glorious life. She shook her head to sober herself up a little, and quickly called her best friends for help. As a result, I made several calls in a row, but no one answered. Maybe I drank too much at noon and fell asleep as soon as I got home. In desperation, the woman had to bite the bullet and dial a number. After a few rings, a somewhat surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, why did you feel like calling me today? I was in front of your community gate and had a car accident, the woman said calmly. The person on the other end of the phone was startled for a moment, then asked, Lingshan, you are back home? His tone was full of doubt. The person driving the red Ferrari sports car was Qi Xuanxuan's sister, Qi Lingshan. Because I was studying in Country M during the 4 years, except for the time when Qi Hao passed away, I basically stayed in Country M and seldom returned to China. She had told Qi Xianxian several times before that she had returned to China, but Qi Xianxian was happy for nothing several times. Yes, I bumped into him. I was drinking with some close friends at noon. Qi Lingshan said truthfully. She and Qi Xianxian are sisters who have a deep sisterly love, but they also compete with each other and are the type of sisters who like to bicker with each other. She always called her best friend first because she didn't want her sister to think that she couldn't do anything else except singing. Wait for me there. I'll tell you right away. If you dare to lie to me again this time, I will never forgive you. In the CEO's office of Haochen Building, Qi Xianxian was already holding her bag and preparing to go home, saying threateningly. Qi Lingshan didn't say anything and hung up the phone. At the entrance of the community, Nanny Xiao Wang's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, Missy. Go to the gate of our community now and see if anyone has been in a car accident. Qi Xianxian ordered on the other end of the phone. Yes. Nanny Xiao Wang answered without thinking. How did you know so quickly? Miss, I'm at the scene. My uncle called me just now and said his car was hit. He asked me to send him a car. He's gone to pick up the little princess now. I'm waiting here for the traffic police to handle it. Nanny Xiao Wang replied. She thought it was her brother-in-law who called the eldest daughter, and she was a little puzzled. It had been so long, why did the eldest daughter just call her? Shi Xianxian, who was sitting in the Maybach, had a bitter smile on her face. What kind of script is this? The first time my husband met his sister-in-law was at a car accident scene? Xiao Wang, the traffic police haven't come yet, you should quickly ask someone to drive another car. Shi Xianxian gave the command remotely. Although Qi Lingshan was a little naughty, she couldn't just watch her sister being locked up. Ah! Miss, do you know the other car owner? Nanny Xiao Wang exclaimed. She was hired after Qi Xianxian bought a villa here, and Qi Lingshan was not mentioned before. Just call someone quickly, I'll be there soon. On the other end of the phone, Qi Xianxian said something in an anxious tone and then hung up. He urged the driver again. Nanny Xiao Wang, confused, called another nanny. Qi Xianxian also sent a WeChat message directly to Qi Lingshan, asking her to let someone else drive the car, and also told her that the person she hit was her husband, who was also her brother-in-law. Qi Lingshan was sitting in the car, and after reading Qi Xuanxuan's message, she was completely stunned. Oh my god, this is such a bloody plot. I actually hit my brother-in-law with my car and let other people know about our relationship. They thought I, Qi Lingshan, was going to murder my brother-in-law? No, sister, brother-in-law, when did my sister get married? What does that person look like? I had no idea how tall, short, fat, or thin I was. It's all because of this damn cell phone. It really wastes my time. If I had known earlier, I would have taken a closer look. After a while, the traffic police uncle arrived. At this time, Qi Lingshan had returned to Qi Xuanxuan's villa under the guidance of the nanny. As for the car accident scene, it was left to Xiao Wang and another nanny to deal with. The other side. After Lu Yunqi picked up the two little babies from the kindergarten, he drove directly home. Because of the car accident at the entrance of the community, I have been delayed for a while and I have to go home quickly to cook for my wife. When I got home, I looked around and found Qi Xianxian sitting on the sofa, chatting with a woman whose hair color seemed familiar. Why are you back so early today? I was delayed when I was picking up my daughter just now. I'll go cook dinner now. After entering the door, he said something to Qi Xianxian and turned into the kitchen. Mommy! Mommy! As soon as Tang Tang and Guogui got off Lu Yunqi, they ran towards Qi Xianxian excitedly. Qi Xianxian stood up, bent down, picked up the two little princesses, and kissed each of them on the face. Baby, did you listen to your teacher at school today? Yes, Tang Tang was very well behaved in school today. Tang Tang replied with a smile. Not to be outdone, Guogui said, Mommy, Guogui was very well behaved today. Qi Lingshan, who was sitting on the sofa, stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. She knew that she had become an aunt before, but she had never seen her father. When her father passed away, she just came back to attend the memorial service and then went back to the United States. I have never seen my two little nieces before. Now I see that they are so beautiful. They have perfectly inherited the excellent bloodline of the Qi family. Are these your two daughters? Qi Lingshan looked at the two cute little treasures and loved them so much that she looked at Qi Xianxian and asked, Mom, who is this beautiful aunt? Why have I never seen her before? Tang Tang heard Qi Lingshan's voice, turned her head and looked at her carefully, then asked curiously. That childish voice made Qi Lingshan like it even more. It's so cute. Although Guogui didn't say anything, her eyes were fixed on Qi Lingshan, and she was as curious as Tang Tang. My two little darlings, what are your names? I am your mother's sister. From now on, you have to call me Auntie, okay? Before Qi Xianxian could speak, Qi Lingshan spoke first with a smile. When the two little cuties heard this, they showed an expression of disbelief on their faces and looked up at Qi Xianxian. Well, she is your aunt and mother's biological sister. Qi Xianxian nodded and introduced her to the two children. Chapter 37, Who Can Conquer the Cold Sister? Please recommend and collect. The two little darlings' eyes fell on Qi Lingshan again. Hey, it seems to look a bit like my mother. But not as pretty as my mom. Baby, call me Auntie and I'll buy you delicious food. Qi Lingshan looked at the chubby little face and couldn't help but want to pinch it. But as soon as the hand reached out, the two little cuties instantly broke free from Qi Xuanxuan's arms and kept a safe distance from Qi Lingshan. Tangwa turned around and stuck out her tongue at Qi Lingshan and said in a baby voice, No, we only like to eat what Dad cooks. We don't eat junk food bought outside. 10,000 points of critical damage directly struck Qi Lingshan's heart. I have been independent in country M for so long and there was never anyone I couldn't handle, but now I am speechless because of these two kids. Tang Tang and Guodui turned around and ran out of the kitchen to admire their father's amazing performance. Qi Lingshan turned her gaze to Qi Xianxian. Don't look at me. These two little ones are the most attached to their dad. You came here by yourself and didn't even bring them any gifts. No wonder they didn't want to call you. Qi Xianxian shrugged and said lightly. Qi Lingshan glanced at the tall and handsome figure busy in the kitchen and asked curiously, I say, you found that young master from the group to take over, and he can even cook? There was nothing he could do for his two little nieces. He could only find out who this so-called brother-in-law was and how he could conquer Qi Xianxian, who was always as cold as an iceberg. What is even more abominable is that today I almost ended up in jail because of this brother-in-law whom I had never met. What a mess. He is the biological father of the two children. Qi Xuanxuan's face changed drastically. After she finished speaking, she quickly pulled Qi Lingshan to the sofa far from the kitchen, patted Qi Lingshan's slender waist hard, and said seriously, Lingshan, be quiet, that's your brother-in-law, you just bumped into him, be nice and apologize to him later. My sister is my biological sister, but my husband is the man who can bring me a lifetime of happiness. And in this matter, it was indeed Qi Lingshan's fault. I say, sister, what does he do? He made you so serious and asked me to apologize to him. He almost put me in jail, and you still want me to apologize to him? Qi Lingshan was unhappy when she heard this. I am the eldest daughter of the Qi family. How could I possibly apologize to my brother-in-law? Moreover, regarding Qi Xuanxuan's marriage, she often called her family and had never heard about it. He must have kept it a secret from his family. If that was the case, even if he hadn't officially entered the Qi family yet, he should have come to apologize to me and beg me to say something good about him. Yes, that's right, he should apologize to me. Because he is your brother-in-law and my husband. You were wrong in this matter, so you must apologize. Qi Xianxian said with a cold face. However, her cold face had no effect on Qi Lingshan and did not intimidate her at all. Don't look at me like that. He hasn't met his grandparents yet, right? And they don't know that you're married, right? Qi Lingshan asked righteously. She clearly remembered that her family was planning to marry Qi Xianxian to the Lang family in Sichuan province, and the Lang family was also very interested. To put it bluntly, it is just a family marriage, which is very beneficial to both groups. Who I marry is, of course, my own decision. What, do you think you have the power now and want to threaten me? After hearing Qi Lingshan's words, Qi Xuanxuan's heart was beating fast, but she spoke without any fear. How is that possible? You are my sister. Of course I won't threaten you, but... Qi Lingshan said, her eyes moving towards the kitchen. The threat in the words was quite obvious. This seemed to have hit Qi Xuanxuan's soft spot, and the aura on her body dissipated instantly. The two sisters sat down calmly and began to negotiate. Lu Yunqi had been busy in the kitchen. When he entered the house, he saw that there were guests at home, so he specially made a few more dishes. An hour later, there was a burst of aroma wafting from the kitchen. The other people in the villa have already gotten used to it. Since Lu Yunqi moved into the villa, they can smell this tempting colorful fragrance every day. But for Qi Lingshan, who came to the villa for the first time, it was a fatal temptation. Gurgle. Qi Lingshan, who was sitting on the sofa and chatting, couldn't help swallowing. He was a chef before? The two had almost finished their negotiation. Qi Lingshan looked at the kitchen curiously, then turned around and looked at Qi Xianxian and asked. Qi Xianxian shook her head and said nothing. Her heart ached a little at this moment. Because during the negotiation just now, she had taken out her most precious cherry tomatoes as a bargaining chip to shut up her unruly sister. Xiao Wang, serve the dishes. It's time to eat. Lu Yunqi's baritone voice came from the kitchen. When the singer Qi Lingshan heard this, her eyes sparkled with golden light, as if she had discovered some incredible treasure. Sister, let's sing karaoke tonight? Qi Lingshan said with a smile. When Qi Xianxian saw this smiling face, her heart tightened. This little girl looks like she's up to no good. But she had just returned, so it was difficult for him to refuse. There was an entertainment room in the villa, which was convenient. Let's talk after dinner. Qi Xianxian said lightly, and then took Qi Lingshan to the dining table. With the help of the nannies, 12 delicious dishes soon filled the dining table. Wow, there are sweet and sour pork ribs again today. Tang Tang and Guodui, after washing their hands under the care of the nanny, sat at the table, looked at the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, and cheered excitedly. I want to eat 5 pieces today. Guogwa picked up the chopsticks, quickly picked up a piece of pork ribs, licked it, and put it in his bowl. He looked at Tang Tang and the strange ant at the table with vigilance. Seeing this, Tang Tang was not willing to be outdone, and in the same way, she picked up 6 pieces of ribs and put them in her own bowl. Shi Xianshan laughed. Shi Lingshan stared at her 2 adorable little nieces with wide eyes. No matter how delicious these ribs are, as the little princess of the Qi family, there is no need for you to behave like this, right? They were afraid that someone would snatch their delicious food away. The 2 babies' dinner every day is nutritionally matched by your brother-in-law. Spare ribs are the 2 little guys' favorite food, but they can only eat it twice a week. Shi Xianshan explained. Shi Lingshan suddenly realized, I thought you were poor and couldn't bear to buy meat for my niece? At this time, Lu Yunqi came out of the kitchen holding a plate of cherry tomatoes and some blood-nourishing cucumbers. Fresh cucumbers. Lu Yunqi's voice stopped abruptly as he walked out of the kitchen. Chapter 38, Misunderstandings with my sister-in-law. Please recommend and collect. Shi Lingshan also heard the sound and looked in that direction, although she already knew that the person she bumped into today was her brother-in-law. But at that time I didn't even look at what this person looked like. When she saw Lu Yunqi's face clearly at this moment, she suddenly understood why her sister, who was so cold and aloof, would risk being scolded by her family to marry this man. She and Shi Xianshan are sisters and no more than Bai Cha, so she thinks this man is the one who hurt her sister 5 years ago. Why are you here? After calming down, Lu Yunqi walked to the dining table and asked with a somewhat unfriendly look. This woman almost got herself killed, and now she has to eat the food she cooked. But why did she appear in my house? And it seems that he has a good relationship with his wife. Hubby, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Shi Lingshan. Shi Xianshan stood up and took the initiative to introduce Lingshan. This is your brother-in-law, Lu Yunqi. Duong. A plate of precious beauty tomatoes jumped a few times on the floor and then rolled in all directions. The Qi and blood cucumber was almost smashed to pieces, but the plate, which was made of plastic, jumped lightly in the air a few times and finally landed steadily on the ground. Brother-in-law, hello, my name is Shi Lingshan. Shi Lingshan stood up and said with a smile. If Shi Lingshan had any resentment towards her brother-in-law before, when she saw this handsome face, the resentment in her heart had long disappeared. You are Xuanxuan's sister. Were you sent by your family? Lu Yunqi looked at Shi Lingshan vigilantly and asked. I always thought that it was just a simple car accident, but what if this woman was Qi Xuanxuan's sister? Could it be that their family disapproves of what's going on between Shi Xianshan and I and deliberately sent her sister to cause trouble for me? No, it should have come to take my life directly. Luckily the BMW is strong enough. Yes, I am. Hello, let's eat first. Lu Yunqi said lightly. His heart was already filled with turmoil, and he walked over and sat down next to his 2 daughters. Brother-in-law, actually Shi Lingshan wanted to explain something. Shi Xianshan glanced at Lu Yunqi, shook her head slightly, and pulled Shi Lingshan to sit down. Okay, let's eat. Your brother-in-law is a little tired from cooking. She knew that Lu Yunqi might have misunderstood that Lingshan was here to cause trouble for him, since he didn't want to give Shi Lingshan a chance to explain. If she went to explain to Lu Yunqi now, it would only make him feel more uncomfortable. A man's self-esteem is sometimes still very strong in front of outsiders. Shi Lingshan didn't think too much about it. She thought Lu Yunqi was tired from cooking and didn't want to talk to her. This dinner was destined to end in an awkward atmosphere. While eating, Shi Lingshan kept picking up food for Tang Tang and Guogwa, trying to further win the favor of her 2 little nieces. However, what she didn't expect was that the 2 little guys ignored her completely. Even when she picked up sweet and sour pork ribs for them, the 2 little guys ignored her. Tonight, Lu Yunqi ate very little. After eating, he took his 2 baby daughters to the children's room to play. Oh, I didn't expect that this brother-in-law, apart from being handsome and being able to cook, is useless. After dinner, Shi Lingshan looked at the message on her phone and said with a smile. Get out. Your brother-in-law is very powerful. Shi Xianshan shouted angrily. The 2 of them had finally gotten to the point where they could compete against each other every day, but this girl had to come and sabotage it. It's so hateful. If there is a gap in the hearts of a couple, their nightlife will not be pleasant. Also, watch your mouth. When your brother-in-law gives me a cucumber tomorrow, I will give you one. Shi Xianshan said with some pain. Especially when they saw that the small tomatoes that had just been slowly put on the plate all fell to the ground, and finally became the treasures that the nannies fought over. Chi Xuanxuan's heart was bleeding. Those small tomatoes had special functions that could not be bought even with money. Moreover, she now knew that these things were obtained by Lu Yunqi, but he did not tell her where he got them. Ah, didn't you say beauty tomatoes? Why are you giving me cucumbers now? I don't need them. Shi Lingshan said with a slightly blushing face. What's so good about cucumbers? They're cold and sour. The other side. Lu Yunqi was playing with Tang Tang and Guogui in the children's room. Just after playing for a while, Zhou Huiying called via video. Tang Tang, Guogui, come and see Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Yunqi connected the video, pointed the camera directly at the two little cuties, and shouted. On the other side of the video, Zhou Huiying was very happy to see her two granddaughters. During this period, he posted a video almost every day, and he seemed extremely happy every time. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandma. The two little cuties came over and greeted Zhou Huiying enthusiastically, but the grandfather in the corner of the video screen was directly ignored by the two sisters. Okay, baby, what did you learn in school today? Zhou Huiying asked with a smile on her face. Grandma, let's fight monsters, the two little girls said happily. The two sisters have been deeply in love with it since Zhou Huiying performed the monster with a stick in the video last time. Zhou Huiying smiled even brighter when she heard this, and waved the magic broom in her hand towards the camera. Okay, Grandma is ready. Before you fight the monster, let Grandma kiss you first, Mua. 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 Tang Tang and Guogui, holding toys in their hands, put their heads directly in front of the mobile phone screens and kissed the screens one by one. A large amount of saliva was left on the screen, and Lu Yunqi, who was holding the phone, couldn't help but admire the operation of the two little guys. Such a lovely daughter, I love her so much. Grandma, let's fight monsters now. Tang Tang reminded coquettishly. The two sisters have already picked up the magic shovel in the toy room, ready to learn how to fight monsters from their grandmother. At this moment, Lu Kuan in the corner of the screen had a smiling face frozen in an instant. A person's first impression is so important. Ever since the first time, his dark skin and stubble on his face scared his two precious granddaughters. In the hearts of these two little cuties, the title of Grandpa no longer exists, and has been replaced by Monster. The shadow in my heart is immeasurable. Lu Kuan plucked up the courage to push Zhou Huiying away. In the video, he had a standard slicked back hair, shiny, and the stubble on his face was trimmed cleanly. He no longer had the scary look he had before, and apart from his darker skin, he looked like an energetic old man. Tang Tang, Guogui, two little darlings, come and call Grandpa. Call Grandpa and I will buy you some candies. Lu Kuan's smiling face looked a little funny, and he took out a few Alps that he had specially bought from the village store. Chapter 39, Video, I want to go home, please collect and recommend. However, the two little treasures had no interest in the Alps in Lu Kuan's hand. The two sisters stared at the screen with wide eyes, looking for their grandma. Where's Grandma? Where did Grandma go? As he spoke, his little hands kept tapping the phone screen, as if he wanted to drive out the old man who suddenly appeared on the screen. Lu Kuan showed no sign of giving up and continued to say, My two little darlings, come and call me Grandpa. I am your grandpa. He was crying in his heart. It had been half a month in a row, and the only chance he had to appear on the screen was when he played the role of a monster. I have thought of many ways, but the result is always the same. His two precious granddaughters selectively ignored him. Lu Yunqi really couldn't bear to see his father being tortured every day, so he said, Tang Tang, Guogui, you two call Grandpa first, and then Grandma will come out. Results. This script did not follow Lu Yunqi's setting at all. The two little babies burst into tears and said in a sobbing voice, No, we want to watch Grandma fight monsters, woo woo. Lu Yunqi was speechless and silently felt sorry for his father for 3 seconds. Zhou Huiying, who was next to Lu Kuan, looked at her husband with sympathy and couldn't hold back her laughter. The old man stuck his butt out and yelled for a long time, but he ended up making his two granddaughters cry again. When Zhou Huiying heard Tang Tang and Guogui crying on the other end of the phone, she snatched the phone and kicked Lu Kuan on the butt. Go away. You are so rude. You have frightened your granddaughter and made her cry again. I had been thinking that since the old man had managed to tidy himself up today, he should be able to leave a good impression on his two granddaughters. I didn't expect that Lu Kuan's operation was such a failure. Zhou Huiying picked up her phone and quickly comforted the video. Okay, my little darling, Grandma is out, don't cry. After Zhou Huiying's voice was heard from the phone, the crying of the two little girls stopped abruptly. This scene made Lu Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Lu Koan began to doubt his life. The greatest wish in the world is for an old man to hear his two precious granddaughters call him grandpa. Today, it seems that my only destiny is to be a monster and please my two granddaughters. Grandma, come on, beat the monsters. Tang Tang wants to watch Grandma beat the monsters. Well, Wugwo wants to see it too. The two sisters wiped the tears from their faces with their little hands and spoke excitedly. In Yunqing, a village called Taoyuan, about 4 or 5 hours drive from Yudu, a grandmother is fighting monsters, which is being live-streamed to her granddaughter via her mobile phone. The lights in the yard were not turned off until 9 o'clock in the evening. In the villa of Yudu Jinshouding, the two little darlings hung up the video with a reluctant look on their face, and then obediently followed Lu Yunqi back to the room. 15 minutes later, I fell asleep soundly listening to Lu Yunqi's story. When he returned to the bedroom, he found that Qi Xianxian had not returned yet. However, when he thought that Qi Lingshan had come, Lu Yunqi felt relieved. Before figuring out Qi Xuanxuan's family's attitude, Lu Yunqi felt that he had to be careful. How could Qi Xianxian, such a gentle woman, have such a tough sister? Unable to figure it out, Lu Yunqi simply stopped thinking about it and went into the bathroom to take a shower. In the villa garden, the two sisters Qi Xianxian hadn't seen each other for many years and chatted for a long time. The most important topic is how Qi Xianxian should explain to her family that she is married. Sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but with your husband's current condition, you can only hide in Yudu. If Grandpa and Grandma find out, I'm afraid your husband will be in trouble. Qi Lingshan sat on the bench in the garden, swinging her snow-white feet, and said with some concern. Although she didn't care about family affairs, her sister's marriage was arranged by her grandfather. If Qi Xianxian dared to go against her grandfather's will, she might be suppressed in the family. Although the two sisters were harsh in words, they had a deep relationship, so Qi Lingshan definitely didn't want this to happen. He is still very capable. As for the family, if you don't tell them, they won't know about it so soon. When the child is older, I will arrange some work for Yunqi in the company, and then I will tell Grandpa and Grandma. Qi Xianxian said with a worried look on her face. How could she not understand these things? But Lu Yunqi is the father of her child and now her husband. Once he truly controls the Haochen group, the most she will get from the family is a few criticisms from her grandfather. As for the Lang family? At worst, the group will make less money in the future. I say, you still don't forget to scold me at this time. Believe it or not, I will call my mother right now, and then I'll see what you will do. Qi Lingshan threatened with pretended anger. Okay, it's getting late. I asked the nanny to arrange a room for you. It's time to go to bed. Qi Xianxian didn't take Qi Lingshan's threats seriously at all. She knew her sister's character. No way, sister, look at the time now, you want to go to bed? Qi Lingshan took out her cell phone and saw that it was only 10 o'clock in the evening, the time when the nightlife begins. She was surprised. Qi Xianxian glanced in the direction of her bedroom and found that the lights were off. She took out her phone and looked at it. It's already past 10 o'clock. I have to go to work tomorrow. If you don't sleep, I have to go to bed. But I warn you, don't drive when you go out to play and don't drive after drinking. She knew that Lu Yunqi had a very regular daily routine. Unless there was a duel, he would basically go back to his room to sleep after coaxing the children. Of course, the most important thing is that Qi Xianxian goes back and explains to Lu Yunqi so as not to allow any misunderstanding to arise between him and Qi Lingshan. Oh, what a miserable life. Once my elder sister got married, even her own younger sister became estranged from her. Qi Lingshan finished the red wine in her glass, stood up and walked towards the villa. Qi Xianxian looked at her sister's back with a bitter smile on her face. I found that handling family relationships is more troublesome than managing the Haochen group. Return to the bedroom. Qi Xianxian turned on the light, walked quietly to the closet, picked up her pajamas, and went into the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water splashing was heard in the bathroom. Hearing the sound, Lu Yunqi slowly opened his eyes. 10 minutes later, Qi Xianxian, wearing a silk pajamas, came to the bed like a lotus emerging from water, and saw that Lu Yunqi's eyes were open. Did I wake you up? Lingshan and I haven't had a good chat for many years, so... Qi Xianxian explained. I know. Before she could finish, Lu Yunqi interrupted her. May Day starts the day after tomorrow. I want to go back to see my parents. Okay, I'll arrange things at the company, and we'll go home to see our parents together. Qi Xianxian said gently after lying down on the bed. Chapter 40, Going Home, Peach Blossom Spring Village. Please recommend and collect. Late at night, after the two agreed on the time to go home, they each fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lu Yunqi got up as usual and sent the two little princesses to kindergarten. When the two sisters knew that they were going back to see their grandparents, they seemed very excited. Qi Xianxian also got up very early. Because the atmosphere was a bit cold last night, the two did not have a duel and went to bed early. I arrived at the company in the morning and first arranged the matters at the entertainment company. Then in the afternoon I arranged the matters at the real estate company. At the end of the day, if it weren't for the blood-nourishing cucumber, Qi Xianxian would have collapsed from exhaustion. However, in order to accompany her husband home to visit her parents-in-law, she gritted her teeth and arranged her work, and asked her assistant to go to the mall to buy a lot of gifts. Lu Yunqi types all day long, only stopping for a while when he picks up the children and brings lunch to his wife. After being updated in the past 2 days, Demigods and Semi-Devils has exceeded 1 million words. What made him even happier was that today, Xidian Literature Network had already transferred the copyright fee into his bank account. According to the contract signed previously, Lu Yunqi received 6 layers of copyright fees, a total of 32 million in copyright fees, and he received nearly 20 million. Moreover, the website editor Zhou Yan called him today and told him that the game adaptation rights of Demigods and Semi-Devils are now in the negotiation stage and should be sold soon. This was something Lu Yunqi had not expected. People who make games actually have such a keen sense of smell. But when I think about the two big guys who gave nearly 1 million in rewards to my book, and the book friends circle said that those two people were people who made games, Lu Yunqi was relieved. As expected, as long as the book was good, it would make a lot of money. In the evening, Tang Tang and Guagua were very excited because they were going to their grandparents' house the next day. When they video chatted with their grandma, they made an appointment to fight monsters together. The first day of the May Day holiday, the whole family got up very early. Tang Tang and Guagua each carried a school bag full of toys, especially the teddy bears that Lu Yunqi had bought for them before. The two sisters also took them with them. Although it is a 4 or 5 hour drive, the road to Yunqing is much easier to travel than the last time I accompanied my two little ones to a personal event. So, Lu Yunqi drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, took his wife and children, and got on the express train home. Behind their car were 2 Mercedes-Benz cars filled with various high-end gifts, driven by 2 female bodyguards. Qi Xianxian said that this was a gift for her father-in-law, so Lu Yunqi couldn't say anything. 5.5 hours later, Lu Yunqi and his convoy arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan village in Yuncheng. This place is located in a mountain stream, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a small basin in the middle. The village is full of old-style blue brick and tile houses. However, the road is paved with asphalt, and there is a tall archway at the entrance of the village with the 3 big characters Peach Blossom Spring written in regular script on it. On the way into the village, vehicles pass by from time to time. When the vehicle entered the village entrance, Lu Yunqi saw Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan standing on the side of the road, as well as many villagers who came to watch the fun. Lu Yunqi was driving, and when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. If someone didn't know, they might have thought that some big star had come to the village. After parking the car, Lu Yunqi turned sideways to Qi Xianxian, who was sitting in the back seat, and said, "Wife, you guys wait in the car now, I'll go down and take a look." Qi Xianxian glanced at the crowd in front of her and said with a smile, "Husband, let's go down together now." After saying that, he opened the back door of the car. The two got off the car and walked towards the crowd hand in hand. Recently, many people have come to the village, and all of them drive luxury cars. Today, 3 more luxury cars came. Originally, no one was interested in looking at them. It was because of Zhou Huiying's broadcast that everyone gathered at the village entrance. I just wanted to see how beautiful a wife Lu Yunqi, who grew up in Peach Blossom Spring Village, has married. Zhou Huiying even praised her as one of the 7 fairies who have descended to earth. Now, after seeing the woman that Lu Yunqi was holding hands with, everyone standing at the entrance of the village was shocked. They began to whisper to each other, and everyone's emotions were almost filled with envy, jealousy, and praise. Many men of the same age as Lu Yunqi were jealous and cursed in their hearts when they saw Lu Yunqi holding hands with Qi Xianxian. "Oh my god, this is so unfair. We all walked out of the Peach Blossom Village. Why do others bring back wives who are as beautiful as fairies, while I am still single?" The most important thing is that not only is his wife beautiful, but she is also so fucking rich. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yunqi took Qi Xuanxuan's hand and came in front of Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan. "Dad, Mom." After Lu Yunqi finished shouting, Qi Xianxian blushed and shouted, "Dad, Mom." Since he had seen it in the video before, there was no need for Lu Yunqi to introduce it again. Zhou Huiying, wearing a very exaggerated flowery dress, walked forward and hugged Qi Xianxian excitedly. Oh, my daughter is even more beautiful than in the video. Mommy has been looking forward to it for a long time. Lu Koan had his hair combed back into a slicked back style. His shiny hair was covered with a layer of dust, probably because he had been standing on the side of the road for so long. He smiled and nodded to Qi Xianxian. But his eyes were always fixed on the car, trying to see clearly through the window glass the two precious granddaughters sitting inside. After Zhou Huiying and Qi Xianxian hugged each other, they looked around and asked curiously, "Girl, where are the two little babies?" Qi Xianxian took Zhou Huiying's hand, looked at the villagers gathered around, and explained with a smile, "The two little guys are a little shy. Seeing that there are so many people here, they hid in the car and didn't dare to get out." "Is that so? Okay then, let's go home quickly, ha." Zhou Huiying was a little impatient to hug her granddaughter and urged excitedly. "Okay, Mom and Dad, let's get in the car." After Qi Xianxian said that, she pulled Zhou Huiying into the car, and Lu Koan followed. Lu Yunqi just stood there silently, like a transparent man, with no sense of existence at all. With a wry smile on his face, he really wanted to ask, "Dad, Mom, was I given to you as a gift when you topped up your phone bill?" Then, he said loudly to the villagers at the entrance of the village, "Dear uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, fellow villagers, thank you for taking the time to come and welcome me and my wife. We will go home first and give out wedding cigarettes and candies to everyone later. Ha, hurry up and go. Look at your mother, she's laughing so hard that she can't close her mouth. Yes, you are the only one in our village who has made it big. Don't forget to treat us to your wedding." As soon as Lu Yunqi finished speaking, two elders came out and joked at the top of their voices. Then, Lu Yunqi returned to the car and acted as the driver. 3 luxury cars drove towards Lu Yunqi's home amid the envious eyes of the villagers. Chapter 41, Whose New Yard Is It? Please recommend and collect. Along the way, the two little darlings were very excited and kept clinging to Zhou Huiying, while Qi Xianxian listened to the intimate interactions between her two daughters and her mother-in-law. As for Lu Yunqi, he is a driver. Lu Koan was simply ignored by his two precious granddaughters. He sat in the passenger seat with an envious look on his face, looking at the jealous scene in the rearview mirror. When the vehicle was about to reach Lu Yunqi's yard, he discovered that not far from his own yard, there was actually a very novel courtyard, and there were quite a few people gathered in the courtyard. So I asked curiously, "Dad, whose house is that? Why is it so lively?" "Well, that yard you're talking about? It was newly built 2 months ago. I heard it belongs to some TV station and they're going to shoot some drama there." Lu Koan knew which yard Lu Yunqi was talking about without even looking. Because of this peach blossom village, everyone in the whole village knows about it. It was also because of the construction of that courtyard that more and more people came from the entire village. Oh, so that's how it is. However, the scenery in our village is indeed beautiful. It's a pity that we came back too late and the peach blossoms are almost withered. Lu Yunqi said regretfully while driving. The origin of the name Taoyuan village is that every March and April here, there are peach blossoms all over the mountains. When the peach blossoms are in full bloom, the whole village is like a paradise. They have been here for more than a month, and it's very lively there every day, said Lu Koan. Lu Yunqi had no interest in the TV station. He just asked casually out of curiosity. The car drove along the cement road and arrived at Lu Yunqi's house. On the way, my father told me that this was built before the TV station came, and the county paid for it. Now every household in the village has access to cement roads. After getting off the car, Qi Xianxian finally saw the picturesque scenery of this small village. Lu Yun started his family's home halfway up a mountain. Looking around, one could see terraced fields extending from the mountain stream to the mountainside. Above them was a large peach forest with some peach blossoms that had not yet withered. Looking around, everywhere you look, you see the green of nature. Take a deep breath, and what you breathe in is fresh air without any pollution. This feeling of comfort all over made Qi Xianxian want to scream. It was so beautiful that she wanted to live here forever. How is it? It's pretty good here, right? Lu Yunqi walked over and asked with a smile. Qi Xianxian nodded. She really likes it here. Okay, let's go into the house first. If you like it, we can come back and stay here often in the future. Lu Yunqi was very satisfied with the enjoyment on Qi Xuanxuan's face. Not to mention her as a woman, even Lu Yunqi himself likes this place very much. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the downtown, he leads a carefree and fairy-like life. When Qi Xianxian came to her senses, the two little babies had already gone into the yard to play with Zhou Huiying. With a wry smile, he ordered the security guard to move all the contents of the two cars at the back into the yard. Zhou Huiying, who had just walked into the yard, was stunned when she saw several capable female bodyguards carrying various gifts into the yard one by one. At this time, Qi Xianxian also walked into the yard carrying gifts. She took a look at the old two-story building, which was cleaned neatly, and was just about to speak. "Xianxian, why did you buy so many things?" Zhou Huiying asked in surprise. Qi Xianxian smiled and explained, "Mom, these are bought for relatives. It's a little token of my appreciation for our first meeting." Zhou Huiying is very satisfied with Qi Xuanxuan's comprehensive work style. At this time, Lu Yunqi also walked into the yard carrying a bunch of gifts and asked curiously, "Mom, aren't my second uncle and his family here? This is not like my mother's magpie personality." Zhou Huiying rolled her eyes at Lu Yunqi and said, "You just came back today, let's have a good family gathering first, and then call your uncle tomorrow." Lu Yunqi shrugged and continued moving the gifts without saying anything. It took them about 5 minutes to move all the gifts in the car into the yard. Qi Xianxian asked 2 bodyguards and drivers to drive to a hotel in the county town, leaving a Phantom and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan at home. She was going to give the Mercedes-Benz to her father-in-law. After the adults were done with their work, Tang Tang and Guogua pulled Zhou Huiying over to fight monsters together. Zhou Huiying unconditionally met her baby's request. Qi Xianxian acted as a photographer, recording this precious video of an early human family taming dinosaurs. Lu Yunqi was like a transparent man, with no existence at all, and he didn't even have the chance to be a spectator. I could only walk into the kitchen with a sad face. Knowing that Lu Yunqi's family was coming back, Zhou Huiying and his wife had already bought a lot of food in advance, and he also took out some vegetables from his own growing space. An hour later, a sumptuous lunch is ready. "Dear actors who have worked hard, it's time to eat." Lu Yunqi shouted at the top of his voice when he brought the last bowl of rice to the table. Tang Tang and Guogua were having a lot of fun in the yard. Perhaps because they had consumed too many calories, they immediately put down their magic wands and ran into the house when they heard Lu Yunqi's voice. Zhou Huiying also took off her costume and walked to Qi Xianxian with sweat all over her forehead. "Xianxian, let's go eat. I haven't eaten the food that boy cooked for a long time. I wonder if his cooking skills have improved now." "Mom, Yunqi's cooking is delicious. You'll know when you try it later." Qi Xianxian replied with a smile. She is very confident about her husband's cooking skills, which are even better than those in 7-star hotels she has eaten at. "Okay, then Mom will try it." Zhou Huiying had a constant smile on her face, and she became even happier when she heard her daughter-in-law praising her son's cooking. Poor Lu Koan could finally take off his bulky dinosaur costume and go eat. The family sat around an old-fashioned square table, and the tempting aroma of the food whetted everyone's appetite. During the meal, the two little darlings were taken care of meticulously by Zhou Huiying, while Lu Yunqi kept picking up food for Qi Xianxian and feeding her, showing their extremely loving relationship. After feeding the two little babies, Zhou Huiying picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. She then praised, "Son, your cooking skills have improved. Have you learned it in the past few years?" Zhou Huiying did not say in front of Qi Xianxian that before, Lu Yunqi's cooking was only enough to fill his stomach, and he either put too much salt or forgot to put salt in it. Of course, I can't tell my son's embarrassing things in front of my daughter-in-law, but now my son's cooking skills. Well, not much different from me. I learned it by watching videos on the internet. Otherwise, how can you make delicious food for your precious granddaughter? Lu Yunqi lied truthfully. Zhou Huiying heard this and nodded. No matter what, the son's cooking is delicious, and the mother can be proud of it. This shows that I taught well at that time. As lunch was coming to an end, Qi Xuanxuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 42, Wife, I'll take you somewhere, please collect and recommend. Qi Xianxian came to the yard with the phone. Hey, Xianxian, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm in a paradise now, the scenery here is so beautiful, huh? As soon as the call was connected, I heard clear and hearty laughter coming from the other end of the phone. Oh? Then what? Qi Xianxian asked impatiently. At this time, as a daughter-in-law, I should have behaved well in front of my parents-in-law, but you actually called me and asked me where you had been. The anger level in my heart has soared to 70. Aren't you curious about where it is? I remember you said several times that you wanted to find a place with better air to relax with your family. how about it? Do you want me to take some photos and send them to you? Bai Cha said very proudly. This is her first time participating in a variety show after her comeback, and she has come to a place with very beautiful scenery. Naturally, she wants to share it with her best friends. Send me a WeChat message, I'm busy right now. Shi Xianxian said lightly and hung up the phone. What kind of place can have a better view than this one? Moreover, this is my husband's hometown, and I can come back often in the future. Thinking of this, Shi Xianxian took a look at the house where Lu Yunqi lived, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Shi Xianxian curled the corners of her mouth and was about to turn around and go into the house when she received a message from Bai Cha on WeChat. The picture of the peach tree on the opposite hill was taken in the new yard a little below and to the right of Lu Yunqi's house. There are 3 photos in total, taken from different angles. Bai Cha also sent a voice message, how is it? Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Do you want me to send you the location? When Shi Xianxian heard Bai Cha's slightly smug look on WeChat, she couldn't help but smile. It turns out that the program that Bai Cha participated in was called A Longing for Life, and the filming location of this episode was Taoyuan village, where Lu Yunqi's hometown is located. If Bai Cha knew that the scenery Shi Xianxian could see from her current position was even better than hers, I wonder what she would feel. After putting away her phone, when Shi Xianxian returned to the house, the 2 little darlings had already finished their meal and were clinging to Zhou Huiying. Lu Kuan teased for a long time, wanting to hear his 2 granddaughters call him Grandpa. In the end, Tang Tang and Guogua simply called him Monster Grandpa. After playing the monster game at noon, the 2 little princesses were no longer so resistant to Lu Kuan. This made Lu Kuan very happy. Lu Yunqi was responsible for cleaning the table. Seeing this, Shi Xianxian wanted to go over to help, but was called by Zhou Huiying to accompany the child with her. Zhou Huiying told her that a man should be able to work in the living room and in the kitchen, and this kind of work should be done by men. Fortunately, Lu Yunqi was not here, otherwise he would have been angry to death by his mother's remarks. Although he lives in Yudu and cooks every day, he never washes dishes. Just now, when Shi Xianxian was outside to answer the phone, Zhou Huiying told Lu Yunqi that his daughter-in-law was a precious girl, and she must not do such greasy things after washing. As a man, he should love his wife more. In the afternoon, Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan took their 2 precious granddaughters to play in the yard and saw many poultry. Lu Yunqi took Shi Xianxian to the orchard behind the house. In addition to peach trees, there are some other fruit trees planted here, and some seasonal vegetables are grown between the fruit trees. This orchard belongs to us, but there are not many fruits to eat now. When they arrived at the orchard, Lu Yunqi began to introduce. Wow, these vegetables are all grown by my parents. It's amazing that they thought of growing vegetables in the orchard. Shi Xianxian stepped on the soil of the orchard and breathed in the fragrance of vegetables coming from the orchard. Yes, this orchard is converted from farmland to forest. We don't have much private land, so we grow vegetables in the orchard. Of course, the most important thing is that it is close to home. Lu Yunqi took Qi Xuanxuan's hand and asked, how is it? Do you feel that the countryside has a unique flavor? Well, breathing the fresh air here makes people feel relaxed, and the scenery is picturesque and a feast for the eyes. Shi Xianxian commented with a smile. As the daughter of the Qi family, Shi Xianxian has been to the countryside for more than 20 years, and it is also the first time for her to see such a beautiful countryside. Seeing that Shi Xianxian liked this place, Lu Yunqi was also very happy, especially when he came back this time and saw such a beautiful hometown. Many inspirations flashed in his mind. The couple walked hand in hand in the orchard. Honey, I have an idea, listen to it. Shi Xianxian suddenly said. Well, what do you think? Lu Yunqi turned his head and looked at her tenderly. The scenery here is so beautiful. Let's build a villa for our parents. We can come back and live here for a while during the summer and winter vacations. What do you think? Shi Xianxian said very seriously. She originally wanted to buy a villa for her parents-in-law in the county town of Yunqing, but when she came here, especially when she saw the courtyard in the variety show, she thought that if she built a villa for them here, maybe the 2 elders would like it more. In fact, she didn't know that the elderly are more nostalgic for their hometown because they are surrounded by familiar neighbors with whom they have lived for decades. If they really moved to the county town all of a sudden, they would be surrounded by unfamiliar people and the 2 old people would not be able to get used to it. The reason why Qi Xianxian had this idea was mainly because she also liked this place, and the house now looked a bit old. Lu Yunqi let go of Qi Xuanxuan's hand, turned around and hugged her waist from behind, saying softly, "Thank you, my dear. It is my greatest happiness to marry you in this life." Lu Yunqi himself had had such an idea, and he had already prepared the royalties and copyright fees. He planned to give them to his parents when he came back this time so that they could build a villa in their hometown. Unexpectedly, my wife's idea coincided with mine. Husband. Qi Xianxian turned around and looked into Lu Yunqi's eyes. The two kissed naturally. After a long time, their lips parted. Come on, wife, I'll take you to a nice place. You'll definitely like it there. Lu Yunqi suddenly thought of something and smiled mysteriously. Ha? Where are you going? The sun is almost setting. Qi Xianxian was very curious and at the same time, she was looking forward to it. Come with me, let's set off now. Lu Yunqi pulled Qi Xianxian and walked out of the orchard, singing happily. The two returned to the yard hand in hand, said something to Zhou Huiying and her husband, and then walked towards the mountain behind the house. At this time, on the other side of the village. In the newly built courtyard, Teacher Huang was sitting in the yard, adding firewood to the stove. He smiled and asked the man next to him. Teacher He, do you think we can still eat bamboo shoots tonight? Chapter 43, Standing on the top of the mountain and singing to my wife. Please recommend and collect. It hasn't rained these few days, so I'm afraid King Zhou will not be able to eat the bamboo shoot noodles he wants. Teacher He replied with a smile. These two people are Mr. Huang Shi and Ms. He Ling, who are from a very popular variety show in China called Longing. They are all very famous figures in the entire entertainment industry, and one of the guests coming to the Mushroom House this time is the singing god of the Chinese music scene, King Zhou. This afternoon, the guest's task is to go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. It seems that we should prepare scallion noodles for King Zhou. Teacher Huan looked at the sky getting dark and stood up and walked into the house. At this time, in a bamboo forest, a group of young men and women were looking for freshly sprouted bamboo shoots. However, looking at the way they hold the hose, you can tell that they have never done farm work before. Behind those people, there was a master carrying a camera. Sister, have you found it over there? The sun is almost setting. I found one here, come here quickly. Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian happened to pass by the bamboo forest. They discovered this group of people, but no one noticed them. What are they doing? Are they filming a TV series? Lu Yunqi pulled Qi Xianxian to the top of the mountain, glanced at the bamboo forest, and muttered to himself. This seems like a variety show. Qi Xianxian said meekly after Lu Yun stood up. She had just seen a familiar shadow in the crowd, but she didn't say anything. After all, Bai Cha is now signed to Haochen Entertainment. Since she will be starring in Demigods and Semi-Devils, the company arranged this variety show for her to warm up first. It seems like I can become a famous figure at home in the future. Lu Yunqi said with a smile. Qi Xianxian smiled and said nothing. If this variety show is popular enough, Lu Yunqi's idea would be a very good business opportunity. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two finally reached the top of a small hill. Here, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Taoyuan village, especially now, when the golden sunlight shines on the mountain stream. The whole village looks like it is covered with a golden coat. There is a huge stone on the top of the mountain, which is oval in shape. On the top of the stone, there is a spherical boulder that can be hugged by two adults. The people of Taoyuan village call this huge rock baby stone because its shape resembles an abstract child standing on the top of the mountain overlooking the entire Taoyuan village. Lu Yunqi brought Qi Xianxian to the foot of the Wawa stone and climbed up along the ladder carved out next to it. It took the two of them a while to finally climb to the neck of Wershi. There is a platform about 10 square meters here, with a huge boulder in the middle. How about it? The scenery here is beautiful, right? Standing on the platform, Lu Yunqi pointed at the scenery below and asked. Wow, it's beautiful, but it's so high. Qi Xianxian stood on the platform and looked down, her heart beating faster. Although she was not afraid of heights, she was still a little scared because there were no protective measures here. This is the place I often came here when I was a child. Lu Yunqi held Qi Xuanxuan's hand tightly, feeling filled with emotion. When I was young, I stood here and said that I must become a rich man. Now, when he returned here again, he had indeed become a rich man, and he had married a wife who was both beautiful and rich. In my mind, I quickly searched through the Chinese song library for a song that fits the current situation. Honey, are you going to stay here and tell me about your childhood? Qi Xianxian leaned her head on Lu Yunqi's shoulder with a happy smile on her face. I want to sing a song for you. Lu Yunqi touched Qi Xuanxuan's head, took off his coat and spread it on the platform, motioning her to sit down. Ah, husband, you can sing too? After Qi Xianxian sat down, her face was full of surprise. When Lu Yunqi participated in baby parent-child activities before, he couldn't even sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. What song will he sing this time? Lu Yunqi smiled mysteriously and took out a flute from behind. A song, Moment of Happiness, dedicated to my dear wife. Lu Yunqi held the flute and bowed to Qi Xianxian. A melodious flute sounded. When autumn comes again. You want me to love and possess with a smile. Thank you for snuggling with me in the happy moments of this life. As Lu Yunqi's singing began, Qi Xianxian seemed to see a happy picture for an instant. Her heart followed the song and she was immersed in it. The melodious notes were like flying butterflies dancing in the air, following the breeze and spreading towards the entire Taoyuan village. It was a quiet evening in Taoyuan. At this moment, only Lu Yunqi's moving singing voice was lingering and wisps of smoke were rising from below. In the bamboo forest, Pang Pang and this episode's guests are excited about digging out a bamboo shoot. Listen, it seems like someone is singing. I don't know who said it, but everyone pricked up their ears. You know, some people have some things. Stay on the day it happened and refuse to leave. Those beautiful notes reached everyone's ears. Listen carefully. Everyone stopped what they were doing, even the cameraman forgot to film. Wait for the day when the fallen leaves will quietly float before my eyes. No longer sad. The moment when eternity finally believed in happiness. Lu Yunqi was absorbed in singing. Qi Xianxian on the Warestone platform held her head with both hands, obsessed ing. Guests of yearning. The song is over. Qi Xianxian stared at Lu Yunqi blankly, then stood up and walked to him, her red lips expressing her gratitude for everything. After a long time, their lips parted. Thank you, husband. Even the most rational woman will be touched at this moment. The setting sun shines on their faces, and the atmosphere of love is just right. The people in the bamboo forest below came to their senses and were all shocked. Oh my God, where did that singing just now come from? If it were accompanied by music, this song would definitely sound great. Even if it's sung a cappella, the song is moving enough. The lyrics and melody are both very good. Even pop star Zhou Tianwang couldn't help but comment. Am I the only one who feels like I've been fed a lot of dog food? Just as they were sighing, Teacher He's voice came from the mushroom house. Peng Peng, it's getting dark, it's time to come back. Night is about to fall. After enjoying the beautiful sunset scenery from Ware Rock, Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian went down the mountain reluctantly. When they got home, Zhou Huiying was still playing with her two precious granddaughters, while Lu Koan was busy in the kitchen. Dad, Mom. Dad, as soon as they entered the courtyard gate, the two little cuties came to greet them. It felt like they hadn't seen their parents for a long time, and the two sisters missed them very much. Are you having fun playing with Grandma? Lu Yunqi squatted down and hugged the two little cuties, asking with a doting look on his face. Happy. Guagua answered first. Yeah, I had a lot of fun fighting monsters with Grandma. Tang Tang nodded and suddenly asked, Hey? Dad, what's wrong with your neck? Did you get bit by a mosquito? Chapter 44, Two Little Cuties Who Accidentally Entered the Camera. Ah, yes. When asked by their daughter, both Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian looked a little unnatural. In the evening, after the family finished their meal, Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian were responsible for washing the dishes, while Zhou Huiying and her husband took their two babies out for a walk on the road. When Zhou Huiying brought Tang Tang and Guagua past the mushroom house, Tang Tang asked in a baby voice, Grandma, there are people singing over there, can we go and listen? Guagua also looked up at the yard in front of the road, and her curiosity was immediately aroused. Okay, Grandma will take you to see it. Zhou Huiying responded, holding the hand of a little cutie, and walked towards the mushroom house. At this time in the mushroom house, Teacher He and others were sitting in the yard singing and having fun. This is considered a regular program of longing. The guests of each episode will organize activities together in the evening. Today, because King Zhou is coming, the program team arranged singing. Just as Zhou Tianwan was holding the microphone and preparing to sing, a childish voice suddenly came out from the gap between the filming crew. Wow, Grandma, look at that big brother, he's so handsome. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on the owner of the voice. A little girl wearing a princess dress, looking cute and adorable, blinking her big watery eyes, was standing between the two cameras, looking at King Zhou with a smile on her face. The cameraman who was responsible for shooting the changing scenes from another angle was immediately melted by the cute appearance of the little girl. Subconsciously, he pointed his camera at the little girl. When the photographer looked at the little girl in the camera again, an expression of love and affection appeared on his face. Because it was a live broadcast, as this picture was transmitted, all the audiences who were watching longing were suddenly shocked. What's going on? Why is there a child in the camera? But that child is so cute. Oh my god, this is so cute, like a little princess from a fairy tale. What a cute, beautiful baby. It's over, after seeing this, I want to have a daughter. An unintentional shot. Because of this cute kid, director Wang of Longing was surprised to find that the ratings actually reached a small peak. After all, he was just about to scold the cameraman for being so unprofessional. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a childish voice again. Sister, look, that looks like Aunt Bai. Guagua, who was standing between two cameramen, pushed them apart, pulled Tang Tang out from behind the crowd, and said excitedly. When director Wang looked at the monitor again, the two little girls who appeared on the screen attracted his attention deeply. He immediately instructed people to follow the netizens' updates in real time. As a result, netizens went even more crazy after seeing the two cute babies appear. Oh my god, which fairy sister gave birth to these two? They must be twin sisters. It's over, I'm going to ask my husband to work overtime now. Ahem, little lady upstairs, your husband may not be here. I live next door to you. Do you need any help? Sinister smile. That's Lao Wang, isn't it disgusting? Oh, I really want to hug these two little babies. At this time, Mr. Huang and Mr. He, who were sitting in the crowd, stood up directly, and their eyes were instantly attracted by the two cute little girls. Bai Cha even stood up, walked over, and squatted in front of Tang Tang and Guagua. Tang Tang, Guagua, why are you two here? Wow, it's really Aunt Bai. Let's go back to Grandma's house. Aunt, why are you here? Tang Tang said excitedly when Bai Cha approached. Your grandma's house? Bai Cha's face was full of shock. Yes, Grandma's house is just a little bit upstairs. We came out for a walk after dinner. Tang Tang introduced generously. At this time, Teacher He and Teacher Huang had also come over. Bai Cha, do you know these two kids? This is my best friend's child. Bai Cha nodded. She didn't say it was Chi Xuanxuan's. After all, she was participating in a variety show and there were cameras pointing at the two babies. Oh, little babies, you are so cute and beautiful. Can Uncle hold you? He Ling squatted down and asked Tang Tang and Guagua with a smile on her face. The two sisters looked at Bai Cha. This is brother He Ling, you can let him hug you. Bai Cha said with a smile. Among these people, Tang Tang and Guagua only knew Bai Cha. Only after hearing her words did they open their hands. Teacher He picked up Tang Tang, with a look of love on his face, while Teacher Huang picked up Guagua. The two main guests each picked up a little cutie and returned to their seats. Bai Cha stood where Tang Tang and Guagua were just now, waiting. Hello young lady, those are my granddaughters. I'm really sorry to bother you. Could you please help me carry them both out? Zhou Huiying finally squeezed in after struggling very hard and said to Bai Cha. Bai Cha looked at Zhou Huiying and said, Auntie, it's okay. I know Tang Tang and her sister very well. By the way, aren't Xian Xian and the others here? Zhou Huiying, who had just squeezed in, did not see the scene of Tang Tang and Guagua calling for white tea, and was a little suspicious. When did my precious granddaughter get to know the big star? Obviously, everyone in the village knows that the people living in this yard are all stars. At this moment, a very attractive male voice sounded on the road outside the courtyard, Tang Tang Guagua. Bai Cha heard the voice and walked towards the fence of the small courtyard. On the other side, Tang Tang and Guagua, who were held by Teacher He and Teacher Huang respectively, shouted in a hoarse voice, Dad, we are here. Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian looked up and asked, why are you guys here? Bai Cha had also come to the fence of the courtyard. When she saw Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian, she was surprised and asked, Xianxian, when did you come? Hey, the beautiful Bai Cha is here too. Lu Yunqi greeted her with a smile. Qi Xianxian looked up and replied with a half smile, we arrived this morning. Swish. Bai Cha suddenly felt like a fool. At noon, he proudly boasted to Qi Xianxian that he had found a picturesque place, and even wanted to use his location to book a meal with her, but it turned out that the other party didn't need her location at all. Dad, Mom. Tang Tang, who was held by Teacher He, came to the fence and shouted excitedly, Dad, Aunt Bai Cha and the others are singing here, it's so fun. Okay, call your sister out quickly and don't delay the uncle's work. Lu Yunqi said lovingly. Oh. Tang Tang responded reluctantly and got down from Teacher He's arms. After calling Guagua, the two sisters walked out of the yard. The departure of the two sisters made the audience who liked them very worried. Why are the two little babies gone? What's wrong with this cameraman? Hurry up and catch up. That's right, that's right. Tang Tang and Guagua are so cute. How could you, as a cameraman, bear to move the camera away? Chapter 45, The identities of the two were exposed. Please recommend and collect. Director Wang Jieshi, who was in front of the monitor at the time, saw the netizens' reactions and immediately met the audience's request. He directly instructed the camera crew, hurry up, get a camera to follow the two sisters. The camera crew acted quickly, and a camera was immediately aimed at Tang Tang and Guagua. At this time, the two sisters had squeezed out of the crowd and came to the road outside. As soon as the camera was pointed at the two sisters, a pair of fairy lovers appeared. The man was young and handsome, and the woman was as beautiful as an angel. The man was holding a little cutie in one hand, and the woman was standing quietly beside him, creating a warm and cozy picture. Then, the handsome young man politely nodded apologetically to Huangshi and Heling. At this moment, Huangshi saw the father and mother mentioned by Tang Tang and Guagui for the first time. His eyes were slightly stunned, then he nodded in response with a smile. However, before the two sides had time to say hello, the barrage of comments exploded again in the live broadcast room of the variety show Longing. Oh my god, no wonder the two babies are so cute, this couple is so good looking. Wow, so handsome. Oh my god, that girl is so beautiful. Slurp, oh my god, this divine appearance made me drool all over the keyboard, covering my face and laughing. I want to know all the information about this couple. Is there any sister with big breasts who knows? I love this couple. Because of the sudden appearance of Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian, the live broadcast popularity of Longing actually reached a climax. When director Wang, who was sitting in front of the monitor, saw Tongtong's parents clearly through the camera, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I started to think about it in my mind. He also discovered that this episode's guest, Bai Cha, actually knew the couple. If he could get this family into the show. I called teacher Huang aside in private and whispered a few words to him. At this time, Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian had already picked up Tang Tang and Guagua and were ready to go home. After all, they were recording a program and they didn't want to disturb them. Unexpectedly, just as the couple took a step forward, they heard enthusiastic invitations from Teacher He and Teacher Huang from behind. However, in the Qi family manor in Yudu, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure was lying by the huge swimming pool, watching videos on her mobile phone. Suddenly, a pair of twin sisters appeared in the picture, which caught her attention. When I clicked it, I was stunned. Isn't this my precious granddaughter? How did they both get there? These two babies are so cute. I didn't expect they would be so photogenic. The beautiful woman said with a smile as she looked at Tang Tang and Guagui in the video. But the next scene made the smile on her face freeze instantly. In the picture, she saw her daughter standing next to a strange man, and Tang Tang and Guagua were actually held by the man. What's going on? Is Xianxian in love? Well, this guy looks pretty handsome. I wonder which family he belongs to. This beautiful woman was Qi Xianxian's mother, Lin Wanxin. After seeing the video on the phone, he was extremely shocked. He took out another phone, found Qi Lingshan's number and called her. Hey, Mom, why are you calling me at this time? After the phone rang more than 10 times, Qi Lingshan's sleepy voice came from the other end. Your sister has a boyfriend. Lin Wanxin's voice was surprised, and the expression on her face was even more so. The first thing was that he was surprised that Qi Xianxian actually had a boyfriend, and this man was Lung Feng, the son of the Lung family in Sichuan province. The second thing is surprise. Her daughter has a boyfriend, but as a mother, she didn't even know about it. Does she still have a mother in her eyes? Oh. Qi Lingshan replied indifferently. Oh? Aren't you surprised? That's your sister. She has a boyfriend and has even been on TV. And he's not Lung Feng from the Lung family. Lin Wanxin almost yelled. In a luxurious single apartment in Yudu, Qi Lingshan was lying on the bed. When she heard the roar, she quickly took her hand aside. Mom, why are you yelling so loudly? What's the big deal? Qi Lingshan already knew about this matter, but when she heard that they were on TV, her tone became shocked. What? You said they were on TV? They were photographed by paparazzi? This is not good. Once it appears on TV, not only my grandparents and the whole family will know about it, but I'm afraid the Lung family in Sichuan province will also know about it. Shi Lingshan turned over and got up, sitting on the bed, and quickly took out the tablet and continued to ask, Mom, are they on that stage? I'll go and see. Shi Lingshan, you must have known this all along? Lin Wanxin had already guessed it from Shi Lingshan's attitude. Mango channel. Mom, none of this is important. I'm hanging up now. I'll watch the video first. Shi Lingshan didn't give Lin Wanxin a chance to blast her, and quickly hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Then I sent a WeChat message to Qi Xianxian, you are asking for trouble. My mom just called me and said she saw you on TV. Peach Blossom Village. In the yard of the mushroom house. Qi Xianxian was listening to Lu Yunqi and his two daughters singing with fascination when she suddenly felt her cell phone vibrate. I picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Qi Lingshan. After reading the content, he was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. He put away his phone and continued to watch Lu Yunqi and the others' performance. 10 o'clock at night. All the activities of longing have ended. As soon as work was over, Bai Cha left the mushroom house and went to find Qi Xianxian. Because Qi Xuanxuan's family had returned to their home not long after she received that WeChat message. Then, under the bright moonlight, Bai Cha came to Lu Yunqi's yard and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was Zhou Huiying. Girl, are you looking for Xianxian? Zhou Huiying opened the door and asked Bai Cha. The two met at the mushroom house some time ago, and later found out that Bai Kai and Qi Xianxian were best friends. Well, Auntie, are Xianxian and the others asleep? Bai Cha asked politely. No, come in, they are in the house. Zhou Huiying immediately made way and shouted into the house, Girl, someone is looking for you. Qi Xianxian and Lu Yunqi came out upon hearing the sound. Seeing Bai Cha coming, Lu Yunqi was a little surprised. Miss Bai, are you busy so late? What? Can I come to my bestie's house to take a look? Bai Cha raised her eyebrows, then walked to Qi Xianxian and gossiped in a low voice, How is it? Are you nervous? You? Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes at her and then introduced Zhou Huiying, Mom, this is my best friend, Bai Cha. Yeah, I get it. Girl, you and your friend can go inside and chat. It's cold outside. Zhou Huiying said with a smile. The two women responded and went into the house. Lu Yunqi was about to go into the house, but was stopped by Zhou Huiying, who then lowered her voice and warned him, Son, this girl is so pretty, you have to control yourself. If you dare, be careful that I will tear you apart. Lu Yunqi. Mom, are you still my real mom? How can you look at your son like this? Chapter 46, Lang Feng, the vindictive man, and his god-level hacking skills seeking recommendation votes. At Lu Yunqi's home, the whole family was chatting animatedly. However, in Sichuan province, hundreds of kilometers away from Yudu, is the Lung family mansion. What the hell, what does the Qi family mean? What does Qi Xianxian mean? A man wearing a gray bathrobe, who looked somewhat handsome but had dark yellow skin, drank the red wine in his hand in one gulp and cursed. This person is none other than the second son of the famous Lang group in Sichuan province, named Lang Feng. A very conceited, overbearing, and petty rich second generation. As long as he wants something, he will do whatever it takes to get it. In the circle of rich second generations in Sichuan province, he is well known for his vengeance. Anyone who offends him will be in trouble for the rest of his life. He once fell in love with a campus beauty who was very cool and aloof, and whose family was also quite wealthy. Lang Feng launched a fierce attack with sugar-coated bullets, but still failed to catch the goddess. Later, he used the power of the Long family to bring the goddess's company to the brink of bankruptcy. Finally, Lang Feng came and said that he wanted to marry the goddess and could help her family through the difficult times. After all kinds of coercion and inducement, he finally got the goddess. The next day after getting her, Lang Feng announced that he had cancelled his engagement with the goddess, with the reason being, the goddess was not clean and was not worthy of being the daughter-in-law of the Lang family. The goddess' parents were so angry that they vomited blood. The woman has been depressed since then. What's even more infuriating is that the goddess's family company was eventually acquired by the Lung family. In the entire circle of wealthy people in Xuandu, everyone knew about this matter, but due to the power of the Lung family, this matter was not spread too widely. And the Qi family, who were far away in Yudu, had no idea about it. The Lang family and the Qi family have always been in a cooperative relationship, especially in the real estate industry. The cooperation between the two families is very extensive. The Qi family's real estate projects in Sichuan province were basically handed over to the Lung family for construction, and the Lang family's business in Yudu also depended entirely on the Qi family. That's why the two families wanted this marriage to deepen their relationship. Second young master, how about set a bodyguard beside Lung Feng, and made a gesture of chopping. Shut up, what do you know? Go and make arrangements to go to Yudu tomorrow. Lung Feng cursed angrily. How come he didn't think of using special means? Taking down Qi Xianxian is the most critical step for the Lung family to enter Yudu. No other means can be used but conquest. As long as the Lang family can take down Qi Xianxian, they can not only swallow up the Qi family step by step, but also bring a business genius to the Lang family. Therefore, even though the Lang family knew that Qi Xianxian was already the mother of 2 children, they still let Ling Feng marry her. Moreover, their engagement was announced half a year ago. Qi Xianxian suddenly revealed that she was with another man. This was a slap in the face of the Lung family, and made Ling Feng feel extremely insulted. Some of the leaders of the Lung family gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Yudu, Qi family manor. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening when a phone call from the Lung family alarmed everyone in the Qi family, including Old Master Qi. Can anyone tell me what's going on? In a large living room of the manor, Old Master Qi sat at the top, stomped the cane in his hand and asked. Dad, Xianxian is a very capable girl. Now the entire group is running very well under her management. A middle-aged man in his 50s stood up and said. This person is Qi Xianxian's uncle, Qi Chen. Dad, I think so too. Since Xianxian is now capable of managing the company, we don't have to rely on the Lung family to stabilize our market share. Besides, Xianxian is already married now. Yes, Dad, Xianxian is the most capable among the younger generation. Anyway, isn't she engaged to the Lung family yet? The news of the two families' engagement came out half a year ago. At that time, after Qi Xuanchuan's father, Qi Hao, died suddenly in an accident, the old man of the Qi family had no choice but to agree to the marriage. After Old Master Qi pondered for a moment, he slowly said, if we go back on our word, the Lung family will probably not let us off. Boss, remind Xianxian and let her prepare herself for the situation. Wanxin, is Xianxian her boyfriend or husband? Old Master Qi looked at Lin Wanxin and asked. This issue is very critical. If it was a boyfriend, there would be some room for improvement. After all, having one more enemy in the business world is not a good thing. Dad, this I don't know. Lin Wanxin replied with her head down. The first time she saw the video, she called and sent WeChat messages to ask, but Qi Xianxian didn't answer the phone or reply to the WeChat messages. Old Master Qi was speechless. However, Qi Xianxian and Lu Yunqi in Taoyuan village were feeling the baptism of love at this time and had no idea that the outside world, because of their accidental departure, had already set off a wave. The next day. Early in the morning, Lu Yun got up early. The scenery of Taoyuan village is even more pleasant in the early morning, with mist lingering on the mountainside and curling smoke blending into the clouds, like a fairyland. Son, why don't you sleep a little longer? There's nothing to do in this room. Zhou Huiying was cooking in the kitchen and asked Lu Yunqi who was washing in the yard. I'm used to it. By the way, Mom, I discussed with Xianxian yesterday and decided to build a villa in the village. When the children are on vacation, we will come back and stay for a while. Lu Yunqi said while brushing his teeth. Well, you guys just have too much money to burn. Although Zhou Huiying said this, she was very happy in her heart, because there were no nice villas in the village. If your family is the first to build a villa, you will be proud of it. Just find a spacious place. Lu Yunqi said after brushing his teeth, and then headed towards the room where the two babies slept. When he walked into the room, Tang Tang and Guogua had just woken up. Good morning, Dad. Good morning, Dad. Tang Tang and Guogua greeted them very sensibly. Babies, did you sleep well last night? Lu Yunqi walked to the bedside and said lovingly. Yeah, sleeping soundly, the two little cuties answered in unison. Next, Lu Yunqi dressed his two daughters for the first time. Before, the nanny always wore it, but now that the nanny is not here, Lu Yunqi decided to do it himself. Half an hour later. Lu Yunqi barely helped his two daughters put on their clothes. Come on, we should go have breakfast, but Grandma got up early to make it for you. Wow, great, I want to eat the breakfast made by Grandma. Yeah, I want to eat too. The father, his two daughters, walked out of the room smiling and were about to have breakfast. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first time dressing the baby. Reward: God-level hacking skills and a dark web account. Note: God-level hacking technology is the highest hacking technology in the world. The dark web is a hacker network spread all over the world, where you can find all the information you want to know. Oh my god, dark web, hackers? Lu Yunqi stood at the door of the room, a little shocked. Chapter 47, Dare to Slander My Wife, Seek Death Please Recommend and Collect. After being shocked for a moment, Lu Yunqi went to the kitchen to get a bowl of porridge and brought it to Qi Xuanxuan's room. At this time, Qi Xianxian was still lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone. The excitement of last night made her legs very weak today. Honey, it's time for breakfast. The voice was heard before Lu Yunqi arrived with the porridge. When Qi Xianxian was about to put away her phone and pretend to be still asleep, a hot news suddenly popped up on her phone. Shocking! The current president of Haochen Group actually had a child before marriage. The hot news also included a thinly coated photo of Qi Xianxian. Qi Xianxian was completely stunned. Her first feeling was that someone was deliberately targeting her, but she didn't know who it was. Wife, what's wrong? Lu Yunqi walked to the bedside, looked at Qi Xuanxuan's dazed expression, put down the bowl, and moved closer. When he saw the news displayed on his phone, his face was filled with shock. After all, this matter concerns a woman's reputation, and Qi Xianxian is also the president of Haochen Group. It is conceivable how great an impact this matter will have after it spreads. Wife, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Lu Yunqi hugged Qi Xianxian and said with guilt. If it weren't for that night 5 years ago, Qi Xianxian wouldn't have been used to discredit her at this moment. It is obvious that someone did this on purpose. Otherwise, why would they reveal the news at this time when the child is already so old? Now, Qi Xianxian has just taken control of Haochen Group. Its foundation is unstable and it has not achieved any results. This is the best time to deal with her. Husband, we may have to go back first. This matter is not that simple. It will definitely affect the stocks of the entire Haochen Group. I am afraid that someone is deliberately targeting me. Qi Xianxian said this very calmly. As the president of the company, if something like this were to happen, it would affect the interests of the company, and the shareholders would be unhappy. When such a crisis public relations occurs, Qi Xianxian, as the person involved, must stay in Yudu, otherwise she would be too passive. Okay, let's pack up and go back to Yudu right away. Lu Yunqi nodded. My wife is being targeted, so I have to go back. Qi Xianxian got up and changed her clothes, while Lu Yunqi packed clothes for his 2 daughters and explained everything to Zhou Huiying and her husband. But the difficult situation came again. Zhou Huiying invited many relatives and friends to lunch. In the end, Qi Xianxian decided to go back after lunch. Anyway, she had already asked her assistant to start the investigation, and lunch wouldn't take up much time. At lunchtime, Lu Yunqi's relatives sat at 3 tables with dozens of people, making it quite lively. Fortunately, Qi Xianxian prepared enough gifts, and every relative received a gift. Similarly, according to the customs of Taoyuan village, every relative gave a red envelope to Qi Xianxian whom they met for the first time. The lunch ended happily. When Qi Xianxian and Lu Yunqi's family left, many relatives said goodbye to Qi Xianxian warmly. As for Lu Yunqi, only a few cousins of the same age exchanged a few words with him. Qi Xianxian had already asked her assistant and bodyguard to go back and investigate the exposed matter, and left a Phantom and a Mercedes-Benz at home. The Mercedes was reserved for Lu Koan, and Lu Yunqi drove the Phantom with the mother and 3 children to Yudu. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yunqi and his family returned to the villa. After arriving home, Qi Xianxian went straight into the study to deal with some things. The 2 babies are taken care of by nannies. Lu Yunqi returned to the bedroom, quietly took out his computer, and walked into the garden. Because he has integrated the god-level hacker skills of the system sign-in, Lu Yunqi now feels like a top hacker that everyone fears when he puts his hands on the keyboard. As long as he wants, there is no website he can't break into and no firewall he can't open. The sound of keyboard clacking could be heard. Lu Yun first hacked into the website based on the information released. Such a weak website dares to hack my wife. Let me show you what despair is. Lu Yunqi muttered in disdain in his heart. At this time, in a building in Yudu. Oh no, Editor-in-Chief, our website has been hacked. A short, fat man in casual clothes and a wig ran into the Editor-in-Chief's office and exclaimed. This is the building of the website company that exposed Qi Xianxian's pregnancy before marriage. The news portal is just a small section of Kitchen Media Company and has always been in a stagnant state. It just received a big order during the day, so the relevant employees are still working overtime at this time. What's going on? Isn't the company's network security very good? Hurry up and ask the technical department to restore it. The editor-in-chief slammed the table and yelled at the man. At this time, if the website is hacked, the subsequent press release will be released and you will not be able to make the money you are looking at. The short and fat man responded and called the technical department. 5 minutes later, the technical team called back and said that they had no time to take care of this small website because the company's main website had been hacked. This news gave the editor-in-chief of the portal website an ominous feeling. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the editor-in-chief's phone rang. What the hell are you doing? As soon as the phone was connected, the person on the other end started to curse. The editor-in-chief was not in a good mood after being scolded. He even nodded and asked, "Zhang, Mr. Zhang, calm down. What happened?" "You don't know, all our company's products have been hacked. Our website and apps are all paralyzed." The person on the other end of the phone laughed. Obviously, he was very angry, but it was normal. Venusia had 2 social apps with tens of millions of users, as well as some local portals. Everything was paralyzed at once. As the boss of the company, it was considered lucky that he didn't vomit 3 liters of blood out of anger. What's going on? The editor-in-chief of the portal website wiped the sweat from his forehead. I prayed in my heart, please don't let it be what I thought, please don't let it be. However, the next sentence on the phone made him collapse in his chair. How dare you ask me what you posted on that crappy website today? Don't you have any sense? Now, you'd better tell me honestly who told you to post it, or else you can fucking die. The person on the other end of the phone was Chang Wei, the boss of Kitchen Media. Kitchen Media is the result of his years of hard work, and it was about to be listed on the new third board. However, at this critical moment, the editor-in-chief did such a thing. The reason why he asked the editor-in-chief, the person behind the scenes, was because the other party left a message on the computer, saying that if the real culprit behind the scenes was not revealed, all the websites of this company would not be able to be used normally. How could a company that has not yet gone public possibly compete with Lu Yunqi, who possesses god-level hacking skills, the world's most powerful hacker technology, in terms of network security? Chapter 48, Dark Web Number 1, Entertainment Company in Trouble, please recommend. The editor-in-chief of the portal website told Chang Wei the whole story. He had to tell the truth. Although the money the man gave him was enough, he still needed someone to live to spend it. Over here, inside the Jinqiu Haoding villa, Lu Yunqi received a reply from Kitchen Media in the garden and murmured softly, "People from Xihai Entertainment?" Xinghai Entertainment can be considered a competitor of Qi Xianxian Haochen Entertainment. But in business competition, we won't do such despicable things, right? Lu Yunqi fell into deep thought. After a moment, find the URL given by the system on the computer, and then log in according to the account and password. Account information, no. 1. Account authority, can dispatch all members of the dark web and have all the authority of the dark web. As soon as I logged in, 2 lines of red prompts in Chinese and English appeared on the computer. However, with Lu Yunqi's landing on an obscure island far across the ocean, in a room filled with various supercomputers, a cry of surprise was heard, "Oh my god, number 1 is finally back." What? Number 1 has landed? Oh my god, seriously, he's back again. Several young men and women looked at the big computer screen, screaming and exclaiming. Dark Web, the world's largest hacker organization, number 1, is the god in the hearts of millions of members spread all over the world. It was also he who established the dark web, and from its establishment to now, dark web members have spread all over the world. There is no system that number 1 cannot hack into, and no one can break his defense except himself. Number 1 is the biggest spiritual pillar of the entire dark web, a god among countless hackers, and an existence that countless corporate countries are terrified of. It's been a year since he last landed. This isolated island is the base of the dark web. All countries in the world are looking for it, because countless money is earned from these countries every year. Sometimes even government agencies choose to buy intelligence on the dark web. Lu Yunqi, who was sitting in the garden of the villa, didn't quite understand these things, and asked silently in his heart, "System, what exactly is this dark web for? You can find any information you want on the dark web. So awesome?" Lu Yunqi was a little skeptical. System products must be awesome, otherwise how can the host turn things around and take off? Well, Lu Yunqi couldn't find the words to refute. After getting familiar with the dark web, he actually received greetings from number 2, 3, 4, 5 on the dark web at the same time. Of course, they were all easily resolved by Lu Yunqi. This also makes people on the dark web more convinced of Lu Yunqi's identity as number 1. Ha! I didn't expect that there are dark web members in Yudu. Lu Yunqi browsed the dark web members in China and suddenly saw that there were 3 or 4 dark web members' login IP addresses in Yudu. After reading for a while, Lu Yun looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock, so he posted a few chapters of the manuscript saved in his computer. After all, writing a book is the right thing to do. Inside the room, Qi Xianxian asked her assistant to find out that it was all caused by Kitchen Media. However, what shocked her was that Kitchen Media was attacked by hackers and the website could no longer be opened. The matter was too strange, but the more strange it was, the more suspicious Qi Xianxian became. Very few people knew that she had a child before marriage. How could it be suddenly exposed? Moreover, it happened at the critical moment when the new drama of demigods and semi-devils was about to start filming. 10 o'clock at night. Lu Yunqi returned to the room and saw Qi Xianxian still sitting in the study. He quietly took out a few blood qi cucumbers, walked to the study, and handed them to Qi Xianxian. Don't be so nervous, eat a cucumber to calm your nerves. Qi Xianxian raised her head, frowned slightly, and took the cucumber. Honey, I might be busy next. The new drama at the entertainment company is about to start filming. At this critical moment, she prayed that demigods and semi-devils could be completed quickly so that the company's filming schedule could be advanced. Although the author still maintained an update of about 50,000 words every day, which was indeed fast enough for those readers, it was a bit slow for Qi Xianxian. Timing is very important in business. Well, don't worry, everything will be over. Lu Yunqi walked behind Qi Xianxian, put his hands on her shoulders, and kneaded them gently. The other side. Inside the presidential suite on the 88th floor of the largest 7-star hotel in Chongqing. It's just trash. It's just trash. It can't even do such a small thing. Sihai Entertainment is just trash. Lang Feng sat on the sofa, smashed his cell phone to the ground, and cursed angrily. He flew from Sichuan province to Chongqing this morning and secretly found many companies that were in competition with Haochen Group, hoping to trip up Qi Xianxian, and then. But when he received a call from the Lang family, saying that the Qi family's attitude was ambiguous, the meaning was very clear. Now Qi Xianxian has basically stabilized the Qi family Haochen Group, and it doesn't matter whether there is help from the Lang family or not. This made Lang Feng very angry. As he had a strong desire for revenge, he didn't want to beat around the bush and directly called the Qi family's insider. It took him a lot of effort to find the black material on Qi Xianxian. His idea is simple. If you can't get it, destroy it. He wanted to let Qi Xianxian and Haochen Group know the consequences of offending his Lang family. Second young master, I heard that a public middle school is going to be built in the NA district of Yudu, and 2 plots of land nearby are going to be auctioned. As for the entertainment company, there is really nothing we can do. Qi Xianxian seems to have some very powerful hackers under her. The portal website company was paralyzed. Sihai Entertainment dared not show up again. Besides, the real estate industry is the main business of Haochen Group. As long as... The secretary reported in a low voice and suggested that Lang Feng change his strategy. The more Lang Feng listened, the better he thought it was. If he could acquire these 2 pieces of land for school district housing in Yudu, he would not only be able to suppress Haochen real estate, but also make some money for the Lang family. It would be a good choice. But let him give up so easily? That's absolutely impossible. If legitimate means don't work, then use unfair means. Lang Feng seemed to have an idea in mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Come here. Lang Feng lay on the sofa with his legs slightly spread out, pointing at the ground to the female secretary. The secretary came to the sofa with a blushing face. Lang Feng touched the secretary's hair with both hands. Early the next morning. As soon as Qi Xianxian arrived at the office, Ning Nannan knocked on the door. Enter. Mr. Qi, something terrible has happened. Ning Nannan walked into the office and said anxiously. Qi Xianxian put down her bag, turned around and looked at Ning Nannan's panicked face, and couldn't help but frowned. What's the matter? Over at the entertainment company, now that they have such a good script, the casting is already in full swing, and some of the main actors have already been confirmed. Even if my problem has an impact on Haochen Group, it will never affect the entertainment company. Qi Xianxian was very puzzled and wondered why so many things happened in the past 2 days. Chapter 49, all the troubles are piled up together, please recommend and collect. Boss Chi, many artists in our company have been hacked. I'm afraid someone is targeting us. Ning Nan Nan said in a panic. As the general manager of an entertainment company, her new drama will be affected if her artists are hacked. Qi Xianxian took out her cell phone and took a look at it. On the entire Weibo hot search, there are 7 or 8 items about the artists under Haochen Entertainment Company, all of which are negative news. Is the company's public relations department just a decoration? Qi Xianxian asked coldly. Mr. Qi, the PR department is working hard. Now these artists have been exposed for scandals. I'm afraid it will affect the new drama. Should we replace them? Ning Nan Nan could tell that Qi Xianxian was a little angry at this time, so she asked cautiously. You are the general manager of an entertainment company, and you ask me about this? Are you trying to lower the reputation of your new drama by continuing to use those celebrities with scandals? Qi Xianxian was on the verge of exploding at the moment. If Ning Nan Nan hadn't been the general manager she had chosen herself, she would have been fired long ago. Just when Ning Nan Nan felt ashamed and didn't know how to answer. Qi Xianxian was browsing Weibo when she suddenly noticed that the top trending search had changed. Sihai Entertainment's new drama Rose Love male lead, Joey Wei female lead, Su Xiaoyu. When you click on the hot search, the first one at the top is the introduction and poster of the new drama released by the official account of Sihai Entertainment. Moreover, in the hot searches on Weibo, many fans of Joey Wei and Su Xiaoyu were frantically reposting the news, and many Weibo entertainment celebrities also issued press releases. Joey Wei, a top domestic traffic star, is young and handsome. He has 30 million fans on Weibo, and his personal topics are among the top 50 on the Weibo celebrity list. Su Xiaoyu, a second-tier female star in China, has a sweet appearance, more than 10 million fans on Weibo, and is deeply loved by otaku. Qi Xianxian and Ning Nan Nan were still in the office, worrying about the negative news about the company's artists. The other side. The president's office of Sihai Entertainment. Mr. Lang, according to your instructions, the announcement of the new drama has been sent out in advance. The response online is also very good. We are confident that it will crush Haochen Entertainment's demigods and semi-devils. The boss of Sihai Entertainment Company, Zhao Sihai, showed a confident smile on his face and said to Lung Feng, I'll have my secretary transfer the money to your company's account. It doesn't matter whether your company's new drama makes money or not. I'm more optimistic about the female lead. Lung Feng sat on the sofa and said indifferently. It turned out that all of this was Ling Feng's plot behind the scenes. He knew that Sihai Entertainment had a new drama and was in need of investors, and he happened to need to defeat Qi Xianxian in all aspects. So he directly invested 100 million yuan in the new drama, strongly supporting Sihai Entertainment and eliminating Haochen Entertainment. As for the heroine of the new drama? A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. When Zhao Sihai heard Ling Feng's words, the smile on his face froze. Su Xiaoyu is the most popular actress promoted by Sihai Entertainment right now. She has a very stubborn personality and will definitely not sell herself out for money. But Zhao Sihai had heard a little about Ling Feng's character. Cooperating with him would be like courting death. What should he do now? Ling Feng will definitely find ways to get what he wants, and he is also the largest investor in Rose Love, but Su Xiaoyu will definitely not agree to such unspoken rules. Zhao Sihai hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Lang, that girl already has a boyfriend, and she is stubborn. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Don't you want to act anymore? There is nothing I, Ling Feng, can't get. Ling Feng glanced at Zhao Sihai coldly and said indifferently. The influence of the Lang family is so great that even in Yudu, many companies with a market value of tens of billions are afraid of it, not to mention Sihai Entertainment, a small company with a market value of several billion. They are not on the same level at all. Zhao Sihai lowered his head and said nothing. As a CEO worth billions, he had no temper in front of Ling Feng. Okay, I have something else to do. If you do a good job in suppressing Haochen Entertainment, you will definitely get some benefits. Ling Feng stood up, clapped his hands, said a few words, and left with his secretary. Zhao Sihai was left in the president's office, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a very difficult decision. Noon. The president's office in Haochen Building. Okay, let's do it this way for the entertainment company first. Qi Xianxian said to Ning Nan Nan, holding her forehead. This morning was even more tiring than when her father suddenly passed away and left the huge Haochen group under her burden. First, his own negative news was exposed, causing the company's stock price to fall, and then negative news about the artists in the entertainment company was collectively exposed. What bothered her most was that the Municipal Planning Bureau issued an announcement in the morning that 2 plots of land in the NA area would be auctioned. As one of the 3 largest real estate companies in Chongqing, Haochen Real Estate would definitely bid for them. However, the prices of the 2 plots of land have skyrocketed because a municipal middle school is going to be built next to them. Judging from the current liquidity, it is obviously not enough to buy them. It seemed that all the troubles had converged on this day. Ning Nan Nan responded and returned to her post. Boom boom. There were 2 knocks on the door. Come in. Shi Xianxian said weakly with her head down. Lu Yunqi pushed the door open and said happily, "Wife, come and eat." He typed nearly 40,000 words this morning and seemed very happy. More importantly, since he hacked into the website of Kitchen Media last night, there has been no negative news about Shi Xianxian today. Good. Shi Xianxian calmed herself down and tried her best not to let Lu Yunqi see her tiredness. The loving lunch still has the necessary beauty-enhancing cherry tomatoes, blood-activating cucumbers, for hot dishes with a balance of meat and vegetables, and a light soup. Hey, wife, are you feeling unwell? Lu Yunqi asked curiously while tidying up the lunchbox and seeing Qi Xuanxuan's forced smile. I was very puzzled. Didn't I solve the problem myself? Why is my wife still looking so sad? It's okay. After Qi Xianxian sat down, she picked up a blood qi cucumber that had been washed by Lu Yunqi, responded, and began to chew it with a slurp. Maybe today, only this cucumber can make her relax a little. Hearing this, Lu Yunqi frowned slightly, walked behind Qi Xianxian as usual, and massaged her shoulders. After a while, he slowly said, "Wife, we are husband and wife. If you have anything, you can tell me. Don't keep it in your heart alone." Qi Xianxian smiled bitterly in her heart. I also want to tell you, but unfortunately, you don't know how to do business. Telling you will only cause you more trouble. Yes, I will. Qi Xianxian said perfunctorily, and then asked, Honey, do you know how to use a computer? She was very curious. Why did the website that exposed her having a child out of wedlock suddenly get hacked? To hack into a company's security system, especially an internet-focused company like Venusia, requires very strong hacking skills. Qi Xianxian asked herself, among the people she knew, no one had such great ability. Chapter 50, My hacking skills were discovered by my wife. Please recommend and collect. What's wrong? Is your computer broken? Lu Yunqi asked while gently touching Qi Xuanxuan's shoulders. I am a man with god-level hacking skills, how could I not know how to use a computer? Qi Xianxian paused and turned to look at Lu Yunqi's handsome face. 3 seconds later. Nodding, well, if you can, help me take a look. In fact, her computer is regularly checked by network security engineers. The reason she asked Lu Yunqi to take a look was to confirm whether he really knew how to use computers. I also want to confirm my own thoughts. I only have a basic understanding of it. I can't guarantee whether I can solve it. Let me take a look first. You just eat your meal obediently. Lu Yunqi said modestly. Then, he came to Qi Xuanxuan's desk. Well, the boss chair is comfortable. Put your hands on the keyboard and start operating. Qi Xianxian had already come over with a lunchbox and was watching quietly. As Lu Yunqi's fingers tapped a few times on the keyboard, the computer page that was originally a landscape picture suddenly turned into a black background, with some English letters and numbers popping up on it. Lu Yunqi didn't notice that Qi Xianxian had come to his side. His hands were moving very fast and the pages on the computer were flashing non-stop. He did intend to check his wife's computer carefully. After all, there was a lot of important information about Qi Xianxian on it, much of which was commercial secrets. After he acquired god-level hacking skills, he discovered that many domestic websites did not do very well in terms of network security, even large companies like Haochen Group. After all, the only things I can help with now are writing books, taking care of children and computers. As for business, although I have a talent for business, I have no practical experience and can't be of much help. Qi Xianxian watched quietly at the rapidly jumping bytes on the computer and Lu Yunqi's skillful movements, and she even forgot to chew the food in her mouth. She is now 70% certain that the portal website that exposed her embarrassing story was most likely hacked by her husband. But she was puzzled as to why she had never noticed before that this man who looked like he graduated from a third-rate university was not only handsome, but also could cook and was very good at using computers. Just when the test was almost finished, a red warning line suddenly flashed on the computer screen. Heh, there is actually someone who wants to hack into my wife's computer? Lu Yunqi stared at the computer and muttered softly. His fingers moved rapidly on the keyboard, but he did not try to intercept the intruder. Instead, he first added 2 firewalls to all the files in the computer, and then hacked into the other party's computer following the invading IP. At this time, a Buick MPV was parked in the parking lot outside the Houchin building. A man was holding a computer, with a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth. That's it? Houchin Group, which is ranked in the top 5 in Youdou, I really don't know how it has reached this point today. It's ridiculous that I could hack into a CEO's computer so easily. The man was none other than Gong Jing, who was ranked among the top 500 hackers in the world and had just returned to Youdou. His codename was Gong Gong Airshao. He got this big order through an introduction from an acquaintance. He could get 5 million by hacking into the computer of Qi Xianxian, the president of Houchin Group, and copying the files in the computer. He originally thought that with such a high reward, the task would be very difficult. Now, after he hacked in, he just wanted to say one thing. Too weak. The firewalls set up by the network security engineers of Houchin Group were just decorations in front of him. He broke through all the hundreds of defenses in a short while. However, he didn't know that while he was complacent, his computer was being hacked in reverse. Inside the president's office in Houchin building, Lu Yunqi curled the corners of his mouth slightly, clasped his hands together and prepared to watch the show. All of Qi Xuanxuan's files have been protected by him, and all the opponents can see are the smokescreens he has set up. Honey, when did you come? There's something wrong with the computer, the screen is black, and it's restarting. As a result, as soon as he took his hands off the keyboard, he saw Qi Xianxian standing not far from him, and hurriedly explained. I didn't expect that you have such great computer skills. Before Lu Yunqi finished speaking, Qi Xianxian couldn't help but praise him. Although she didn't understand hacking techniques, she was not a fool. The warning popped up on the computer just now, in English, indicating that someone had invaded. She didn't understand what Lu Yunqi had just done, but seeing how relaxed he looked, Qi Xianxian knew that her husband had solved the problem. Hearing his wife say this, Lu Yunqi knew that the hacking skills seemed to be hidden. He smiled awkwardly. Hey, honey, this is just something I tinkered with when I had nothing to do before, but don't worry, I can still handle that little minion. If the second young master Gong Gong downstairs heard this, he would probably jump up and slap him. I am one of the top 300 hackers in the world, and you actually said I am an ant? When Qi Xianxian heard Lu Yunqi's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him in her heart. After all, Houchin Group has spent a huge amount of money to set up its own network security department, and its computers are regularly maintained and many protection measures have been taken. They easily broke through the defenses set up by the people in your own company, but you call them ants? At the same time, Qi Xianxian became even more certain that the one who attacked the kitchen media website was her husband. Thinking of this, Qi Xianxian felt a warm feeling in her heart. The kindness he had shown her before made her feel that this man was someone she could rely on in life. Now, she felt that, at least in terms of network security, Lu Yunqi was better than those rubbish she had hired at high salaries. Thank you, husband. Qi Xianxian put down the lunchbox, hugged Lu Yunqi from behind with both hands, and said softly. Although she didn't know whether the battle between hackers on the computer was over, she felt relieved when she saw Lu Yunqi looked confident. Well, we are husband and wife, there is no need to say thank you. Just enjoy your meal first. I need to see what this ant wants to do. Lu Yunqi picked up Qi Xuanxuan's jade hand and kissed it. At this moment, 2 progress bars are displayed on the computer. One was copied from Qi Xuanxuan's computer by the opponent, and the other was copied from the opponent's computer by Lu Yunqi. Honey, this document. Qi Xianxian said worriedly while holding the lunchbox and seeing the progress bar that had reached 80%. Those are all fake. I have protected your real documents for you, don't worry. Lu Yunqi said something, put his hands on the keyboard again and started typing. Parking lot downstairs. The second young master of Gonggon looked at the progress bar that was about to be completed and flexed his fingers. It's so easy. There's no challenge at all. He picked up a bottle of drink in the car and took a sip, then happily waited for the data to be copied before going back to report. I even started thinking about where to go to have fun next. College town? Or an entertainment company?